Chapter 30, 349. Wind and sand filled the air in the peach blossom forest, giving one a very gloomy feeling. The giant hand carried endless power and enveloped Fang Chen's body. By the time Fang Chen reacted, he was already in the peach blossom forest. He opened his eyes and looked around warily. Is this the interior of the peach blossom forest? Fang Chen whispered. The scene in front of him was too quiet and beautiful compared to the wind and sand outside the peach blossom forest. Not far away there was a pond. In that pond, fish swam back and forth. This pond. Fang Chen raised his eyebrows as he sensed a powerful force in the pond. These fish are all demons and have extraordinary strength. After a long while, Fang Chen nodded. I didn't expect there to be a place like this on the sacred island. After saying this, Fang Chen raised his head and looked at a towering tree. May I know why you have brought me here? As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful red figure suddenly appeared on the thick branches of the towering tree. The moment she appeared, the aura of the entire peach blossom forest instantly turned cold. Domain Lord. Fang Chen was a little dumbfounded. The power released by the giant hand was comparable to that of a quasi-emperor expert. He didn't expect its owner to be a domain lord. The woman in red leaned on the branch, her beautiful eyes flickering as she looked into the distance. Her face was full of indifference, as if she was the only one in the world and did not pay attention to what was happening around her. Cold. Fang Chen felt an extremely cold aura from her body. Even his corporeal stage, primordial spirit, swayed slightly. This peach blossom forest is my place. No one is allowed to set foot in it. Suddenly the woman in red spoke. The sacred island belongs to the sacred palace. In order to nurture the geniuses of the human race, this peach blossom forest also belongs to the sacred island and not to you, right? Besides, I didn't mean to enter the peach blossom forest. Aren't you going too far by doing this? Fang Chen spread out his hands. Humph! A cold snort was heard, followed by powerful soul power ripples in the void. Primordial spirit attack? Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and released his essence spirit, easily blocking the woman in red's essence spirit attack. At this moment, the woman in red finally turned her head to look at Fang Chen. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. You can leave now. After staring at Fang Chen for a moment, the woman in red said indifferently. Fang Chen was a little startled. Before he could react, the figure of the woman in red flashed and disappeared into the peach blossom forest. As for Fang Chen, he also felt the world spinning. In the next second, he appeared outside the peach blossom forest. Space-time Tao. Fang Chen's eyes narrowed. The method that the woman in red had used to send him out was an extremely brilliant space-time Tao. Moreover, it contained a trace of the supreme rule power. Who is she? Fang Chen was curious. Not far away, Li Mo and the blue-clothed man were about to leave. When they saw Fang Chen appear, they were dumbfounded. Li Mo rubbed his eyes hard in disbelief. He actually came out? How is that possible? He was clearly caught by that person. How could he come out unscathed? The blue-clothed man was also shocked. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen couldn't figure it out. In the end, he decided not to think about it. He looked up and happened to see Li Mo and the blue-clothed man. His figure flashed, and he appeared beside them. Both of you. Fang Chen cupped his fists. Brother, how did you come out of the peach blossom forest? Before Fang Chen could ask, Li Mo spoke. A woman in red sent me out, Fang Chen said. What? That person sent you out personally? She didn't make things difficult for you? Li Mo was dumbfounded. Fang Chen shook his head. After the shock, Li Mo and the blue-clothed man gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. Brother, you're amazing. For countless years, almost all those who angered that person and entered the peach blossom forest didn't come out alive. Liemo couldn't help but gulp. There was no disciple who didn't fear the woman in red on the Saint Island. Why? Fong Chen was curious. That person has a strange temper and doesn't like to be disturbed. Occasionally, disciples who enter the peach blossom forest by mistake or wander around here would anger that person. Liemo continued. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, 100,000 years ago, there was someone like you who walked out of the peach blossom forest unscathed. Are you talking about that freak Lin Qian? Hearing the two words Lin Qian, Fong Chen was slightly stunned. After coming to the ancient chaos, the names he heard the most were Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. At that time, the two of them were known as the strongest prodigies of the ancient chaos. Later, he met Gu Tianhua, but he never met Lin Qian. That Lin Qian is a super expert with great potential. It's expected that he could walk out of the peach blossom forest. But brother, you just came to the Saint Island and walked out unscathed. You're really a god. Liemo's eyes were filled with admiration. Fong Chen shrugged. The woman in red must have sensed his strength and let him go, right? What a strange person. Fong Chen asked, May I ask who lives in the peach blossom forest, and why are you so afraid? Speaking of the woman in red, the two felt their scalps go numb. After the two explained, Fong Chen finally understood. The woman in red was called Mu Hong and was a super expert who had reincarnated. Although she was only at the domain lord level, her battle strength was extremely strong, and no one on the Saint Island could match her. Mu Hong has been staying in the peach blossom forest since she awakened the memories of her past life, isolated from the world. Liemo continued, You'll be fine as long as you don't provoke her. But once she's angered, she won't even give face to St. Palace experts and will directly kill them. Liemo and the man in blue did not dare to stay any longer and hurriedly left. Before they left, they even advised Fong Chen to leave quickly. Fong Chen turned his head to look at the peach blossom forest and shook his head gently. Just then, Fong Chen, come to the 10,000 pagoda quickly. Palace Master Mu Qing sent a message and told Fong Chen the location. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, Fong Chen came to a square where several people were gathered. Fong Chen, these are the elders of the Saint Palace. They are in charge of the cultivation of the Saint Island disciples. After discussion, we've decided to let you enter the 10,000 pagoda to take Emperor Zhao's test. Palace Master Mu Qing said directly. Emperor Zhao's inheritance is very dangerous. If you're not careful, you'll be doomed. You have to think carefully, Red-browed Monster said. The others also nodded their heads lightly. After learning about Fong Chen's great potential from Palace Master Mu Qing, they actually did not agree with him entering the 10,000 pagoda. However, Palace Master Mu Qing stood his ground and believed that this was a hurdle for Fong Chen. If he did not save his daughter, it was very likely that it would form an inner demon that would affect his future cultivation. Emperor Zhao's inheritance is in the 10,000 pagoda. As long as you can pass the 3 tests, you can get it, Palace Master Mu Qing said. Are you ready? Fong Chen took a deep breath and said, I'm ready. The image of his daughter, Fong Shi, sleeping appeared in his mind. He was even more determined to get Emperor Zhao's inheritance and save his daughter's life. The 10,000 pagoda has been opened. You can go in. Fong Chen nodded and stepped forward to the 10,000 pagoda. There were 3 levels in the 10,000 pagoda. Each level had a test left by Emperor Zhao. So far, no one had been able to get Emperor Zhao's inheritance. Red-browed Monster and the others did not think that Fong Chen could get it. Brother Chen, I have brought Han, and Yun to the sanctuary. Suddenly, the jade communication pendant vibrated. It was a message from Star Emperor. Not long ago, after Fong Chen woke up, Star Emperor set off to pick up his 2 sons. Now that the Archean era had changed, the undercurrents were surging. Only by bringing his 2 sons to the sanctuary could they be safe. The experts of Divine Blood City have also gathered in the sanctuary. Everything is waiting for your return, Star Emperor said. Wait for me in the sanctuary. When I get Emperor Zhao's inheritance, I will meet you. After sending the message, Fang Qin entered the 10,000 Pagoda. Demon Territory, Demon Clan, Divine Mountain. Roar! The roars of demonic beasts were heard, shaking the entire Divine Mountain. In the Demon Territory, the Demon Clan was the absolute overlord. Among the many demon clans, there were 3 royal clans. Today, the masters of the 3 royal clans gathered on the Demon Clan, Divine Mountain. In front of a towering stone pillar, 3 figures stood. They were the incarnations of the masters of the 3 royal clans. I don't know if that little guy will succeed. He is a pure-blooded demonic beast with a strong bloodline. He should succeed. How many years has it been? The Demon Clan has finally waited for the return of the pure-blooded royal clan. The masters of the 3 royal clans sighed. They were a little nervous and eager. Roar! 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 Suddenly, a deafening roar came from within the sky-piercing stone pillar. Then, the terrifying aura of the Demon Clan quickly spread out. With the Demon Clan Divine Mountain as the core, it shrouded the entire Demon Clan. On this day, all the demonic beasts of the Demon Clan prostrated themselves on the ground and roared excitedly. The masters of the 3 demon clans, standing in front of the towering stone pillar, were so excited that tears streamed down their faces. Ha ha ha, it worked. The roars of the demonic beasts still echoed in the void. Following their eyes, a demonic beast stood at the top of the towering stone pillar. It was as if it was bathed in blood, and it was domineering. Greetings, Your Majesty. Led by the masters of the 3 demon clans, many demonic beasts knelt down. After so many years, my pure-blooded bloodline has finally reached the perfect state. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub stood with its hands behind its back and looked down at the people of the demon territory. Its body was filled with domineering power. It seemed to be able to destroy the world with a raise of its hand. The world today cannot be compared to the ancient era. Otherwise, my strength could still be improved. The pure-blooded demonic beast cub looked at the masters of the 3 demon clans. It was the only pure-blooded demonic beast in this era. The entire demon clan submitted to it. I wonder if anything major happened in the primordial chaos over the years. Whoosh! The pure-blooded demonic beast cub's body flashed and landed on the Demon Clan, Divine Mountain. Chapter 3350. At the peak of the Demon Divine Mountain in the Demon Domain, the pure-blooded beast cub had transformed into a human and was wearing a blood-red robe. The robe fluttered in the cold wind, and a scarlet aura filled the sky. At this moment, his face was filled with anger. The Gu family deserves to die. He clenched his fists and was filled with anger. Back then, he had wandered the world with Fang Shi, and they had accidentally gotten separated in a relic. After that, he had wandered around and came to the demon city. The pure blood in his body had awakened the will of the Demon King on the Demon Divine Mountain. Then he began to be baptized by the power of the demon race. When he woke up again, he heard news about Fang Shi and Fang Qin. King, have you received the inheritance from the sky-piercing stone pillar? The leader of the Suzhou clan asked impatiently. The pure-blooded beast cub nodded. With a thought, the purest bloodline power of the demon race burst out from his body. Poof! 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 The void showed signs of cracking, and the sky changed color. In the demon domain, all the demon race felt fear from the bottom of their hearts. This was an absolute suppression from their bloodline. King's bloodline. That's great. After so many years, a king has finally appeared in the demon race. The leaders of the 3 major demon races smiled excitedly. Although the king in front of them had not yet reached his peak, he would definitely be able to lead the demon race to glory if given enough time. How is the demon domain now? After the anger, the pure-blooded beast cub gradually calmed down and asked, "The countless demon race in the entire demon domain will obey your orders and pledge their loyalty to you," the leader of the Suzhou clan said. "As long as you give the order, the entire demon race will obey," the leader of the Frost Dragon clan said. "I have something to do in the sacred region now. Mobilize the entire demon race's power as quickly as possible and gather at the hunting region. Wait for my orders." Hunting region? Hearing this, the leaders of the three major demon races' expressions turned serious. They did not understand why their king wanted them to mobilize the entire demon race's power to the hunting region. Could it be? Combined with the angry expression of the pure-blooded beast cubs when they heard about the Gu family, the three of them seemed to have thought of something. The leader of the Xianzhao race hurriedly asked, "King, are you going to fight against the Gu family?" The Gu clan has been the #1 clan in the ancient era for too long, so much so that they have forgotten their original mission, the pure-blooded beast calmly said. But the pure-blooded cub interrupted the clan leader. "I know what you're thinking. Since you've recognized me as your master, will you obey my orders?" The three of them looked at each other and then bowed deeply. "You are the king of the monster clan. All members of the monster clan swear to obey the king's orders. If the king wants to attack the Gu clan, all members of the monster clan will not hesitate. All right, go and prepare." The pure-blooded beast cub waved its hand. The three of them nodded and left the mountain. "Fang Chen and I are good friends." The pure-blooded beast cubs' voices rang out in the minds of the leaders of the three tribes. Hearing this, the three of them trembled and came to a sudden realization. While the pure-blooded beast cub was heading to the sacred region, Little Mouse and the others in the Jade Mountain region had also set off. After the shocking battle in the demon region ended, all of Fang Chen's brothers heard the news and rushed to the sacred region without stopping. Barbarian Qing Ho, Dead Star Sector Lord, Dracophan Sector Lord, Lu Xingxing, and so on. Although they were not very strong, they wanted to fight side by side with Fang Chen. Undercurrents surged in the entire ancient era of chaos, like the night before a storm. Sacred Island, 1,000 Pagoda. Rumble. Fang Chen had just entered when he heard the roar of the waterfall. Following the sound, he looked up and discovered that there was a tall mountain in front of him, and the waterfall was from the mountain. Is this the first level of the 1,000 Pagoda? Fang Chen looked around, but did not find anything unusual. Just as he was thinking, a line of words appeared in the sky. Lightning flashed around the words, and it was extremely terrifying. Reaching the top of the waterfall was considered a pass. The few words told Fang Chen how to pass the level. Is it that easy? Fang Chen was stunned and immediately rushed to the front of the waterfall. Although this waterfall contains extremely powerful Soul Dao energy, it is impossible for it to stop me. Buzz! Fang Chen released his corporeal realm primordial spirit and used the rock movement technique. His body turned into a ray of black light and flew up the waterfall. Dong! 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 In the process of flying, the Soul Dao power in the waterfall became stronger and stronger. After a while, Fang Chen had already flown 2/3 of the way up, and the peak of the mountain was right in front of him. The strength of the Soul Dao attack here is comparable to the Void Realm primordial spirit. Fang Chen sighed. No wonder no one on the sacred island had been able to obtain Emperor Zhao's inheritance for so many years. Just the first level's test was so difficult, let alone the other levels. As the height increases, the Soul Dao attack becomes stronger. Fang Chen muttered, "However, it is not a problem for me." As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen released his Soul Dao power completely. A strange scene appeared. The waterfall suddenly opened up a path for Fang Chen. No matter how fast he passed through the waterfall, not a single drop of water fell on his body. Not long after, Fang Chen reached the top of the waterfall. Buzz! Another rare phenomenon appeared in the sky. Terrifying thunderbolts exploded, and two words appeared in the midst of the explosion that resembled fireworks. Pass. At the same time, a beam of light descended from the sky and shone on Fong Chen's body. Swoosh! The latter's body suddenly disappeared. In the next moment, Fong Chen appeared on the second level of the 10,000 pagoda. Roar! The roar of a beast reverberated throughout the second level. A demonic beast the size of a small mountain appeared in front of Fong Chen. Fong Chen knew that the second level's test was to defeat the demonic beast in front of him. Human, go to hell! The demonic beast roared. You can't stop me. The battle instantly erupted. Ding, ding, ding. The mountain-like demonic beast threw a punch at Fong Chen. The latter used his emperor-level physical body to block it and even forced it back. Golden Mane King Beast. Unfortunately, it is an underage one. While fighting, Fong Chen secretly observed the demonic beast in front of him. The Golden Mane King Beast was very powerful in ancient times. At its peak, the Golden Mane King Beast's combat strength was comparable to an emperor-level sovereign. In the Age of Chaos, the Golden Mane King Beast was almost extinct. He did not expect to encounter one in the 10,000 pagoda. The Golden Mane King Beast is known for its physical attacks. I am at a disadvantage in close combat. Thinking of this, Fong Chen performed the rock movement technique and used the space-time force to increase his speed to the extreme. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Golden Mane King Beast could not catch Fong Chen's trace and constantly bombarded the surrounding void. After an hour, the Golden Mane King Beast gave up the battle. After passing through the second level, Fong Chen came to the third level, which was also the last level of the 10,000 pagoda. Although I won the battle with the Golden Mane King Beast, it also exposed some of my weaknesses. Fong Chen pondered. My chaotic sword body seems to be showing signs of a breakthrough. The Golden Mane King Beast was good at physical attacks and had comprehended it to the extreme. In comparison, Fong Chen had the chaotic sword body, which was the #1 sword body in the Archean era. However, his understanding of the physical body was too shallow. After taking my revenge, I will go to the sacred palace to look for a body-refining secret skill. Fong Chen said, Buzz. Just as he was deep in thought, a bronze throne suddenly appeared in the void of the third level. On the throne sat a figure. The figure had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Fong Chen. Junior Fong Chen greets Emperor Shao. Fong Chen cupped his fists and said, Not bad. Emperor Shao nodded. He was very satisfied with Fong Chen's performance in the first 2 levels. I didn't expect such a monstrous genius like you to appear in this era. I don't care about your bones. You have cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. However, your combat strength has reached the level of an emperor-to-be. With such potential, you would be considered a genius even in the ancient times. Fong Chen was speechless. The ancient times were recognized as the era with the most experts. The Battle of Deity Fall was even more shocking. Senior, the reason why I came to the 10,000 pagoda is to obtain your method of absorbing the heart of the flame demon. Fong Chen directly stated his purpose of coming here. Oh! Emperor Zhao's expression changed when he heard the words, Heart of the Flame Demon. Has the all-fusion body appeared? Emperor Shao murmured. To tell you the truth, my daughter possesses the myriad fusion body. Not long ago, she was captured by the world devastator demon emperor. He wanted to obtain the secret of the all-fusion body, so he put the heart of the flame demon into her body. My daughter is still in a coma. I am helpless. I heard that Emperor Shao has a method to absorb the power of the flame demon's heart by using the all-fusion body. Therefore, I came here to give it a try. Fong Chen cupped his fists and asked, What can I do to obtain the secret skill of Emperor Shao? Since you came to the 10,000 pagoda, you should know my rules, right? Emperor Shao said. Fong Chen nodded and asked, Emperor Shao, what is the test of the third level of the 10,000 pagoda? As long as one passed all 3 levels of the 10,000 pagoda, he would be able to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shao. Fang Qin had passed the first 2 levels. He was determined to obtain the inheritance of Emperor Shao. Crash! Emperor Shao waved his sleeve and a chessboard appeared on the ground. On the chessboard, there were 108 chess pieces. This is the Dao chessboard that I obtained from a mysterious place. There are a total of 108 moves. If you can solve 36 moves, you will pass the test. Emperor Shao said. 36 moves? Fang Qin immediately sat cross-legged in front of the Dao chessboard and concentrated on solving the moves. In the void, Emperor Shao, who was sitting on the bronze throne, was flickering in and out of sight. Young man, those who came to the 3rd level before you only solved 29 moves at most. I wonder how many moves you can solve. Emperor Shao said. Chapter 3351. On the 3rd floor of the 10,000 pagoda, on the desolate ground, there was a huge chessboard. On the chessboard, there were stars twinkling. There were a total of 108 chess pieces. Each chess piece was like an independent world, emitting a dazzling light. Buzz! Fang Qin sat cross-legged in front of the Dao Luo chessboard, his eyes fixed on the chessboard. When his consciousness came into contact with the chessboard, he felt a powerful force on the chessboard. In an instant, his consciousness entered an empty space. Dong! A shadow appeared out of thin air, holding a saber and staring at him. Little guy, defeat me and you can pass. Fang Qin raised his eyebrows. Then he realized that this was the Dao Luo chessboard's consciousness space. The shadow he was facing now was his opponent for the first move. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow waved the saber in his hand. In an instant, the saber pierced through the sky and appeared in front of Fang Qin. Crack! In a hurry, Fang Qin blocked with his hand. After colliding with the saber, his body kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, Fang Qin was a little surprised. I see. After a short exchange, Fang Qin understood what the test of the Dao Luo chessboard was. Although the shadow's cultivation level was not high, his understanding of the supreme law was incomparable to ordinary people. Comprehending the supreme law, Fang Qin murmured. His heart was surging with waves of shock. Who was it that refined such a powerful treasure like the Dao Luo chessboard? In the chessboard, the 108 chess pieces contain different supreme laws. If one could solve the 108 moves, one would be able to comprehend the supreme law. Amazing! Fang Qin could not help but exclaim. Although he had come into contact with the supreme law before, he had a vague understanding of it. Just now, he clearly felt that the shadow in front of him, a simple swing of the saber, contained an extremely powerful supreme law. Again, Fang Qin licked his dry lips. His interest was greatly aroused. He leaped up and fought fiercely with the figure. Outside the 10,000 pagoda on the void square, the people in charge of the Saint Island were waiting for Fang Qin to come out. Exploring the 10,000 pagoda isn't just about battle strength. It also requires comprehension. My guess is that Fang Qin should be able to reach the 3rd level. As for whether he can pass the Dao chessboard, that's not certain. The Dao sifting chessboard originated from the God's Fall battlefield. Even we do not know how powerful it is. It will be extremely difficult to break it. Red-eyebrow monster shook his head. Clearly, the people in charge of the Holy Island did not believe that Fang Qin could solve the 36 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard. That's right. I agree with the red-eyebrow monster. Even Lin Qian only managed to solve 28 steps back then. Unfortunately, Gu Tianhua of the Gu clan rejected the invitation of our Saint Island. There was a tinge of regret in their words. Back then, Gu Tianhua had displayed absolute talent. The Saint Island naturally extended an invitation to him. The Saint Island was the holy land of cultivation in the ancient chaos. Countless martial artists dreamed of entering the Saint Island to cultivate. However, Gu Tianhua had refused. This matter had caused a great sensation at the time. Hearing the discussions of the people behind him, Palace Master Wood Green remained silent. He had seen both Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian. There was nothing to say about their potential. Before Fang Chen appeared, only the two of them could compete for the title of the #1 genius of the ancient chaos. However, after Fang Chen appeared, the two of them could only stand aside. You have not experienced that battle. How can you understand how strong Fang Chen is? Palace Master Wood Green muttered to himself. The revived quasi-emperors of the Gu clan, led by Gu Ku, had joined forces. Gu Ku had even used the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique, but they were still unable to defeat Fang Chen. Instead, they were forced to retreat by Fang Chen. Who in the ancient chaos could compare to such a battle record? With Fang Chen's current strength, even the 10 palace masters of the sacred palace were no match for him. The Dao Luo chessboard tests one's understanding of the supreme laws. I believe that with your potential, you can solve the 36 moves. Only by solving the 36 moves could one obtain Emperor Zhao's inheritance. Palace Master Wood Green firmly believed that Fang Chen could succeed. Time passed, and a month passed in a flash. On the 3rd floor of the 10,000 pagoda, in front of the Dao Luo chessboard. Buzz! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, starlight shot out from the Dao Luo chessboard. His gaze fell on the 9th piece of the Dao Luo chessboard. It gradually faded and became indistinct. The 8 pieces before it were the same. They were all indistinct. I only solved the 9th move in a month. Fang Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. With each move, the supreme laws contained in the pieces become more profound and difficult to understand. Fortunately, I once absorbed some supreme ancestral eyes and broke down a trace of the supreme laws to help me comprehend it faster. Fang Chen opened his palms. With a thought, a layer of silver frost suddenly covered his palms. The moment the silver frost appeared, the entire void trembled. He gently waved his hand, and the void distorted as if the world was about to collapse. As expected of the supreme laws, it's really powerful. The supreme laws were above all living beings and maintained the order of the ancient chaos. If one wanted to step into the Emperor realm, they had to comprehend it. And now, after a month of exploration, Fang Chen had finally grasped the basics. He closed his eyes, and traces of the supreme laws circulated in his mind. The way they operated was very unique. It's really amazing. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He had an incomparable desire to grasp the supreme laws. After a month of accumulation, in the following process, it finally exploded like a blowout. The 10th move, the 11th move, the 12th move. From the 10th move to the 20th move, Fang Chen's speed was very fast. He didn't stop for too long. When he reached the 21st move, Fang Chen's speed slowed down again. He fell into deep thought. Emperor Xiao, who was sitting on the bronze throne in midair, looked down. He looked at Fang Chen and nodded with satisfaction. Although he once absorbed the supreme ancestral eyes, the supreme laws contained in them were almost negligible. It didn't help him much. In just a month, he was able to comprehend the supreme laws to the basic level from the Dao Luo chessboard. His comprehension is really strong. Emperor Xiao praised. If Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were here, they would be shocked. One should know that Emperor Xiao was an expert in the ancient times. He had seen countless peerless geniuses. To be praised by him personally, one could imagine how strong Fang Chen's potential was. From the 1st move to the 9th move, his speed was very slow. He has been accumulating, not in a hurry. Emperor Xiao muttered to himself. From the 10th step onwards, he will be able to fully unleash his understanding of the supreme law. His speed will be greatly enhanced. Emperor Zhao's eyes flashed with a strange light. When he reached the 21st move, his speed slowed down again. Not in a hurry, not in a hurry. Among the younger generation, to be able to reach this step, his state of mind is at least comparable to the Emperor Realm experts. As an Emperor Realm expert in the ancient times, Emperor Shao knew the value of the Dao Luo chessboard better than anyone else. In this era, among all the people who came to solve the Dao Luo chessboard, he was most optimistic about Fang Chen. Interesting. He saw some of Fang Chen's secrets through the Dao Luo chessboard. The immortal power? He actually got the immortal inheritance. What a lucky guy, Emperor Shao said. In fact, he also saw other inheritances in Fang Chen, such as the Bloodline King inheritance. But he had high standards. Only the immortal emperor could enter his eyes. In the space of consciousness. Ding ding ding. Fang Chen performed the 10th move of the invincible sword art. Once the Sword of Slaughter was performed, the entire space of consciousness was scarlet and filled with killing intent. The star-hidden sword issued a loud and clear sword cry. Then it rushed towards the virtual shadow while carrying a dense sword light. The power of the Sword of Slaughter has doubled. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised. He tried to integrate the supreme law into the Sword of Slaughter and its power sword. Kill. Even though the silhouette's battle prowess was extremely strong, and it had comprehended more supreme laws, it was ultimately unable to withstand Fang Chen's attack. Boom! The shadow fell to the ground and the chess pieces faded. The 21st move was passed. Continue. Fang Chen continued to immerse himself in the Dao Luo chessboard. With every move he deciphered, his understanding of the supreme law would increase. When he deciphered the 25th move, he finally comprehended the 11th move of the invincible sword art. This move was integrated with the supreme law and was comprehended in the space of consciousness of the Dao Luo chessboard. He called it the Dao Luo sword. Once the Dao Luo sword was performed, its power could be multiplied. Rumble. In the space of consciousness, waves rose and sword light spread and intertwined. The shadow had nowhere to hide and was directly pierced by the sword light. Phew! After leaving the space of consciousness, Fang Chen took a deep breath and calmed himself down. The power of the Dao Luo sword is stronger than the 9th level of the Blood Void sword art. If I don't use the Apocalypse sword, it will be my most powerful killing move. In addition to being pleasantly surprised, Fang Chen also realized that half a year had passed without him noticing. He shook his head and was not satisfied with his speed. After half a year, I only deciphered 25 moves. However, Emperor Shao, who was sitting on the bronze throne, looked helpless. Boy, your speed is unparalleled in this era. Are you still not satisfied? Emperor Shao glanced at Fang Chen in annoyance, but there was a hint of joy in his eyes. After waiting for so many years, he had finally met an outstanding talent. Before you, Lin Qian was the fastest. He spent 8 years to decipher the 25th move, Emperor Shao said. Lin Qian. Fang Chen was stunned. He did not expect Lin Qian to spend 8 years to decipher the first 25 moves. Moreover, he was the fastest in this era. In comparison, he had only spent half a year. Chapter 3352. In the beginning, Emperor Shao had been observing Fang Chen secretly when he first entered the 1000 Pagoda. He had passed the first 2 levels with his boundary evolution realm cultivation, which had attracted Emperor Zhao's attention. Emperor Shao had thought that no matter how strong his potential was, it was impossible for him to surpass Lin Qian. However, now it seemed that Fang Chen's potential had reached an extremely monstrous level. Even in the ancient times, this was unprecedented and unparalleled. It took him half a year to solve the first 25 moves. Even the super monstrous geniuses in the ancient times might not be able to do so. At this moment, Emperor Zhao's heart was stirred. His cheeks were full of smiles. He was very curious about how many moves Fang Chen could solve with his potential. Little guy, work hard. Emperor Shao suppressed the joy in his heart and muttered. Fang Chen nodded and then sat down cross-legged. He continued to comprehend the supreme law and solve the Tao chessboard. Sure enough, Fang Chen was at a bottleneck when he solved the 26th move. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. During this period, Fang Chen had been solving the 26th move, but he was still stuck. In the space of consciousness, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand. His dark eyes shot out a touch of indifference. I see. In the past 3 years, he had been fighting with the shadow and was defeated every time. His combat strength is obviously not as strong as mine, and my understanding of the supreme law is not weaker than his, but I still can't defeat him. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes. When he attacked, the supreme law seemed to be. In his mind, he recalled every time he fought with the shadow in the past 3 years. Buzz. Images flashed past one after another. On his body, the supreme power of rules revolved around him, gradually rotating. A moment later, Fang Chen was suddenly startled. His pupils immediately shrunk. His gaze was fixed on the battle that had just taken place. His palm. Fang Chen noticed his palm. Before he attacked, he flipped his palm. It seemed that he had used a unique method to integrate the supreme law into his weapon. As expected, for the past 3 years, Fang Chen had been racking his brains. Just now, he had a flash of inspiration and finally found the root of the problem. His usage of the supreme laws has reached an extremely high level. He's able to stack them and unleash battle prowess that's hundreds and thousands of times stronger. No wonder I've never been able to defeat him. As soon as his voice fell, Fang Chen's palm suddenly rotated. The next moment, a monstrous supreme power of law surrounded the hidden star sword. Roar! A loud and clear sword chime resounded through the sky. Within the hidden star sword, a terrifying and invincible sword chi erupted. This sword chi instantly condensed into a huge dragon in the void. The giant dragon roared as if it wanted to tear the world apart. Roar! Just as the colossal dragon was roaring in the sky, Fang Chen's palm spun and injected all the supreme power of law into the colossal dragon's body. Wang! The giant dragon's aura suddenly increased, and his body continued to expand. Dao Luo Sword. Fang Chen roared and unleashed the 11th move of the invincible sword technique, Dao Luo Sword. This move was comprehended from the Dao Luo chessboard, so it was called Dao Luo Sword. As soon as the sword was unleashed, everything in the world and their souls trembled. In the blink of an eye, the colossal dragon appeared in front of the illusory figure. The latter used the same method and slapped the colossal dragon's body. Crack! Signs of cracks appeared on the colossal dragon's body. It only lasted for a moment before it exploded. Dang, dang, dang! The terrifying airflow forced Fang Chen back. After the latter stabilized his body, his face was filled with excitement. As expected, Fang Chen said, "The power of superimposing the supreme laws is even stronger. It's a pity that I can only use a superficial superimposing technique. The power that I can unleash is not as strong as the illusory figure." Fang Chen thought of the Gu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. The superimposing technique of the illusory figure in front of me is probably equivalent to the superimposing power of the 4th level of the ancient annihilation secret skill. Fang Chen said, "If I can comprehend a superimposing technique and supplement it with the annihilation sword, I should be able to pass this stage easily." Taking a deep breath, Fang Chen continued to study the superimposing technique. The superimposing technique was like a wave. One layer after another was superimposed in a unique way. When the superimposing level reached a certain level, the power would be fully unleashed. This was also the power of the Gu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. Fang Chen had personally experienced it, so it was still fresh in his memory. Therefore, he was still quite confident in himself. although he could not comprehend a superimposing technique like the ancient annihilation secret skill. As long as he could superimpose the supreme laws, he would succeed. To obtain Emperor Zhao's inheritance, he only needed to solve the 36 moves. Fang Chen's goal was simple. That was to solve it as quickly as possible, then obtain the inheritance and save his daughter. As for solving all 108 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard, he did not think too much about it for now. In the void, Emperor Xiao watched Fang Chen's every move. This guy's potential is really amazing. Emperor Xiao sighed. Time passed unconsciously. In front of the 10,000 pagoda, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others had already left. Their consciousness shrouded the 10,000 pagoda. When Fang Chen came out, they would be the first to know. During this time, the primordial chaos became more turbulent, and the atmosphere was very oppressive. Saint Island, Peach Blossom Forest. Mu Hong, who was dressed in red, sat quietly on a towering tree. Suddenly, she felt a strange movement in her summer ring. Whoosh! With a thought, a red token appeared in the void in front of her. This token was constantly trembling and emitting a strange aura. Shock surfaced on Mu Hong's emotionless face when she saw the scene. Soon after, she stood up and looked towards the distant horizon with her pretty eyes. It's awake. Mu Hong's red lips parted slightly as she muttered, "Whoosh!" She waved her sleeve and a crack appeared in the void. She stepped into it. Outside the Saint Island, in the boundless sea, a small boat was drifting alone. Upon closer inspection, there was a white-haired old man leisurely lying on the boat, basking in the sun. Whoosh! Although the waves were strong, the boat was very stable and kept moving forward slowly. Buzz! A crack appeared in the void and Mu Hong walked out. Rip! Sensing Mu Hong's aura, the white-haired old man opened his lazy eyes and looked at Mu Hong with a smile. It's you! Mu Hong raised her eyebrows when she saw the old man. She seemed a little unhappy and emitted a cold aura. Red Emperor, I haven't seen you for many years. You're still the same. The old man said, we used to be comrades who fought side by side. After I woke up, I came to find you immediately. How can you treat an old friend like this? Others might not know, but the old man on the boat knew very well. The woman in red in front of him was the famous Red Emperor of the ancient times. Mu Hong was silent. The old man continued, now that the world has changed, many of the old farts in the God's Fall battlefield have awakened. Soon a disaster will descend. This is our last chance. Come with me to the God's Fall battlefield. How about it? The old man asked. He flipped his hand and a red token appeared. Buzz! The red token trembled as soon as it appeared. At the same time, the red token in Mu Hong's hand resonated with it. It's also awakened? Mu Hong asked. The old man nodded. It hasn't fully awakened and is in a half-asleep state. Its strength hasn't recovered to its peak. That's why I said that this is our last chance. Once the world changes completely and the God's Fall battlefield appears, those old farts will appear and we won't stand a chance. Seeing that Mu Hong didn't say anything, the old man continued, Have you forgotten the God's Fall battle of the ancient times? If those old farts fully awaken, you and I can forget about living. For countless years, ever since you woke up, you have been cultivating on the Saint Island and your realm has been stuck at the territorial lord level. Haven't you been waiting for this day? After a moment of silence, Mu Hong spoke. What are your chances of winning? There are a total of 6 tokens. You and I have 2. I have some information about the remaining 4. Let's find the remaining tokens first, and then go to that place. The old man said, I am also have been waiting for this day for a long time. I won't fail this time. Boom! Suddenly, the aura on Mu Hong's body soared. Seeing this, Mo So smiled brightly. He knew that the Red Emperor had agreed. A moment later, Mu Hong's aura stabilized. She was now a quasi-emperor expert. Moreover, She was an invincible quasi-emperor. The restrictions of this world are too great. I have spent hundreds of millions of years and still haven't completely comprehended the supreme law, Red Emperor Muhong said. On the sane island, the reason why her cultivation was stuck at the territorial lord level was so that she could comprehend the supreme law and step into the martial emperor realm one day. Therefore, when Fong Qin broke into the peach blossom forest, she couldn't make him stay with her strength at that time. Therefore, she let him go. Because of such a small matter, the Red Emperor would never give up her years of hard work. But now, Mo so had found her and told her some things about the ancient era. She couldn't care less and directly raised her cultivation to the quasi-emperor level. Red Emperor, with your potential, if the restrictions of this world disappear, you will soon step into the martial emperor realm, Mo So said. Let's go. Let's go. Whoosh! Mo So and the Red Emperor disappeared in the sky above the boundless sea. The dark abyss was filled with endless blood. A beast that had been sleeping for countless years woke up. Its huge body swayed gently. An entire abyss seemed to collapse. An extremely terrifying aura swept through the sky. Darkness is coming. My chance is here. His hoarse voice echoed throughout the entire abyss. Whether it was the beast or the human warriors, they all prostrated on the ground. At the same time, in some hidden places in the primordial chaos, strange phenomena appeared one after another, shaking the sky. Countless old monsters that had been sleeping during the battle of the fallen gods in the ancient era woke up. Chapter 33:53. Over the long years, the human race had been reproducing generation after generation. One could never imagine how terrifying the potential of a human martial artist would be. Throughout history, almost all those with great potential had become sovereign-like experts. In the ancient times, the human race had reached its peak and there were many experts and geniuses. However, after the cruelest battle of gods in history, the human race was almost wiped out and countless experts fell. In the age of chaos, stepping into the emperor realm became an unattainable goal. The remnant consciousness of Emperor Shao had stayed in the Thousand Pagoda for countless eras, but he could not find a successor. He had thought that he would have to wait for a long time. But now, Emperor Zhao's face was full of joy. He looked down at the Dao Luo chessboard from above. At this moment, Fong Chen was focused on deciphering the Dao Luo chessboard. 45 moves. Emperor Shao was stunned and his heart was full of shock. A boundary evolution realm expert had such a strong understanding of the supreme law that he could decipher 45 moves of the Dao Luo chessboard. This could be recorded in history. Since deciphering the 25th move, Fong Chen had a preliminary understanding of the supreme law's operating trajectory. Combined with his strong understanding, he was able to decipher the moves without any hindrance. He deciphered the moves one by one until he had deciphered the 45th move. It was incredible. Ever since Emperor Shao left his inheritance in the Thousand Pagoda, Fong Chen was the first martial artist to decipher the 45th move. His mastery of the supreme law is getting better and better. He saw Fong Chen's deciphering process very clearly. Swoosh! In the consciousness space of the Dao Luo chessboard, Fong Chen only slashed with a sword once, and it destroyed the shadow with overwhelming force. The 46th move was deciphered. Phew! Fong Chen slowly opened his eyes and revealed a tired look. He put away the hidden star sword and slowly got up. He looked at the Dao Luo chessboard and could not help but sigh. This Dao Luo chessboard is really amazing. I only deciphered the 45th move, and I have already comprehended 10% of the supreme law. It should be known that an ordinary emperor to be expert would need to spend countless years to comprehend 10% of the supreme law. Fong Chen had only spent 3 years to achieve this. I've reached a bottleneck. I can't continue. Fong Chen calmed himself down and looked away from the Dao chessboard. Coincidentally, he caught Emperor Zhao's gaze. Emperor Shao. Fong Chen cupped his fists and bowed slightly. The latter walked down from the bronze throne and nodded in satisfaction. In 3 years, you managed to solve the 45-step Dao Net chessboard. You are truly a genius among geniuses. Emperor Shao was not stingy with his praise for Fang Qin. Emperor Shao spoke before Fang Qin could say anything. You have passed my test. As soon as he finished speaking, he flicked his finger, and a ray of light shot out. Fang Qin subconsciously caught it with his hand. It was a jade strip. This jade slip contains my 2 secret skills. Take it and cultivate. If you have any questions during this period, you can come to the Treasure Pagoda to ask me, Emperor Shao said. As for the heart of the flame demon, I can't teach you. Hearing this, Fang Qin was a little anxious. However, Emperor Zhao's next words put him at ease. Although I can't teach you, you can bring your daughter to the Treasure Pagoda. I will personally refine the heart of the flame demon in her body. Emperor Shao stood with his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. However, you have to be prepared for the worst. After all, even in my heyday, I can't guarantee 100% success rate. The heart of the flame demon has been corroding my daughter's strength. If this continues, she will definitely die. If Emperor Shao helps, there is at least a chance of survival, Fang Qin said. At this moment, he had no other choice. Don't worry. After all, you are half my successor. I will do my best. Emperor Shao waved his hand and signaled Fang Qin to bring his daughter to the sacred island. There is no time to lose. I will go now. Outside the Treasure Pagoda, Palace Master Wood Green, Red-Browed Monster, and the others sensed Fang Qin as soon as he appeared. Whoosh! Several figures appeared in front of Fang Qin at the same time. Little guy, how is it? Red-Browed Monster asked eagerly. You have been in the Treasure Pagoda for 3 years. I guess you must have been cracking the Dao chessboard? Palace Master Wood Green asked. Fang Qin nodded. I have passed the test left by Emperor Shao and obtained his inheritance. What? Red-Browed Monster, and the others exclaimed and looked at Fang Qin in shock. They could not imagine that Emperor Zhao's inheritance had been obtained by this guy. You, how many moves did you crack? Red-Browed Monster asked anxiously after recovering from the shock. 45 moves. Fang Qin did not hide the truth. Boom! Everyone trembled in disbelief. How is this possible? There are 3 stages in the Dao chessboard, and each stage has 36 moves. It is a huge hurdle. He only took 3 years to crack 45 moves? Everyone was at a loss. Even Palace Master Wood Green was a little shocked. Ha ha ha! God bless the human tribe. Soon, an excited smile appeared on Palace Master Wood Green's face. After Fang Qin told Palace Master Wood Green the details, Palace Master Wood Green took the wormhole back to the sacred palace and brought Fang Shi to the sacred island. Not long after, Palace Master Wood Green returned to the sacred island. Brother Qin, can Senior Emperor Shao really save Xie? Star Sovereign had also caught up. She threw herself in front of Fang Qin and asked urgently, Don't worry, with Emperor Zhao's help, Xie will be fine. He naturally did not dare to tell Star Emperor that even Emperor Shao did not have full confidence. Wait here. I will take Xie to the Treasure Pagoda. Whoosh! Fang Qin took his daughter Fang Shi to the 3rd level of the Treasure Pagoda with ease. After checking Fang Shi's body, Emperor Zhao's face turned slightly solemn. Her all-fusion body has not been fully awakened, so her ability to resist the heart of the flame demon is a little weak. Emperor Shao said, If she cannot refine the heart of the flame demon, she will not live for more than 100 years. Emperor Shao, Fang Qin was a little anxious. Don't worry. Since I have promised to help you, I will not stand by and do nothing. Emperor Shao said, Leave her here. I will help her refine the heart of the flame demon. But because her all-fusion body is a little weak, she will need some supplementary materials. If he was at his peak, he would not need these. But now, Emperor Shao only existed in the form of a remnant thought. What kind of supplementary materials do you need? Feng Chen asked. Emperor Shao handed Feng Chen a list. There are a total of 81 materials on this list. 7 of them are rare materials. I don't think you can find them in the entire primordial chaos. Feng Chen looked at the list carefully. His face was solemn. But there should be some in the battlefield of gods. Emperor Shao looked at him leisurely. But the battlefield of gods is too dangerous. Now that the world has changed, those sleeping experts have awakened. With your strength, even if you enter the battlefield of gods, you may not be able to come out alive. Feng Chen put away the list. His eyes were filled with determination. For I will go even if it is dangerous. Feng Chen said, when can I use these materials? 50 years at the latest. You have to send all 81 materials to the treasure pagoda. Otherwise, if you delay, your daughter will die. Emperor Shao said. Feng Chen nodded. I will find all the materials within 50 years. During this time, I will have to trouble Emperor Shao to take care of Shir. With that, he turned and left the treasure pagoda. Coming out of the treasure pagoda, Feng Chen's heart was heavy. However, after seeing Star Emperor, he did not show it. Instead, he comforted Star Emperor. Don't worry. With Emperor Zhao's help, Xia will be fine. Then, Feng Chen walked to the side of Palace Master Mu Qing. Palace Master Mu Qing. Feng Chen showed the list to Palace Master Mu Qing. The latter looked solemn. Although these materials are rare, with the Sacred Palace's ability, we can find most of them. But the last 7, I will have to trouble Palace Master Mu Qing to search for them. As for the last 7, I will find a way myself. Feng Chen said. By the way, suddenly, Palace Master Mu Qing's eyes fell on one of the rare materials. I know where to find jade flame, golden sand. Where? Feng Chen was stunned. The Gu family. After leaving the sacred island, Feng Chen returned to the sacred region with Star Emperor. As for Palace Master Mu Qing, he helped Feng Chen search for the materials he needed. Greetings, City Lord. The first thing Feng Chen did after returning was to gather everyone in Divine Blood City. In the courtyard, Fire Demon True Emperor stood respectfully. How is the matter I asked you to do? Feng Chen asked. City Lord, in the past 3 years, Divine Blood City has gathered all the forces hidden in the dark. We're just waiting for the City Lord's order to step into the ancient region and destroy the Gu family, Fire Demon True Emperor said heroically. A long time ago, Divine Blood City was one of the top forces in the ancient chaos. At that time, under the leadership of the Bloodline Monarch, it was very powerful. But later on, the Bloodline Monarch disappeared and Divine Blood City went into seclusion. Fire Demon True Emperor and the others were unwilling to give up. They were waiting for the battle with the Gu family to make Divine Blood City shock the world again. Just as the Fire Demon True Lord was reporting to Feng Chen about the experts he had gathered, a series of hearty voices suddenly rang out. Boss, we are not late, right? Little Mouse and the others appeared at the same time. How could I miss such a lively event? The void flickered and the pure-blooded beast cub appeared. After sensing the powerful aura of the pure-blooded beast cub, Feng Chen was startled. By chance, I was recognized by the godly mountain of the demon race and completely activated my pure-blooded bloodline. Now, I am the king of the demon region, the pure-blooded beast cub said. This time, I brought all the higher-ups of the demon race. That son of a B***TCH, Gu family dared to attack Shaoxi. They deserve to die. Back then, he had trained with Feng Shi and got separated. After hearing what had happened to Feng Shi, he blamed himself. In the courtyard, everyone was shocked. You are the king of the demon race. Chapter 3354. After so many years, the strength of the brothers who had fought side by side with him had increased, especially the pure-blooded beast cub. Its strength had reached the level of a quasi-emperor and had become the king of the demon race. As expected of a pure-blooded descendant, Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. He looked around at his brothers and felt warmth in his heart. "Boss, when are we leaving?" Little Mouse asked anxiously. "No hurry. Let me go to the Sword Pavilion." After settling the pure-blooded beast cub and the people of Divine Blood City, Fang Chen went to the Sword Pavilion. After greeting the guardian elder, he went directly to the 4th floor of the Sword Pavilion. Whoosh! Seeing the 3 scrolls hanging on the wall, Fang Chen took a deep breath and his face gradually turned serious. The 3 Sword of Annihilation. Last time, Fang Chen had comprehended the apocalyptic first sword here, Annihilation. With his strength at that time, he could not fully comprehend it. It was not until he broke through to the boundary evolution realm that he realized how terrifying the 3 Sword of Annihilation was. Strictly speaking, the power of the 3 Sword of Annihilation had exceeded the power of an Emperor-level sword technique. This time, Fang Chen came to try and see if he could comprehend the 2nd Sword of Annihilation. Let's begin. Fang Chen adjusted his state of mind and sat cross-legged in front of the 2nd scroll. His divine sense spread out and instantly entered the 2nd picture scroll. The 2nd picture scroll was exactly the same as the 1st picture scroll. In front of a lush mountain stream, there was a towering mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. On top of that mountain peak, there was a waterfall that flowed down. Countless water droplets scattered in the air and fell freely. The various scenes of comprehending the 1st Sword of Annihilation appeared again. Fang Chen's body was filled with sword qi. Whoosh! He could not help but perform the 1st Sword of Annihilation. He suddenly raised his finger and powerful sword qi gathered at the tip of his finger, forming spots of light. Whoosh! 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 A wild wind blew past his face, and a cold aura hit him in the face. Fang Chen was as motionless as a bell. He stood in the gale and focused all his attention on his fingers. When the sword qi on his fingertip reached a certain level, he made his move. Crack! Almost in an instant, he lightly pointed his finger. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded across the sky. A frightening finger glow that carried an endless amount of power whizzed through the air and ruthlessly collided with the waterfall. Voila! The thick waterfall was forcefully split apart by the apocalyptic 1st sword. At the same time, the water droplets scattered in the air quickly formed a cylindrical defense, completely blocking the waterfall. As expected, after seeing this scene, Fang Chen confirmed his thoughts. A beam of light shot out from his eyes, penetrating the defense of the water droplets and looking into the waterfall. Inside the waterfall, the fluctuations caused by the sword qi of obliteration had caused great chaos. The waterfall seemed to be operating normally, but it was in complete chaos. I have comprehended the apocalyptic 1st sword and have gained experience. I have a natural advantage in comprehending the apocalyptic 2nd sword. After a long time, Fang Chen grinned and immediately closed his eyes to cultivate. The apocalyptic 2nd sword was called Chaos. When the sword was drawn, heaven and earth were in chaos and time was distorted. A few days later, sword qi soared into the sky in the 4th level of the Sword Pavilion. In the 2nd scroll, Fang Chen pointed his finger and the waterfall was instantly forcefully cut off. The cylindrical defense formed by countless water droplets was shattered and could not withstand Fang Chen's attack. Buzz! In the void, sword qi revolved and a loud sword cry resounded across the universe. The moment Fang Chen opened his eyes, the luster of the 2nd scroll disappeared and it instantly dimmed. I finally succeeded. Fang Chen stood up with a smile on his face. This time, comprehending the apocalyptic 2nd sword was much easier than he had expected. The apocalyptic 2nd sword contains a trace of the supreme power of laws. If I had not deciphered the Tao chessboard in the 3rd level of the 10,000 pagoda and comprehended a trace of the supreme power of laws, I would not have been able to comprehend it so easily. Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. At the same time, his heart was also filled with excitement. The power of the apocalyptic second sword was 10 times stronger than the apocalyptic first sword. The apocalyptic first sword already consumes a lot of energy, and I can barely use it 3 times in a row. As for the apocalyptic second sword, it is still very easy for me to use it once with my current strength. However, it will be very difficult to use it a second time, and it will even cause a backlash. Fang Chen murmured softly, "My battle strength has already reached the level of an invincible quasi-emperor. In addition to these 2 sword moves, no one in the ancient chaos will be a match for me." In fact, Fang Chen even had a feeling that if he attacked with all his strength, he could even escape unscathed from a god realm ruler. Of course, until now, he had not fought with a true god realm ruler. Therefore, he did not know what a god realm ruler was capable of and did not dare to jump to conclusions. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the 3rd scroll. After a long time, he sighed and gently shook his head. The supreme power of the apocalyptic 3rd sword is too tyrannical. I can't comprehend it with my current strength. It would be a waste of time to continue comprehending it. Fang Chen simply gave up and left the sword pavilion. The news of the Sacred Palace's 11th Palace Master was officially born, swept across the ancient chaos like a hurricane. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. As the Palace Master, Fang Chen was leading the army to the ancient region. Palace Master Fang, the Gu clan's actions against the Sacred Palace have clearly violated the rules of the human race. This battle is between the Sacred Palace and the Gu clan. Palace Master Mu Qing said, "This time there are 2 Palace Masters overseeing the Sacred Palace. The remaining 8 of us will go to the ancient region with you." "Many thanks." Fang Chen clasped his fists. Although Palace Master Mu Qing said it was a battle between the Sacred Palace and the Gu clan, it was actually because of Fang Chen. He turned around and looked at the mighty army. Standing at the front was a good brother, who had once fought side by side with him. The 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, the king of the monster race, the experts of Divine Blood City, Qing Ho and Barbarian had all come. Barbarian had now become the new domain master of the Barbarian domain with the help of his master. Qing Ho, on the other hand, had relied on his strong potential in the Tao of puppetry to make continuous breakthroughs and become a renowned puppeteer grandmaster in the ancient chaos. This battle is a battle to the death. Fang Chen looked at everyone and said, "The Gu clan has been in the ancient chaos for countless years. Its foundation is so deep that even the Sacred Palace does not dare to act rashly. I can imagine that this battle will be a fierce one. Once it's over, some of us will definitely die. So," after a pause, Fang Chen continued, "I won't force you. If you want to withdraw, it's not too late. Once they reach the ancient domain, there would be no chance." "We'll advance and retreat with you, boss," the little mouse roared. "Avenge little she. The monster race will not retreat," the pure-blooded beast cub said coldly. He represented the monster race of the monster race. Behind him, the 3 monster lords of the monster race were filled with murderous intent. They could not wait to fight. "We're brothers. Even if we die, we'll die together." The barbarian held a huge axe, while Qingho was playing with a thumb-sized puppet in his palm. Their attitudes made everything clear. Our Divine Blood City will not tolerate the Gu clan's invasion. The City Lord's revenge is our revenge. In this battle, our Divine Blood City will fight with our last breath. Roars shook the sky in the Sacred Palace Square. Seeing this scene, Fang Chen bit his lip and nodded heavily. "Let's go." The wormhole opened, and Fang Chen took the lead to enter. The others followed in a single file. Ancient domain, Gu clan's residence. In a courtyard, the atmosphere was very solemn. The many experts of the Gu clan, led by Gu Ku, sat on stone benches, not saying a word. After a long time, someone broke the silence. After Fang Chan returned from the sacred island, he gathered his forces. "Not long ago, we received news that they entered the wormhole. They should be in the ancient domain by now," the quasi-emperor in red said. "Divine Blood City, and the monster race of the monster race of the monster race are just a mob. They pose no real threat to our Gu clan, the Quasi-Emperor in red said. What we need to pay attention to are the Quasi-Emperors. So far, the Gu clan had received news that the Sacred Palace's 8 Quasi-Emperors, Feng Qin, and the Star Emperor had come to suppress the Gu clan. These were the strongest experts of the Sacred Palace's camp. You've overlooked one person, Goku said. Everyone's gazes fell on him in unison. The monster race's king, Goku said. He's just a newly ascended Quasi-Emperor. There's nothing to be afraid of, the Quasi-Emperor in red said. You've forgotten that he has a pureblood bloodline. He's the only pureblood descendant in the Age of Chaos, Goku said coldly. So what? Since they dare to suppress our Gu clan, they must all die. The Quasi-Emperor in red waved his hand and said in an imposing manner, This battle is an important battle for our Gu clan to unify the ancient chaos. Since they've come, we'll kill them all. Goku stood up and looked up at the dark sky. Have you prepared the things I asked you to prepare? Don't worry, the Great Array has been set up. It can be activated at any time, the Quasi-Emperor in red said. Goku stood with his hands behind his back and turned to look at the others. The Gu clan cannot be humiliated. Let's go all out in this battle. Our Gu clan can bear all the consequences, Goku said. Everyone was puzzled. Goku added, Not long ago, Ancestor Gu Feng woke up, but he's trapped in a dangerous place in the God's Fall battlefield. He sent me a message saying that it won't be long before he comes out of the dangerous place and returns to the Gu clan. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Is that true? If Ancestor Gu Feng returns, our Gu clan will definitely unify the world. After the initial shock, everyone was pleasantly surprised. Buzz. Dark clouds gathered in the sky and thunder rumbled. Crack! Thick bolts of lightning swooped down and bombarded the ancient region. The void tore open, and everyone slowly walked out of the wormhole. A majestic aura swept through the ancient region. Everyone felt an unprecedented pressure. On this day, dark clouds covered the sky above the ancient region. The Quasi-Emperors had arrived. Chapter 33:55. Outside the Gu clan city, on the barren land, a black mass of figures suddenly appeared. The person in the lead was Feng Qin, whose name shook the ancient chaos. Beside him, Star Emperor, Reincarnation Sword Emperor, and the others stood side by side. An earth-shattering violent aura swept over, causing all the martial artists in the ancient region to feel their hearts palpitate. Their bodies involuntarily trembled as they prostrated themselves on the ground, their primordial spirits trembling. They're here. Goku stood with his hands behind his back, leading the Gu clan's upper echelons to stand on the city wall and look into the distance. In the distant horizon, dust billowed as a majestic aura swept over. We didn't manage to kill this guy last time. This time, we'll make sure he doesn't return, red-robed Quasi-Emperor said fiercely. Feng Chen's potential was too great. Moreover, the Sacred Palace had obviously nurtured him as the leader of the human race. They would definitely use all their resources to help him cultivate. If he was given enough time to grow, he would definitely pose a great threat to the Gu clan. Thinking of this, the Gu clan's people looked at each other, their eyes filled with killing intent. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. As they approached the Gu clan city, Feng Chan waved his hand, indicating for the army to stop. May I know why you've come to the ancient region? Goku was the first to speak. Humph! Feng Chan snorted coldly. I've said that I'll definitely avenge my daughter. You've gone too far. Goku frowned. Your daughter was clearly captured by the World Devastator Demon Emperor, but now you're blaming the Gu clan? Do you really think that the Gu clan is a pushover that you can bully? My daughter was only in love with a younger generation member of the Gu clan, but she was forcefully captured by you. At that time, the Gu clan promised me that you wouldn't harm a single hair on my daughter's head. But what happened in the end? Fang Qin questioned. You watched as the world devastator demon emperor took my daughter away, but you didn't do anything. Even when Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were preparing to head to the demon domain to support me, it was the Gu clan's experts who stopped them. The grudge between Fang Qin and the Gu clan was too deep. It was impossible to explain it in a few words. Palace, Head Woodgreen. Gu Ku no longer paid any attention to Fang Qin. Instead, he looked at Palace Master Woodgreen and asked, Is this the intention of your sacred palace? Fang Qin is the 11th palace, Lord of the Sacred Palace. He can represent the Sacred Palace. Palace Master Woodgreen's intentions were clear. The Sacred Palace was the one who had sent the army to the ancient region. So the Sacred Palace is determined to wage war with my Gu clan? Gu Ku shrugged his shoulders and sneered. Don't forget that the Sacred Palace is the core of the human race and bears the heavy responsibility of reviving the human race. However, you've come to encircle my Gu clan in the name of the Sacred Palace? Old bastard, you're really shameless. Your Gu clan has to bear the main responsibility for little Xi's current state. Let's cut the crap. Will your Gu clan members commit suicide, or do you want us to destroy your Gu clan by force? Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out. The gazes of the Gu family members fell upon the pure-blooded beast cub. Humph! Where did this wild demon come from? How dare you spout nonsense in front of my Gu clan? As he spoke, the red-robed quasi-emperor's figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the pure-blooded beast cub. Die! He stretched out his large hand and executed the Gu clan's secret technique, slamming his palm toward the pure-blooded beast cub. Boom! The latter stood still and used its physical body to withstand the red-robed quasi-emperor's attack. Bang! When the red-robed quasi-emperor's palm struck the pure-blooded beast cub, he immediately felt a strong resistance. He was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. However, it was too late. The pure-blooded beast cub had already attacked. Bang! Everyone only saw a scarlet phantom before they heard a loud bang. The red-robed quasi-emperor's body crashed heavily onto the city wall. How can this be? The Gu clan members were shocked. They looked at the pure-blooded beast cub with a grave expression. The so-called experts of the Gu clan are only SOSO. The pure-blooded beast cub patted its clothes and said disdainfully, Sir, my Gu clan has always had close relations with the demon domain. Does the demon domain want to interfere in the battle between my Gu clan and the Sacred Palace? Gu Ku looked at the pure-blooded beast cub and said in a low voice. In his heart, he was also wondering who this fellow was and why he felt so pressured. The Gu clan does not have any enmity with the demon race, but there is enmity with me, the pure-blooded beast cub said. Gu Ku was about to speak, but was interrupted by the 3 demon lords. It is the new king of the demon race and represents the entire demon race. Hearing this, Gu Ku and the others were shocked. They looked at the pure-blooded beast cub in surprise. The red-robed quasi-emperor got up and shook his head with a bitter smile. He had thought that this fellow was just an ordinary demon. Who would have thought that it was the new king of the demon race? Damn it! The Gu clan members clenched their fists and felt a little depressed. The opponent that the Gu clan was facing this time was too strong. It would be very difficult for them to get through this crisis safely. The Sacred Palace, Divine Blood City, the demon race, and the demon Fang Qin. In short, this was the biggest crisis for the Gu clan. Once they got through it, unifying the ancient chaos would no longer be a fantasy. But if they failed, then the Gu clan, everyone act according to the plan. Gu Ku said, I will stop Fang Qin. As for the other quasi-emperors, you guys go and stop them. As for the domain masters, leave them to the death warriors. Fight, fight to the death. Anyone who dares to challenge the Gu clan will be killed without mercy. Rumble. Waves of angry roars came from the Gu clan city. Led by Gu Ku, many experts released their powerful auras and rushed toward Fong Qin and the others. Kill! Fong Qin stroked the hidden star sword and licked his dry lips. He said eerily for sheer. As his voice fell, he became one with his sword and turned into a long rainbow. He shuttled through the void and rushed toward the Gu clan city. Die! With a flip of his hand, Gu Ku blocked Fong Qin. The two of them instantly engaged in an intense battle. Kid, I have to admit that you are the demon with the strongest potential I have ever seen. But today, you will die without a burial place. In the short exchange, Gu Ku felt Fong Qin's powerful strength. His heart skipped a beat, which made him even more eager to kill Fong Qin. Fong Qin, I will leave Gu Ku to you. Leave the others to us, Palace Master Mu Qing said. He led the reincarnation Sword Emperor and the others to kill the other quasi-emperors of the Gu clan. Buzz! Starlight flickered as a graceful figure charged into the crowd of the Gu clan at an unimaginable speed. Pucci! There was a dagger in her hand. Every time she waved the dagger, a person would fall into a pool of blood. Your opponent is me. After killing 5 domain masters, the red-robed quasi-emperor finally arrived and stopped the Star Emperor. You are the Star Emperor? The red-robed quasi-emperor said eerily. I have long heard of the Star Emperor's name. Today, I would like to see if you live up to your name. Boom! The Star Emperor and the red-robed quasi-emperor fought. Not far away, the reincarnation Sword Emperor used the reincarnation sword technique. Continuous sword light blasted out, and the quasi-emperors of the Gu clan could not resist at all and were forced to retreat. A battle between quasi-emperors caused too much commotion. The entire ancient region was shaken. A battle between domain masters would cause less commotion but more ferocious. Kill them all. The domain masters, led by the Divine Blood City, and the demon clan fell into a frenzy. There were domain masters falling into a pool of blood every moment. At the highest point of the sky, Fong Qin held the hidden star sword and used the 11th move of the invincible sword technique, Dao Luo sword. Buzz! A sword light that contained supreme laws shot out from the hidden star sword. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. It arrived in front of Gu Ku at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Gu Ku was shocked. He did not expect Fong Qin's comprehension of supreme laws to have reached such a level. Ancient annihilation secret technique. He did not hesitate to use the 6th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique. Kacha! 6 layers of superimposed power gathered together to block the Dao Luo sword. When the two forces collided, there was a shocking explosion. If you had comprehended this move in the previous battle, I might have lost to you. Gu Ku sneered. Back then, he used a lot of energy to use the 6th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique. As for the 7th level, he could only barely use it. However, it was different now. He had mastered the 8th level and could use the 7th level as he wished. Although your sword technique is strong, my ancient annihilation secret technique has also reached a higher level. Ha ha ha! You are destined to die in my hands today. After saying that, Gu Ku used the 7th level of the ancient annihilation secret technique. The power of 7 layers condensed into a huge ball. It seemed to be able to destroy the world and crushed the Dao Luo sword. Thump! 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 Fong Qin took a few steps back. Although the Dao Luo sword is strong, without the support of the Shui Luo secret technique, it will not be able to threaten Gu Ku. Fong Qin muttered. He was confident in his own strength. A mere Gu Ku was not enough for him to use his trump card, the ancient annihilation sword. Just as Fong Qin was thinking, he suddenly felt a shocking force coming from below. He looked down instinctively. That is, an army suddenly appeared in front of the Gu family city. There were a total of 100 people in the army, and they gave off an aura of death. All of them were expressionless, and they looked like walking corpses. Boom! 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 After the army appeared, they entered the battlefield of the Domain Masters. Poof! The Domain Master closest to the Gu family city was in the middle of an intense battle. He did not manage to dodge in time and was killed by one of the soldiers in the army. One punch, just one punch, had killed an expert of the same level. This scene shocked everyone. "They don't have primordial spirits," someone exclaimed. "Men of sacrifice." Palace Master Mu Qing recognized the army. The Gu family actually used such evil means to create men of sacrifice. They deserve to die. The Gu family is really vicious. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor squinted his eyes. With the addition of the men of sacrifice, no one in the Domain Master's battlefield could defeat them. The experts of Divine Blood City and the demon race could not resist at all. "It's the men of sacrifice." Fong Qin frowned. The process of creating men of sacrifice at the Domain Master level was very complicated, and the price was too high. Most importantly, their methods were too evil. If they were discovered, they would be despised. He did not expect the Gu family to have cultivated 100 men of sacrifice over the years. With the addition of the men of sacrifice, there was almost no suspense in the Domain Master's battlefield. Chapter 3356. With the addition of the Death Warrior Army, no one in the Domain Lord battlefield could match them. The experts of Divine Blood City and the Yao race were unable to resist. "It's the Death Warrior Army." Fong Qin frowned. The process of creating a Domain Lord level Death Warrior was extremely complicated, and the price was too high. Most importantly, their methods were too evil. If they were discovered, they would be despised. Who would have thought that the Gu family had managed to create 100 Death Warrior Army over the years? With the addition of the Death Warrior Army, there was no suspense in the Domain Lord battlefield. Fong Qin clenched his fists, the killing intent in his eyes growing. Death Warriors were different from human cultivators. They didn't have a Yuan spirit and didn't have any intelligence. They were like walking corpses, just puppets. It was extremely difficult to create a Domain Lord level Death Warrior. A single Domain Lord level Death Warrior was already shocking enough. And now, the Gu family had taken out an army of 100 at once. The addition of the Death Warrior Army changed the situation of the Domain Lord battlefield. Miserable cries rang out incessantly. Countless cultivators died under the Death Warrior Army. The Domain Lord level Death Warriors didn't have any perception and didn't feel any pain. As long as they didn't scatter, they would continue to attack. In a corner of the Domain Lord battlefield, a barbarian wielded a battle axe. His body released a wild energy as he chopped down at one of the Death Warriors. Kacha! After the battle axe hit, a deep mark appeared on the Death Warrior's body. After a slight pause, the Death Warrior attacked again. The barbarian's body was sent flying. Careful! Not far away, Qing Ho saw this scene and shouted. Then, with a tap of his foot, he leaped and arrived in front of the barbarian. Xiao! At this moment, the Death Warrior's attack neared the barbarian. Qing Ho didn't panic. He flicked his finger, and a bright light shot out. This light contained a strange energy. In the blink of an eye, it hit the Death Warrior. Roar! The men of sacrifice raised their heads and roared. They wanted to destroy the light, but they failed. The light entered the Death Warrior's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Crack! In the next second, the menacing men of sacrifice suddenly showed signs of internal damage. Then the power in their bodies exploded, and their entire bodies started to fester. Voila! A Death Warrior collapsed on the battlefield. This scene attracted the attention of many people. It's Grandmaster Qing Ho. Suddenly, someone recognized Qing Ho and shouted. Qing Ho's attainments in puppetry had already reached an unimaginable level. Although Domain Lord level Death Warriors were very strong, in his eyes they were full of flaws. Everyone, I have a way to deal with the men of sacrifice, but I need your help. Qing Ho went straight to the point as the situation was urgent. Grandmaster Qing Ho, if you have any instructions, just let me know. At such a crucial moment, as long as the Death Warrior Legion was destroyed, they would be able to lead the battle to victory. Therefore, they agreed to Qing Ho's request without any hesitation. Everyone, please join forces and fight with the Death Warriors. I will take the opportunity to defeat them one by one, Qing Ho said in a deep voice. Boom! After a brief silence on the Domain Lord level battlefield, a violent aura once again erupted. The Death Warrior Legion looked down on everyone. As soon as they appeared, they began a merciless slaughter of the Sacred Palace cultivators. But now, the Domain Lord level experts of Divine Blood City and the demon race were fighting with their lives. Kill! Qing Ho hid in the void and acted according to the situation. Every time he attacked, a Death Warrior would collapse. Bang, bang, bang. In just a few minutes, more than a dozen Death Warriors had died at the hands of Qing Ho. Kill him for me. The Gu clan leader also discovered how terrifying Qing Ho was. His dark eyes stared at Qing Ho, who was shuttling back and forth on the battlefield, and he suddenly pointed his finger and roared, "Kill!" The many Death Warriors who received the order all closed in on Qing Ho. Get lost! The barbarian stood in front of Qing Ho and waved his battle axe with all his strength. I'll block them. You find an opening, the barbarian said in a low voice. At the same time, the Fire Demon True Monarch and the others from Divine Blood City also blocked Qing Ho in the middle, not allowing the Death Warriors to attack him. Whoosh! With everyone's help, Qing Ho was like a fish in water. He shuttled through the battlefield again and again. As time passed, Death Warriors died under his attacks one after another. Gradually, the situation on the Domain Lord level battlefield changed. More than half of the Gu clan's Death Warriors were dead or injured. The remaining Death Warriors could no longer withstand the fierce attacks of Divine Blood City and the demon race. In the sky, Fang Chen, who was fighting with Guku, smiled when he saw Qing Ho stand out. With Brother Qing Ho here, a mere Death Warrior Legion is nothing to be afraid of. Then he raised his head and looked at Guku. The latter's face was gloomy and ferocious. It's time to end the battle, Fang Chen said softly. Then he activated the Shui Luo secret technique. His aura kept rising, and so did his cultivation level. When his aura reached the level of a boundary emperor, he slashed out with a hidden star sword in his hand. The 11th move of the invincible sword art, Dao Luo Sword. Once again he used the Dao Luo Sword. However, its power was much stronger than before. Kacha! Sword light flashed and slashed at Guku. The latter moved his body and used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 7. 1. The power of the 7 stacked layers circulated wildly and wrapped around Guku's body, barely blocking Fang Chen's Dao Luo sword. Humph, I've blocked your strongest sword art. Now it's my turn to attack. After saying that, Guku used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Boom! The 8 layers of power formed 8 rays of light in the sky. The terrifying power continued to stack, causing the entire ancient domain to tremble. Oh my God, what kind of power is this? It's too strong. This power has already surpassed the level of a boundary emperor. Ancient Annihilation secret technique. This is the Ancient Annihilation secret technique. While everyone was in shock, Guku used the Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Last time, you blocked my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 7. This time, I'd like to see how you block my Ancient Annihilation secret technique, level 8. Guku sneered as if the battle had already ended. He waved his hand, and the power that surrounded him was like a storm, blasting towards Fang Chen. The power of 8 layers is really strong. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and said eerily, "However, this move alone is not enough to stop me." The Ancient Annihilation, first sword, Annihilation. Suddenly, a peerless sword light swooped down from the sky and split ancient domain into two. A terrifying sword Dao aura crazily gathered in the peerless sword light. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield trembled in fear. The reincarnation Sword Emperor was stunned. His eyes were filled with surprise. Ancient annihilation sword art? The reincarnation Sword Emperor murmured. Pucci! The peerless sword light carried boundless power as it swooped down and violently collided with the ancient annihilation secret technique, level 8. Kacha! The ancient annihilation secret technique did not have any resistance and instantly collapsed. The terrifying sword chi affected Goku, and the latter's body flew out like a kite. Pucci! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He shook his head frantically, unable to accept the scene in front of him. How can this be? How can he block my ancient annihilation secret technique, level 8? After cultivating bitterly for many years, he had finally reached level 8 of the ancient annihilation secret technique. Goku thought that he was invincible among the boundary emperors. However, he was now easily defeated by Fang Chen. That sword art just now. Goku's mind flashed with the shocking sword, and his primordial spirit trembled. What sword art is that? Why is it so powerful? When he saw Fang Chen's sword art, a trace of fear appeared in Goku's heart. Damn it! He lowered his head and glanced at the battlefield below. At this moment, the Gu family was at a complete disadvantage. The death army that the Gu family was so proud of was almost completely wiped out. I can't accept this. Goku shouted crazily as the power in his body was released wildly. I have said that the Gu family will be destroyed today. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stood in the void like a god of war, giving off an extremely shocking visual effect. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Goku regained his senses, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. You want to destroy my Gu family? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Goku waved his hand and roared into the sky. You forced me to do this. Suddenly, an extremely powerful force surged out from his palms. Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique, Level 9. Boom, boom, boom. The Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique was the Gu family's strongest secret technique, and it was also a secret technique that the Gu family was proud of. Since ancient times, only the ancestors of the Gu family had reached Level 9. However, Goku had now forcefully displayed Level 9. Buzz! Purple flames surged from his head, and his primordial spirit danced above the flames. Traces of blood essence were injected into the flames, causing the flames to shine even brighter. Burning blood essence to activate Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique? Fang Chen muttered. Fang Chen, be careful! The Reincarnation Sword Emperor was the first to react. He shouted loudly to remind Fang Chen. Retreat quickly! Palace Masterwood Green and the others kept retreating. The battle below stopped instantly, and everyone was frantically retreating. This was because they could feel the terrifying power of Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Not good. Goku is forcefully displaying Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. The power of Level 9 is too strong. If he is not careful, he will be doomed eternally. He might even destroy the entire ancient region. Fang Chen's strength has exceeded our expectations. Our Gu family has no other choice now. Many experts of the Gu family looked at Goku anxiously. At this moment, the latter's strength had soared to the extreme. Emperor Realm? Fang Chen felt an unprecedented pressure. Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique was comparable to an Emperor Realm Dominator. Fang Chen, I want you to die. Goku was also severely injured after forcefully displaying Level 9 of the Ancient Annihilation Secret Technique. Burning his blood essence and soul path power had also damaged his internal organs. Even if he did not die, he would need a long time to recover. Chapter 33:57. In the sky, the 9 suns were extremely dazzling. Each sun contained a scorching power, and there was a golden line in the sky that was faintly discernible. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the golden line was ingeniously connecting the 9 suns together. 1. Goku raised his hands, and a vast power surged from his sleeves. The 9 suns floated in the sky, forming a complicated pattern. His hands held the pattern, 9 layers superimposed, invincible. When his hands came into contact with the golden threads, the 9 suns began to spin rapidly. They revolved around his hands, forming a terrifying spatial storm. Rip! The spatial storm was filled with scorching flames that seemed to be able to burn the sky. It was frightening. That is, Fang Qin raised his eyebrows. He saw the supreme power of the rules in the scorching flames. Ancient Annihilation Secret Skill, Stellar Transposition. When the sky was burned by the flames and a crack appeared, Goku roared again. He stomped his feet, and his entire body was surrounded by a spatial storm as he charged towards Fang Qin. Rumble! Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Fang Qin and Goku disappeared into the sky. That is, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others were the first to react. Virtual battlefield. They have entered the virtual battlefield. Reincarnation, Sword Emperor muttered, his face a little gloomy. The virtual battlefield was the true chaotic void, where the spatial turbulence was. Fighting in such a dangerous place, once one was injured, there was a high chance of death. Can Fang Qin withstand it? That was the 9th layer of the ancient Annihilation Secret Skill, and its power was unprecedented. Even Palace Master Woodgreen and the others did not dare to face it head-on. But it was useless to think about it now. They could only pray that Fang Qin could withstand the 9 layers superimposed power of the ancient Annihilation Secret Skill. The City Lord will definitely defeat Goku. Everyone in Divine Blood City was confident in Fang Qin. This is the most critical moment. We must not let anyone disturb the City Lord. Fire Demon, True Lord said. Kill everyone from the Gu family and welcome the City Lord's victory. True Lord Water, True Lord said. As soon as he finished speaking, the strong cultivators of Divine Blood City released a powerful energy. They attacked at lightning speed. Kill! The Fire Demon, True Lord took the lead and punched out. Scorching flames burned the sky and enveloped the body of the Gu clan's domain lord who was closest to him. Scram! The domain master of the Gu family struggled with all his might, roaring in anger. Hiss, hiss, hiss! However, at that moment, a pillar of water descended from the sky and merged with the scorching flames. It formed a terrifying storm that minced his primordial spirit into pieces. Crack! The area master of the Gu clan was unable to resist at all and was instantly killed. Ha ha ha, it's been so many years, but you're still so familiar with each other. True Monarch Fire Demon turned to look at True Monarch Water and laughed. Continue. Perfected Lord Fire Demon and Perfected Lord Water Source joined forces and started a massacre. The 2 completely different energies merged and formed a terrifying storm. No one below Quasi-Emperor could match it. In the blink of an eye, several domain lords had died. This scene attracted the attention of the Quasi-Emperors of the Gu clan. Kill them. The Quasi-Emperor in red punched out and forced his opponent to retreat. Then his figure flashed and appeared in front of Perfected Lord Fire Demon at lightning speed. Die for me! The Quasi-Emperor in red used his strongest attack, wanting to kill Perfected Lord Fire Demon as quickly as possible. However, at that moment, a blood-red light appeared. Whoosh! The blood-red light soared into the sky and formed a blood-red armor in front of Perfected Lord Fire Demon. It easily blocked the Quasi-Emperor in red's attack. Old thing, I'm your opponent. A disdainful voice was heard. Then, A storm of attacks erupted from the pure-blood beast cub's hands. Damn it! The Quasi-Emperor in red was furious and immediately engaged in a fierce battle with the pure-blood beast cub. Buzz! The pure-blooded beast cub's robes fluttered as an extremely terrifying bloodline power emanated from it. Everyone's heads were trembling. This was the pressure from the bloodline. Many of the Gu clan's experts were trembling. Pucci! Taking advantage of the moment when the Quasi-Emperor in red was distracted, the pure-blood beast cub attacked and activated the sky-piercing stone pillar to strike the Quasi-Emperor in red. Kacha! The Quasi-Emperor in red's body exploded and his primordial spirit quickly escaped. Die! The pure-blood beast cub flicked its finger, and a stream of scarlet blood shot out. It shot into the Quasi-Emperor's primordial spirit light ball at lightning speed. Ah! Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The Quasi-Emperor in red's primordial spirit instantly shattered. A mere primordial spirit wants to resist my pure-blood bloodline. The pure-blood beast cub sneered. At the same time that the Quasi-Emperor in red died, the other Quasi-Emperors of the Gu clan were also severely injured. Star Emperor. Somewhere in the Quasi-Emperor battlefield, a miserable cry resounded through the sky. Pucci! Starlight flickered, and a star from the 9 heavens fell and exploded beside the Quasi-Emperor of the Gu clan. The latter tried his best, but still couldn't resist the power of the star's explosion. Whoosh! The Star Emperor waved her white palm and used her ultimate technique, the Heavenly Star Hand. Tens of thousands of palms suddenly appeared in the void. Every palm had a twinkling star in it. Die! There wasn't a trace of pity on the Star Emperor's face, only anger. Bang! Thousands of palms all landed on the Quasi-Emperor of the Gu clan. The latter didn't even have time to send out a distress signal before he was completely killed. In addition, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others also displayed the powerful means of the veteran Quasi-Emperors and defeated their opponents one after another. In an instant, the Gu clan fell into a state of utter defeat. More than half of their Quasi-Emperors fell and were almost wiped out. On the battlefield of those below the Quasi-Emperor level, the Gu clan was even more powerless to fight back. The cooperation of Qing Ho and the barbarians, as well as the experts of Divine Blood City, was a force that made the entire ancient chaos tremble. When they joined forces, they looked down on everyone. 15 minutes later, the battle finally came to an end. The Gu clan experts suffered heavy casualties, and only a few Quasi-Emperors survived and escaped into the Gu clan city. Buzz! Around the Gu clan city, the aura of a ray soared into the sky. A powerful array instantly appeared and completely shrouded the Gu clan city. Seeing this scene, the sacred palace side did not pursue. Everyone's eyes were on the void battlefield in the sky. I wonder how Fangchen is doing. It's been 15 minutes, and he hasn't come out yet? The Samsara Sword Emperor frowned. Beside him, the Star Emperor was extremely anxious. In the Gu clan city, the surviving Quasi-Emperors were at a loss. It's over. The Gu clan is completely finished. He shook his head frantically, unwilling to accept reality. No, Ancestor Gu Feng has not appeared yet. As long as he returns, the Gu clan will have hope. Although the Gu clan seemed to be in a desperate situation, everyone was waiting. As long as their strongest battle force, Gu Ku, was still alive and killed Fangchen, then they would win this battle. We must kill him. In the Gu clan city, everyone was praying. At this moment, in the void battlefield, Fangchen was surrounded by nothingness. Even the supreme power of laws seemed very chaotic, with spatial turbulence appearing from time to time. A terrifying black hole was crazily devouring the power in the void battlefield. Buzz! After a short tremor, the void battlefield gradually calmed down. Smoke filled the air, proving that a fierce battle had occurred not long ago. In the thick smoke, a figure stood tall and straight. Beside him, there was a long sword stabbed into the ground. Sword Qi soared into the sky like a dragon. There was a look of fatigue on his face. His eyes were like a shuttle as he looked forward. Not far away, Guku was lying on the ground in a sorry state. His bones were shattered, his internal organs were damaged, and his primordial spirit was broken. His vitality was gradually fading. He lifted his head with great difficulty. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Fang Chen. How is this possible? He was filled with unwillingness. The 9th level of the ancient extermination secret technique was displayed, and his attack power was comparable to that of an Emperor realm sovereign. However, in the void battlefield, he was defeated by Fang Chen with a single sword strike. That sword, in his mind he recalled the shocking sword strike that Fang Chen had displayed. It was incomparably shocking. Pucci! His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was even paler, as expected of the ancient extermination secret technique. The power of 9 layers is really strong. Looking at the wound on his arm, Fang Chen could not help but sigh. If not for the ancient extermination second sword, the one who would have died would have been me. Fang Chen muttered. It was difficult to block the power of 9 layers with just the ancient extermination first sword. After arriving at the void battlefield, he immediately displayed the ancient extermination second sword. Just one sword had consumed 70% of his strength. This sword had not only blocked the power of the 9th level of the ancient extermination secret technique, but it had also severely injured Guku. Fang Chen pulled out the hidden star sword from the ground and walked towards Guku. The latter suddenly laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha, I never thought that Guku would end up like this. Then he changed the topic. Humph. Do you think that you can destroy my Gu family just because you defeated me? Guku went crazy. My Gu family's foundation is not something you can imagine. You will definitely die if you dare to destroy my Gu family. Fang Chen shrugged. Guku was still stubborn even at this stage. Don't worry. After I kill you, I will destroy the Gu family with my own hands. Fang Chen said. When he thought of how his daughter's strength had been absorbed by the flame demon's heart, he hated the Gu family. Swoosh! Just as Fang Chen was thinking, Guku's body suddenly flickered. He burned his blood essence and escaped from the void battlefield. Trying to leave? Seeing this, the corner of Fang Chen's lips curled up. He coldly laughed and chased after him. Outside the Gu family city, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others were waiting for the result of the battle. Suddenly, the illusory battlefield collapsed, and a figure shot out from it. That is, Guku. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others exclaimed, and their faces darkened. Where is Fang Chen? Reincarnation, Sword Emperor asked in a low voice. The mood of Star Emperor and the others instantly turned gloomy. In the Gu family city, everyone was cheering. Ha ha ha, Lord Guku has won. My Gu family has turned the situation around. Guku was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was above the Gu family city. Quick, open the array and let Lord Guku in. The Gu family experts shouted. No, Brother Chun will be fine. Star Emperor shook his head, his eyes red. Look, Guku seems to be escaping. Ancestor of the void battlefield suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's gaze turned towards Guku in unison. Only now did they clearly see that the latter's entire body was covered in blood. His aura was weak and his life force was dissipating. Could it be? A bold idea appeared in everyone's mind. At this moment, Chapter 3358. The demonic sword light emitted the power of an emperor-level sovereign. As the sword slashed down, it was as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas, instantly slicing through the void. At this moment, the Gu clan's great city barrier array had already opened up a gap, ready to let Guku in. However, this sudden change completely destroyed the last glimmer of hope in the hearts of the Gu clan members. Not good. Quickly close the array. Within the Gu clan city, All the cultivators could feel how terrifying the sword light that descended from the sky was. They roared in the depths of their hearts. The surviving Boundary Emperor roared crazily. At the same time, he controlled the array, wanting to close it immediately. Lord Guku, quickly come in. At this moment, Guku's body was covered in blood. His face was pale, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He was only a step away from the Great City Barrier Array. No, I can't die. Guku's head was a little dizzy. However, he endured the injuries on his body and burned his blood essence. His speed suddenly soared. Swoosh! In a flash, Guku's body disappeared into the Gu Clan city. At the same time, the Great City Barrier Array was instantly closed. A terrifying array aura filled the air, forming an extremely powerful defense. Boom, boom, boom. The gazes of Palace Master Muqing and the others were completely attracted by the giant sword that descended from the sky. They saw that the giant sword carried an unparalleled sword aura as it slashed down on the Great City Barrier Array above the Gu Clan city. It's useless. The Great City Barrier Array of the Gu Clan was personally created by our ancestor. It can withstand an attack from an emperor-level sovereign. A mere boundary realm cultivator can forget about breaking it. The boundary emperor of the Gu Clan supported the severely injured Guku. Cold killing intent shot out from his eyes as he spoke eerily. Boom! The giant sword slashed down on the Great City Barrier Array, causing the latter to shake violently. However, in just a moment, the giant sword completely dissipated and the Great City Barrier Array returned to normal. It had been blocked. Many of the cultivators in the Gu Clan city revealed excited smiles. The Great City Barrier Array had blocked Fang Chen's attack. This also meant that the Gu Clan had escaped a calamity. Humph! So what if you have defeated Lord Guku? How can you imagine the power of the Gu Clan? Just you wait. The Gu Clan will definitely take revenge. Many people in the city said indignantly, "Activate the altar." Guku opened his mouth with great difficulty and said a single sentence. Lord Guku. The surrounding people were very puzzled. The Great City Barrier Array had already blocked the attack of the giant sword. So why did they still need to activate the altar? Our Gu Clan has already stabilized the situation. Although Lord Guku has been defeated, it is impossible for them to destroy our sacred palace, the surviving quasi-emperor said. Once the altar is activated, my Gu family, there's no time. Guku roared as he grabbed the collar of this quasi-emperor and spoke with a ferocious expression. In his mind, Fang Chen's shocking sword move appeared. He's too strong. Unless the ancestor personally comes, no one can stop him. It was because he had personally experienced the tyrannical power of Fang Chen's apocalyptic second sword that he requested to activate the altar. This was because he knew that just relying on the Great City Barrier Array was not the slightest bit safe. Once the Great City protecting formation was broken, his Gu Clan would definitely perish. 1. The Gu Clan experts used their blood to activate the altar. In the center of the city, there was a black altar. At this time, there were countless drops of blood on the altar. These drops of blood contained the purest Gu Clan bloodline. Lord Guku, the altar has been activated. Someone quickly ran over to report. Hearing this, Guku heaved a sigh of relief. There was a trace of blood on his dry lips. For the next time, do your best to stop the Sacred Palace's counterattack, Guku ordered. In the sky, after the giant sword dissipated, a figure slowly appeared. It's Fang Chen. The reincarnation Sword Emperor was the first to see Fang Chen. He shouted loudly. The many palace masters of the Sacred Palace, including Palace Master Muqing, also revealed excited smiles on their faces. I knew that Brother Chen would be fine. Star Emperor's face was filled with joy. My good brother. Barbarian and Qing, who were extremely excited. At this time, Fang Chen stepped on the void, like a god of war, and slowly walked toward the Gu Clan city. The moment they saw Fang Chen, Everyone already knew the result of the virtual battlefield. Their hearts were in turmoil. They did not expect Fang Qin to be able to defeat Guku so easily. Are you really going to kill all of us? Guku raised his head and said in a hoarse voice. Fang Qin was expressionless. He said coldly, "When you attacked my daughter, you should have been prepared to be destroyed." He flung his sleeve, and the hidden star sword let out a loud sword cry and instantly appeared in his hand. Humph! Although you are strong, it is impossible to break the great city protecting formation, Guku said coldly. If the Gu clan is not destroyed today, I will kill you in the future. Swoosh! Fang Qin did not waste any time and slashed out with his sword. It looked like a simple sword, but it contained the supreme power of the rules. Rip! Wherever the sword light passed, the void was torn apart and a spatial storm appeared. In a flash, the dazzling sword light appeared in front of the great city protecting formation. Boom! Apocalyptic first sword, annihilation. The sword light ruthlessly slashed on the great city protecting formation. The formation shook, and its energy was greatly depleted. However, it still managed to block Fang Chen's attack in the end. Ha ha ha! Bastard, wait for the revenge of the Gu clan, the surviving quasi-emperor said angrily. Swoosh! Fang Qin consecutively performed the apocalyptic first sword. Monstrous sword qi condensed into rays of sword light, forming thousands of giant swords in the void. The thousands of swords attacked the great city protecting formation in unison. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Countless giant swords collided with the great city protecting formation, constantly depleting the formation's energy. However, they were unable to break it. After a long while, Fang Qin finally stopped attacking. Guku's face was solemn. He turned his head and looked at the altar. The blood was gradually disappearing, and the light on the altar was gradually brightening. He raised his head and glared fiercely at Fang Qin. If I'm not wrong, with your strength, you won't be able to perform the ultimate sword continuously, Guku said gloomily. Without that ultimate sword, you won't be able to break the great city protecting formation. Indeed, with Fang Chen's current strength, it was easy for him to perform the apocalyptic first sword. However, the apocalyptic second sword consumed a lot of energy. Even Fang Qin would find it difficult to perform it. What should we do? Below, Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked at each other. Who would have thought that the Gu clan would have such a powerful formation? Fang Qin should have a way. The reincarnation sword emperor muttered. He just attacked the great city protecting formation consecutively. He should be depleting its energy and instantly accumulating his own strength. Indeed, as soon as the reincarnation sword emperor finished speaking, Fang Chen's voice sounded in the sky. Guku, are you still dreaming that your Gu clan can survive at this time? Fang Qin sneered. You were lucky to escape from the virtual battlefield. Now, I can't think of anyone who can save your Gu clan. As he spoke, Fang Qin raised the hidden star sword. An extremely terrifying sword Dao aura instantly erupted and swept across the entire sky. If I'm not wrong, the great city protecting formation of your Gu clan should have been depleted by at least 30% in the process of my attack, right? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Guku's heart tightened. The previous sword did not kill you. Now, I want to know, how are you going to block my sword? Boom! Boom! The apocalyptic second sword, Chaos. A terrifying sword, Qi, burst forth violently. Fang Chen's figure instantly shot out. He became one with his sword and space became chaotic. The incomparably tyrannical sword light slammed into the great city barrier array. Seeing the scene, Guku turned pale with fright. Retreat quickly. Guku cried out involuntarily. His face was pale as he kept retreating. However, it was too late. The apocalyptic second sword had already hit the great city protecting formation. Hiss! Hiss! The great city protecting formation's energy was directly depleted in a short second. In front of everyone's dumbfounded eyes, the hidden star sword easily cut through the great city, protecting formation's defense like cutting vegetables. Kacha! The great city protecting formation suddenly shattered. Monstrous sword chi swept across the Gu clan city. The power of the apocalyptic second sword did not weaken. The hidden star sword continued to press down, and the entire city was cut in half. Miserable screams were incessant. Countless Gu clan martial artists died tragically under the hidden star sword. Blood mist filled the air. The Gu clan was in a desperate situation. No, Gu Ku desperately tried to escape, but it was useless. Fang Chen's divine sense had already locked onto him. Sword Qi swept across, and his primordial spirit was directly shattered. He completely died. Lord Gu Ku, the surviving quasi-emperor, roared in anger. However, Fang Chen was expressionless. He continued to activate the hidden star sword to slaughter the Gu clan. Outside the city, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others shook their heads. They couldn't help but be speechless. Only Fang Chen was capable of suppressing an entire clan by himself. The number one person in the Archean era is well-deserved, Palace Master Mu Qing said. When they first came into contact with Fang Chen, the latter was at most the number one in the Archean era. In just a few years, the latter had become the number one person in the Archean era. The apocalyptic three swords. The Samsara sword emperor clenched his fists. As a sword cultivator, the apocalyptic three swords were too attractive to him. The power is too strong. Facing the despair of the Gu clan, no one felt sympathy. The Gu clan's actions angered both men and gods. They deserved to be destroyed. Sheer. Starlight flickered on the Star Emperor's body. His small white hands were clenched into fists as he called out Fang Shi's name. The battle had come to an end. It was only a matter of time before the Gu clan was destroyed. Everyone's eyes were gathered on Fang Chen. At this time, he was like a god of death, mercilessly slaughtering. Boom! At this moment, a very strong fluctuation came from the Gu clan's ancestral land. Then, a rainbow of light soared into the sky. In that rainbow of light, there was a cold figure. Swoosh! As soon as this figure appeared, it caused a strange phenomenon. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. This person spread out his hands and suddenly grasped the lightning and thunder in the sky. Boom! He suddenly punched out. Lightning and thunder intertwined and blocked the slaughter of the hidden star sword. You shouldn't have done this. A cold voice sounded. In the fog, everyone saw the face of the person who came. Chapter 33:59. Gu Ku had fallen, and the Gu family city had been split in half. This was the greatest crisis and the greatest provocation the Gu family had ever faced since its establishment. There had never been such a situation before, and no one had been able to force the Gu family to such an extent. In the mist, Gu Tianhua was surrounded by a terrifying aura. He looked coldly at Fang Chen. You shouldn't have done this. Gu Tianhua's voice contained the sound of the Tao. Some of the weaker martial artists felt dizzy, and their bodies trembled. Gu Tianhua, has he broken through? The reincarnation Sword Emperor's expression changed. Strictly speaking, the grudge between Fang Chen and the Gu family was because of Gu Tianhua. Haha, Fang Chen laughed eerily. If I hadn't trusted the Gu family back then, would my daughter have ended up like this? Now you're telling me that I shouldn't have done this. Then tell me, what should I do? Fang Chen did not give Gu Tianhua any face. Although he had met the latter once and had a good chat with him, and even spar with him, he would not back down when it came to his daughter. Kacha! Gu Tianhua exerted a little force, and the giant sword in his hand instantly shattered. The terrifying sword chi in the Gu family city instantly dissipated. He lowered his head to take a look. What he saw was the battered city of the Gu clan, as well as the mountains of corpses. These were all his Gu family's people. Gradually he clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with killing intent. Boundary Emperor. So many Boundary Emperor experts, but only one survived. This was a fact that he could not accept. You want to destroy the Gu family? Suddenly, Gu Tianhua raised his head. You can't stop me, Feng Qin said directly. He could sense that Gu Tianhua's aura had already reached the quasi-emperor realm. Buzz! Gu Tianhua laughed coldly and clenched his fists. With a boom, an extremely terrifying power erupted from his body. This power could destroy the heavens and earth, as if it wanted to tear the entire sky apart. Originally, I thought highly of you and was even willing to befriend you. However, the Gu family is my root. If you touch the Gu family, you will be my enemy. Gu Tianhua flipped his palm and his bones crackled. Let me see what capabilities you have to exterminate my Gu family. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Tianhua leaped and disappeared into the sky. Seeing this, Feng Qin followed closely behind. Virtual battlefield. Palace Masterwood Green and the others were relatively calm. After all, even Gu Ku, who had used the 9th level of the ancient extermination secret skill, was killed by Feng Qin. How could a mere Gu Tianhua defeat Gu Ku? In the virtual battlefield, Gu Tianhua's robe fluttered even though there was no wind. His hands continuously struck out as he unleashed the ancient annihilation secret skill. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3 floors. Although Gu Tianhua had not participated in the battle earlier, he knew how terrifying Feng Qin was. Hence, he immediately unleashed the ancient annihilation mystic skill's 9-layered superposition power. Apocalyptic First Sword. In the face of the overwhelming superposition power, Feng Qin displayed the apocalyptic first sword. Previously, using the apocalyptic second sword consumed too much energy, so it would be difficult for him to use it again in a short period of time. However, he was able to easily execute the first strike. Swoosh! Sword chi swept out, tearing the void apart. The apocalyptic first sword was like an ancient existence that pierced through the heavens and earth, turning into a ray of light that shot towards Gu Tianhua. Crack! When the two collided, there was an instant explosion. Terrifying shockwaves quickly spread out and swept across the entire virtual battlefield. Your ancient annihilation secret skill is far inferior to Gu Ku's, Feng Qin said. As expected, Gu Tianhua stabilized his body. His pitch-black eyes stared at Feng Qin. He had already guessed that he would not be able to defeat Gu Ku with the ancient annihilation secret skill. Buzz! He pressed his palm down, and a vast soul Dao energy burst out from his mind. No one below the Emperor realm can block this move of mine. As he spoke, a soul Dao spear had already formed in front of Gu Tianhua. There were specks of starlight flickering in the spear. This was the soul Dao inheritance that he had obtained from the ancestral land. Soul extermination. Gu Tianhua let out a furious roar. He stomped his foot and his entire body swiftly shot forward. Below him, a soul Dao long spear also shot out rapidly. Feng Qin licked his dry lips and grinned. Soul Dao attack? He had to admit that Gu Tianhua was very strong. He had just stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and already possessed the power of the emperor realm. However, he was the least afraid of soul Dao attacks. Buzz! Thinking of this, Feng Qin's corporeal realm Yuan spirit left his body. Endless soul Dao power crazily surged. This is the tremor that came from the depths of his Yuan spirit made Gu Tianhua's body freeze. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He frantically shook his head, unable to accept the reality before his eyes. It was already unbelievable that a boundary realm Yuan spirit could be compared to an unrivaled quasi-emperor. Now his Yuan spirit had reached the terrifying corporeal realm. It must be a soul Dao supreme treasure that increased his soul Dao aura. Gu Tianhua quickly thought. At the same time, he increased his strength and stabbed the soul Dao spear at Feng Qin. Rip! However, The next scene made Gu Tianhua tremble even more. When the Soul Dao spear that Gu Tianhua was so proud of arrived in front of Fangchen, it stopped when it was only an inch away. No, to be exact, it was imprisoned. This time, Gu Tianhua was completely dumbfounded. No, he realized that something was wrong and quickly retreated. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chen's terrifying corporeal realm soul, Dao power, directly shattered his Soul Dao spear. At the same time, it swept through the virtual battlefield and attacked his Yuan spirit. Bang! Gu Tianhua could not dodge and was hit by Fang Chen's Soul Dao power. His Yuan spirit was severely injured and his body was sent flying. Puchi! He spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale as he stared at Fang Chen. I told you, you can't stop me. Fang Chen walked toward Gu Tianhua. Outside the virtual battlefield, everyone was anxiously waiting for the result of the battle. Although Gu Tianhua has boundless potential, Fang Chen should be able to deal with him. With the strength that Fang Chen has shown, unless a sovereign emperor personally comes, no one can defeat him. The Gu family is finished. Everyone was discussing. On the other hand, the remaining Gu family members in the city were expressionless. Is it over? Their hearts were filled with despair, and they gave up on escaping. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the altar that had been activated earlier suddenly trembled. Then, all the blood of the Gu family surrounding the altar was sucked into the altar. Buzz! A terrifying aura was emitted from the altar. Crack! A crack appeared on the altar, and a terrifying giant hand shot out from it, grabbing at the virtual battlefield. Open! A thunderous voice came from the altar. In the next second, the terrifying hand shattered the barrier of the virtual battlefield and landed on Gu Tianhua's body. Rip! The terrifying hand grabbed Gu Tianhua and was about to retreat. Trying to leave? Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. A void vortex directly entangled the terrifying hand. Crack! However, the terrifying hand only shook slightly and broke free from the void vortex. At the same time, it flicked its finger and a terrifying finger light shot toward Fang Chen. Puchi! Although Fang Chen was dodging, he was still hit by the terrifying finger light. His defense instantly shattered, and a thumb-sized bloody hole appeared on his arm. You destroyed my Gu family and destroyed my foundation. This hatred is irreconcilable. The terrifying hand returned to the altar in an instant, and Gu Tianhua disappeared as well. A piercingly cold voice rang out once again. His voice contained an extremely terrifying killing intent. A sovereign emperor? Fang Chen frowned and did not make a move, because he knew that even if he destroyed the altar, he would not be able to kill Gu Tianhua. Below, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were shocked. Gu Feng? Had the ancestor of the Gu family really recovered? That was a true sovereign emperor. Once he returned, the entire primordial chaos would be plunged into misery and suffering. No, he seems to be unable to return. The reincarnation Sword Emperor suppressed the shock in his heart and pondered. It should be that altar that awakened him, but for various reasons he could not return and could only take Gu Tianhua away through the altar. The reincarnation Sword Emperor guessed. In the sky, Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and faced the altar. I did not expect such a monstrous genius to appear in the human race during my years of slumber. The voice of the Gu family ancestor sounded again from the altar. With your strength, you are invincible among quasi-emperors. It will not be long before you come to the God's Fall battlefield. I will wait for you in the God's Fall battlefield. When the time comes, Tianhua will kill you with his own hands. As soon as he finished speaking, the altar became dim and lifeless. Then it started to crack. As expected, Fang Chen nodded. His guess was right. The original body of the Gu family ancestor was in the legendary God's Fall battlefield and could not return. Then he shrugged his shoulders. With his current strength, A mere Gu Tianhua was no longer a threat to him. So what if he let him go? It's over. When the altar cracked, Palace Master Mu Qing and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. The curtains of this great battle had come to an end, and the victorious side was the sacred palace. The survivors looked at each other with smiles on their faces. They knew that from now on, the Gu family would no longer exist. Palace Master Fong, what should we do with these people? The reincarnation Sword Emperor appeared beside Fong Qin. Although they are members of the Gu family, their bloodline is very thin and they are considered marginal figures in the Gu family. I hope that Palace Master Fong can let them go and stop killing. The higher one's cultivation level, the more they paid attention to the cycle of karma, and the less they would be easily tainted by karma. Palace Master Mu Qing was also thinking for Fong Qin. After all, he would soon become the new leader of the human race. Once he was entangled by karma, it would affect his cultivation. It's all up to Palace Master Mu Qing, Fong Qin said. After handing over the matters of the Gu family to Palace Master Mu Qing, Fong Qin landed on the ground. Boss, you are really too strong. Little Mouse and the others quickly surrounded Fong Qin. The pure-blooded beast cub, Qing Ho, Barbarian, Realm Master Dead Star, Lu Xingxing, and other people who had a close relationship with Fong Qin were also talking with Fong Qin. Good brother, after this battle, you are the undisputed #1 in the world. Lu Xingxing was happy. He took out jars of wine and handed them to everyone. Thank you for this. Chapter 3360. The once glorious city of the Gu clan was now in ruins. The bloodline of the Gu clan was almost extinct. The Gu clan had been completely destroyed in this battle. Even if Gu Tianhua was not dead, it would be extremely difficult for him to rise again. Soon, the results of the battle spread throughout the ancient chaos. Countless cultivators were shocked when they heard the news. He was the undisputed #1 expert. The various forces and experts all recognized Fong Qin's strength. He had single-handedly destroyed the entire Gu clan and had even almost killed Gu Tianhua. No one in the world could match up to such a battle record. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others stood on the ruins and directed the people of the sacred palace to deal with the broken city of the Gu clan. They looked into the distance. When they saw Fong Qin, their eyes were full of praise. He's really powerful. Hua Qiong couldn't help but sigh. When he first entered the sacred palace, although he had great potential, there was still a big gap between him and us. But now, the strongest in the world. Although Palace Master Mu Qing only said 4 words, his evaluation of Fong Qin was very high. The strongest in the world. This meant that from now on, Fong Qin would be above the many palace masters of the sacred palace and become the new leader of the human race. This was an honor and also a duty. He has the battle strength of an invincible boundary emperor at the boundary realm. He can even use a secret technique to burst out with the power of a sovereign emperor for a short time. If he enters the boundary emperor realm, how strong will his battle strength be? The Samsara sword emperor, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Like Fong Qin, he was a sword cultivator. Sword cultivators were known to have the strongest attack power. Since ancient times, countless sword cultivators had pursued the illusory peak of sword cultivation. His intuition told him that in the near future, Fong Qin would climb to the peak of sword cultivation. Hearing the Samsara sword emperor's words, everyone looked at each other in shock. This guy is a monster. He can't be judged by common sense, a palace master said after a long time. At this time, Fong Qin was catching up with his brothers. In just a short while, he learned about their current situation from his brothers. Little Mouse and the other 4 fellows already possessed the battle prowess of a region lord. Moreover, their fame had already spread throughout the primeval chaos, and they were known as the 5 hegemons of Jade Mountain, occupying the Jasper Mountain region. With that region as the core, they constantly fought in all directions. Qing Ho, on the other hand, became the #1 puppet grandmaster in the ancient chaos, and various forces fought to recruit him. The barbarian successfully took his revenge and fully comprehended the barbarian emperor's inheritance. He completely activated the barbarian emperor's bloodline and became the barbarian region's domain lord. As for the pure-blooded beast cub, he had the highest achievements and was also the strongest. Right now, he was the leader of the fiend race in the fiend domain. He was only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Fang Chen was very happy with his brother's achievements. However, just as Fang Chen was chatting with the others, a figure shuttled through the void and approached him. Whoa! In the void, the figure was shrouded in black light. He leaped and disappeared, as if he had become one with the world. What a powerful guy! There was a deep sword scar on this person's face. His eyes were scarlet, and his body was faintly discernible. His aura was isolated, and he arrived at the battlefield in the blink of an eye. However, many of the quasi-emperors, including Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, did not notice his approach. Only Fang Chen suddenly frowned. He felt as if an aura had flashed past. What's going on? He turned his head and looked around. There was nothing around him, and he did not find anything. Could it be an illusion? He gently shook his head and muttered to himself, "My primordial spirit has already stepped into the corporeal realm. Unless it's a sovereign emperor, it's impossible to escape the detection of my consciousness," Fang Chen said. However, just as he was pondering, the space behind him suddenly collapsed, and terrifying spatial turbulence appeared. Whoa! A bone-chilling power surged out from the turbulent space. Die! A furious roar rang out, following which a ghost-like figure suddenly appeared. A black dagger appeared in his hand, and he pierced it towards Fang Chen's head at lightning speed. After sensing this powerful force, Fang Chen did not hesitate at all. He immediately activated all his strength to resist it. Kacha! He punched the black dagger. Immediately, a terrifying power of the soul Dao attacked him. It passed through his fist and quickly drilled into his mind. His body swayed for a moment. Get out of here. His terrifying corporeal realm primordial spirit operated wildly and forced the corrosive soul Dao power to retreat. Hiss! In almost the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had refined this soul Dao power. Humph! I already knew that your primordial spirit had reached the corporeal realm. How could I attack you without any preparation? The ghost-like figure sneered, and his figure flickered continuously. Even Fang Chen could not catch a trace of him. Swoosh! Apocalyptic first sword, annihilation. The hidden star sword operated wildly and released a dense sword chi that formed a sword chi barrier around Fang Chen. You can't stop me. The ghost-like figure sneered, and the black dagger in his hand suddenly turned scarlet. Waves of fluctuations caused the void to tremble, and the primordial spirits of everyone present retreated as if they had been struck by lightning. Not good. Palace Master Wood Green was the first to react. He shouted angrily, "Umbra Spectre!" Hearing this, the Samsara Sword Emperor and the other palace masters were furious. Damn it! Umbra Spectre dares to attack the leader of the human race. After adjusting his aura, the Samsara Sword Emperor's figure flashed and turned into a sword light that rushed into the battlefield. The Dark Shadow Spirit must have come prepared. Fang Chen alone will not be able to block it. Let's attack together. Palace Master Wood Green roared. Together with the other palace masters, he rushed to Fang Chen's side. Rip! The ghost-like figure glanced at the scarlet dagger in his hand and then suddenly smashed the void. Wherever the dagger passed, the supreme power of laws would avoid it. Corporeal primordial spirit? The ghost-like figure licked his dry lips. After I kill you and refine your primordial spirit, my extinguishing soul-killing technique will reach the perfect realm. At that time, extinguishing soul-killing technique, it's the extinguishing soul-killing technique. Palace Master Wood Green recognized the secret technique used by the ghost-like figure and exclaimed, "Form the battle formation." The Samsara Sword Emperor waved his sleeves, and sword chi surged. Layers of Samsara sword chi rippled and formed a huge sword formation in an instant. Star Emperor. The Samsara Sword Emperor transmitted his voice to the Star Emperor and told him the details of the Samsara sword formation. Swoosh! The Star Emperor jumped and stood in a corner of the Samsara sword formation. He spread out his hands and controlled the sword formation according to the Samsara Sword Emperor's instructions. In a moment, the 9 quasi-emperors worked together to stabilize the Samsara sword formation. Crack! The blood-red dagger pierced Fang Chen's head. The latter's head instantly exploded. Blood spurted out, and his primordial spirit trembled. Fortunately, Fang Chen was prepared. His primordial spirit had already left his body and prevented him from being killed. Even so, he could feel the powerful means of the person who attacked him. What a powerful primordial spirit attack! The immortal power circulated, and the power of endless vitality filled the air. In the blink of an eye, his head was completely restored. At his level, as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed, he could form a physical body at will. The immortal power of the immortal emperor could exert this technique to the extreme. After stabilizing his body, Fang Chen's heart was still rippling. The blow just now was the biggest crisis he had encountered over the years. Just a little bit more, and his primordial spirit would have been shattered. Who on earth has such a powerful technique? Fang Chen was a little puzzled. Fang Chen, the person who attacked you is from the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan. They are good at assassination. It is very difficult for martial artists of the same realm to catch their traces. Moreover, their attainments in the primordial spirit are extremely high. Every time they attack, they will target the opponent's primordial spirit. The Samsara Sword Emperor said their clan has a super powerful secret technique called the Great Annihilation Soul Killing Technique. Once the primordial spirit of the virtual realm is hit, it will be seriously injured even if it doesn't die. Although you have a corporeal primordial spirit, your realm is too low and it will be difficult for you to resist. Hearing this, Fang Chen's pupils shrank. The Dark Shadow Ghost Clan, the Great Annihilation Soul Killing Technique, to him, all of this was very foreign. I have already set up the Samsara sword formation. You just need to hide in it. Boom! The void exploded, and the Dark Shadow spirit appeared. He toyed with the dagger in his hand and laughed sinisterly. I really didn't expect that your sacred palace would use such a method like the transmigration sword formation for a boundary realm expert. Obviously, the Samsara sword formation was extremely important to the sacred palace. Humph, the human clan didn't make trouble for you, but your Dark Shadow Ghost Clan actually dared to attack the human clan. Palace Master Wood Green said coldly. The sword scar on the Dark Shadow Ghost's face was wriggling, and his whole body exuded an extremely dangerous aura. He ignored Palace Master Wood Green and narrowed his eyes at Fang Chen. The Dark Shadow Ghost Clan never fails. Since we dared to attack you, it means that we have investigated everything about you thoroughly. Your greatest reliance is those 2 sword moves, but each time you use them, it consumes a lot of energy. The battle with Guku has already consumed a lot of your energy, so you definitely can't use them now. The Dark Shadow Spirit continued. Without these 2 sword moves, your primordial spirit will only be slightly stronger than before. However, the Dark Shadow Ghost Clan is best at the primordial spirit Tao. As he spoke, the Dark Shadow Ghost clenched his hand, and the scarlet dagger suddenly shed a layer of skin. A faint purple light appeared on the dagger. This is the soul-killing dagger. Seeing this, the faces of Palace Master Wood Green and the others instantly darkened. It seems that you have been preparing to assassinate Palace Master Fang for a long time, Samsara Sword Emperor said. You are even willing to take out the soul-killing dagger. Although Fang Chen didn't know what the soul-killing dagger was, he could feel the tyrannical aura released from the dagger. This dagger seems to have surpassed the level of an imperial weapon. Fang Qin stared at the dark shadow, ghost, warily. No matter who you are, if you want to kill me, you will have to pay the price. The hidden star sword seemed to have also sensed its master's anger. Sword chi surged, sword cries lingered, and the sword body trembled. This sudden scene stunned everyone in Divine Blood City, as well as Fang Chen's good brothers. What's going on? Who is it that wants to assassinate boss? Little Mouse said. Qin Ho, barbarian, Lu Xingxing, realm master Dead Star, and the others were also at a loss. Chapter 3361. In the Samsara sword formation. The 9 quasi-emperors were in 9 different positions, controlling the formation with all their might. Fang Qin was in the center of the formation. Not far from him, the dark shadow spirit stood in the air. Destructive power flowed around his body, and the soul-extinguishing dagger in his hand made everyone's primordial spirits tremble. The dark shadow spirit stared at Fang Qin, licked his lips, and played with the soul-extinguishing dagger in his hand like a hunter staring at his prey. No wonder you're on the must-kill list of my dark shadow spirit clan. If I hadn't been well prepared, I might have fallen into your trap. The dark shadow spirit already knew how terrifying Fang Chen's strength was from the exchange just now. If he hadn't brought the soul-extinguishing dagger and used the soul-killing technique, he probably wouldn't have been able to complete the task. Hearing the words must-kill list, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were slightly moved. For a long time, the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan had been hiding in the primordial chaos. Compared to them, a mere corpse demon was nothing. The Dark Shadow Spirit Clan was the real enemy of the human race. Palace Master Wood Green had a better understanding of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan and knew very well what the must-kill list meant. Humph! With my sacred palace here, don't even think about killing him. Palace Master Wood Green spread out his palm, and green branches slowly emerged, intertwining in the void, forming a huge green ball. The green ball was filled with a vast aura of life. Kill! Palace Master Wood Green roared, and the green ball blasted toward the dark shadow spirit as fast as lightning with unparalleled power. Boom! When the green ball hit the dark shadow spirit's body, it exploded, and the terrifying air waves shook the Samsara sword formation. No, it's an illusion. Fang Chan was closer to the explosion point, and he immediately realized that the green ball didn't hit the dark shadow spirit, but an illusion. Kiki! In the void, the dark shadow spirit's voice sounded. No one on the must-kill list of my dark shadow spirit clan can escape this calamity, so he must die. As his voice fell, the dark shadow spirit's speed soared to the extreme, and he used his super speed to constantly shuttle through the void. At the same time, powerful soul Dao power condensed around his body to form a thick layer of armor. Under the armor, he completely blocked the killing sword light of the Samsara sword formation. Emperor-level soul power armor. Palace Master Wood Green cried out in alarm. At that moment, his face had turned completely gloomy. Samsara Sword Emperor's face. He burst forth with extremely powerful sword chi and used his full strength to activate the Samsara sword formation's attack. Palace Master Palaces, Eyes Sky Palaces Palace, Master's Palace. Master, reminded Palace, Master under normal circumstances. Armors were much more soul power Emperor's weapons. Right now, this Dark Spectre actually had an Emperor-ranked Soul Force armor. This was even more unbelievable. Soul power armor was completely condensed from soul power. Even the sacred palace of the human clan didn't have soul power armor. Once he wore soul power armor, he would be completely immune to soul Dao attacks and could greatly reduce the attack of the Samsara sword formation. When the dark shadow spirit activated the soul power armor, Fang Qin also made his move. No matter how strong his opponent was, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Whoosh! Shui Luo's secret skill. The apocalyptic first sword was madly displayed. His aura instantly rose to the peak. Kill! A bright sword light fiercely slashed the soul power armor of the dark shadow spirit. With a crack, the sword light shattered, and the soul power armor only shook a little. After failing his attack, Fang Qin didn't stop and quickly retreated. Rip! As soon as he retreated, the void in front of him was instantly torn apart, and the soul-kill dagger stirred up the wind and clouds. Although the Samsara sword formation is strange, it can only restrict 30% of the dark shadow spirit's power. Fang Qin thought quickly. With my current strength, I should be able to resist the dark shadow spirit if I go all out. But he has the soul-kill dagger in his hand, the soul power armor, and the terrifying annihilation soul-killing technique. I can deal with him for a short period of time, but if it goes on for a long time, my primordial spirit won't be able to take it. Once his primordial spirit couldn't hold on, he would be defeated. Obviously, Palace Master Wood Green and the others were also aware of this. They frantically activated the Samsara sword formation to provide convenience. I can't waste time. Let's end this quickly. The dark shadow spirit didn't waste any more time. He accumulated power and prepared to attack with all his strength. Annihilation soul-killing technique. He shouted in a low voice, and a powerful soul Dao power condensed into a soaring eagle in the void. The eagle's claws flickered with black light. Its claws grabbed the soul-kill dagger as it charged at Su Qin. Roar! The loud and clear screeching sound shook the hearts of the people. Boss! The little mouse's eyes were scarlet, and it rushed out like an arrow. Bang! However, as soon as it moved, it was slapped back by the pure-blooded beast cub. What are you doing? The pure-blooded beast cub glared at the little mouse and said angrily, Boss is in danger. I can't leave him to die, the little mouse said. Xiao Huang and the others also stood behind it one after another to express their attitude. Nonsense. The pure-blooded beast cub reprimanded mercilessly. You're so weak. Not only can you not help him, but you'll also distract him. You're not saving him. You're harming him. Boss gave me my life. Even if I die, I have to fight for a chance of survival for Boss, the little mouse said desperately. Slap. The pure-blooded beast cub slapped the little mouse away. You guys stay here. With that, he leaped into the transmigration sword formation. His life gate is at the back of his head. You use the Annihilation First sword to force his true body out. I'll sneak attack it. The pure-blooded beast cub's voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. He was stunned. Then he saw the pure-blooded beast cub dashing toward the Samsara sword formation from the corner of his eye. Trust me, the pure-blooded beast cub added. Since there's no better way, why don't we take a gamble? Then Fang Qin transmitted a message to the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others, asking them to help him. 9 Sword World, Samsara invincible. The Samsara Sword Emperor stomped his foot, and the entire Samsara sword formation trembled. In front of the 9 of them, the violent sword principle aura instantly condensed into 9 long swords. Buzz! The 9 long swords rushed up and intertwined in the void. They spun rapidly and merged into one in the blink of an eye, turning into a huge sword. Condense! The Samsara Sword Emperor growled. He made a complicated seal with his hands and controlled the huge sword to dive down and insert it into the center of the formation. Dong! The Samsara sword formation changed dramatically. The power of the sword chi of slaughter suddenly increased by several times. The space of the sword formation also gradually shrank. Humph, it's useless. The dark shadow ghost sneered and shot out the soul-kill dagger in his hand. You want to restrain me with this sword formation. At this moment, the dark shadow spirit had a slight smile on his face. It was as if he could already see Fang Qin falling under his soul-kill dagger. When the Samsara Sword Emperor and the others took action, Fang Qin took the lead and performed many secret skills at the same time. Boom! 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 The first stroke of destruction was performed again. A sword light fell from the sky. It seemed to be surrounded by thousands of sword lights. Kill! The huge sword light pierced through the void and landed on both sides of the Samsara sword formation, tearing the void apart. The terrifying sword principal chi waves forced the dark shadow ghost out of the darkness. He jumped, stepped on the soul kill dagger, and attacked Fang Chen. Come on. Fang Chen's eyes were full of passion. What he needed to do was to buy time for the pure-blood beast cub and try his best to restrain the dark shadow ghost's attack. The dark shadow ghost was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Fang Chen. The power released by the soul kill dagger made Fang Chen's corporeal realm, primordial spirit, feel somewhat suppressed. Die. The dark shadow ghost glanced at the soul kill dagger at his feet and sneered. In this era, you are the first realm expansion realm cultivator to die under the soul kill dagger. Be careful. Palace Master Muqing and the others were shocked. However, when the soul kill dagger was only one step away from Fang Chen, it suddenly stopped. Boom! A terrifying bloodline power suddenly erupted. The pure-blooded beast cub used its innate ability. Behind it, a huge body the size of a small mountain let out an angry roar. A blood-red hand rushed towards the back of the dark shadow specter's head. When the dark shadow ghost sensed that something was wrong, it wanted to withdraw from the battlefield, but it was too late. Fang Chen and the transmigration sword formation exerted their power together. They actually stopped time and space temporarily, making the soul kill dagger unable to move. Damn it. Seeing this, the dark shadow ghost gave up on the soul kill dagger and wanted to dodge first. Crack! However, as soon as his body disappeared, he felt a shock at the back of his head. Then his face was filled with shock. A pure-blood beast? He exclaimed. No, boom! The blood-red hand clenched hard and a golden pearl at the back of the dark shadow ghost's head shattered. Dong dong dong! The terrifying explosion sent the pure-blood beast cub flying. The transmigration sword formation also collapsed because it could not withstand the huge pressure. The 9 quasi-emperors were sent flying and smashed into the ground. Bang! Fang Chen's body smashed into a mountain peak in the distance and broke it. Cough, cough! He coughed a few times and spat out a trace of blood. However, he did not care so much at the moment. He got up and walked toward the battlefield. He looked around. When he saw the pure-blood beast cub and the 9 quasi-emperors, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Not far away, there was a corpse that was beyond recognition. Dead. Fang Chen murmured. The dark shadow ghost, who was comparable to a sovereign emperor, died just like that. Did it work? The happiest people were the transmigration sword emperor and the others. When the dark shadow ghost burst out with his full power, they were already disheartened. Who would have thought that the final result would be like this? It's him. I sensed a pure-blood beast cub in his body, Palace Master Wood Green said. I see. The transmigration sword emperor nodded. Are you okay? Fang Chen helped the pure-blood beast cub up and asked, I'm fine. The pure-blood beast cub pointed at the Star Emperor not far away. The latter's purple robe was stained with blood. Among the 9 quasi-emperors who maintained the operation of the transmigration sword formation, she was the weakest and suffered the greatest impact. You're... Fang Chen held the Star Emperor in his arms. Brother Chen, I'm fine. The Star Emperor said weakly, Is the dark shadow ghost dead? He's dead. Fang Chen nodded. Chapter 3362. The Ancient Region War ended with the Sacred Palace's victory. After this war, Fang Chen became the undisputed #1 expert of the Sacred Palace. His reputation spread throughout the ancient chaos. Gu Ku died, and Gu Tianhua was taken away by the Gu clan's ancestors. The huge Gu clan collapsed. In this war, the upper echelons of the Gu clan were almost wiped out. Those who remained were basically weak ancient martial art practitioners. As the guardian of the human clan, the sacred palace naturally couldn't kill the remaining members of the Gu clan. They could only disperse the Gu clan. With their strength, they couldn't do anything. On a mountain peak at the edge of the ancient region, swoosh, 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 Little Mouse and the others came from afar. How is it? Little Mouse glanced at Xiao Huang and the others. They all nodded. We've killed them all, Xiao Huang said. Humph. Boss is thinking of the entire human clan and doesn't want to kill the Gu clan. But we're different. The Gu clan dared to attack Xiaoxi. We can't give them a chance to rise again. This time Little Mouse and the others secretly attacked and didn't let Fang Chen know. Originally, the pure-blooded beast cub also wanted to act with them. But because the latter was the king of the demon clan, his every move would affect the entire ancient chaos. So he didn't appear. All right, let's go back and see how Xiaoxi is doing, Little Mouse said. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 of them disappeared into the void. Sacred region, sacred palace. This was the core of the human clan, and also the place where the high-level experts of the human clan gathered. In a mansion, Fang Chen sat cross-legged. With a flip of his hand, a Sumeru ring appeared in front of him. As the number 1 family in the ancient chaos, there should be a lot of good things, right? Fang Chen stared at the Sumeru ring with a burning gaze. Kacha! With a thought, the Sumeru ring was opened. In an instant, numerous treasures appeared in front of him. Fang Chen scanned with his mind and soon found the jade fire golden sand in a hidden place. The shimmering golden sand was placed in an iron fist, and the surrounding space seemed to be distorted. Jade fire golden sand. Seeing this, Fang Chen took a deep breath. His face was full of excitement. Among the 81 materials required by Emperor Xiao, one of the last 7 rare materials was jade flame golden sand. Before attacking the Gu family, Palace Master Wood Green had informed Fang Chen of this matter. Voila! Fang Chen took out the jade flame golden sand and gently touched it with his finger. Immediately, a scorching aura entered his palm. Legend has it that the jade fire golden sand contains extremely strong soul power, which can attack the primordial spirit of human warriors. Moreover, it is the best material for refining soul weapons. Fang Chen licked his dry lips and whispered, Sure enough, my primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm. When I touch the jade fire golden sand, I feel a slight vibration. Unfortunately, this jade fire golden sand is too little. If I have more, I can refine a soul weapon to cooperate with my corporeal realm, primordial spirit. When I fight with the enemy, I can release the jade fire realm. The soul power will be absolutely suppressed, and the power will be stronger. Fang Chen shook his head. The jade fire golden sand was very rare. It was not easy to find, so naturally he would not use it easily. He sighed slightly and then put it away, preparing to leave it for his daughter. 6 more. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart full of urgency. In the following time, Fang Chen thoroughly checked the Gu family's Sumeru ring. Besides some materials that he did not need, he found 5 things. The first of them was the Gu family's ancient annihilation secret skill. Even among the Emperor-level secret skills, the ancient annihilation secret skill was one of the best. After cultivating it, the power of the 9 layers would increase by a terrifying amount. Fang Chen had a deep understanding of this point. When Guku used the 9th layer of the ancient annihilation secret skill, he had to use the annihilation second sword with all his strength to block it. This ancient annihilation secret skill is good, but the requirements to cultivate it are very harsh. Fang Chen curled his lips. Only those with the Gu family bloodline and bloodline to a certain level can cultivate it. At this moment, a voice sounded in Fang Chen's mind. You have the black hole bloodline and have absorbed the blood of gods. The ancient annihilation secret skills requirements are nothing to you. Fang Chen was startled. He immediately looked around and spread out his divine sense. Who Who's talking? He was extremely shocked. His corporeal realm, primordial spirit, did not sense anyone around him. Could this person be an emperor-level sovereign? I'm in your blood. The voice sounded again. Fang Chen hurriedly looked inside his body and found that there was a faint light in the thick blood where his heart was. Fang Chen was stunned. What was going on? Why was there a remnant consciousness in his blood? Bloodline King? Fang Chen almost cried out in surprise. Strictly speaking, I'm just a remnant consciousness. The voice sounded from the blood again. Senior. In response to Fang Chen's confusion, the Bloodline King explained, back then, although I had yet to step into the Martial Emperor realm, I was able to suppress the Martial Emperor realm with my Quasi-Emperor cultivation. I even managed to kill a Martial Emperor on the God's Fall battlefield. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart was set off by stormy waves. A Quasi-Emperor killing an Emperor-level sovereign. How heaven-defying was that? However, at that time, I knew that this world was limited and it was too difficult to break through. I was obsessed with the study of bloodlines and thought that, in this world, there would definitely be a perfect bloodline. The perfect bloodline is the most powerful bloodline in the world. Once formed, it will make a martial artist perfect in all aspects. This kind of bloodline is too heaven-defying and will inevitably be suppressed by the supreme laws. During my research, I was also seriously injured several times, but in the end I managed to survive until one day I succeeded. At this point, the Bloodline King paused. Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Senior, you succeeded in developing the perfect bloodline? Although he did not understand, he understood a little from the Bloodline King's explanation. The perfect bloodline was above the supreme laws, and it was almost impossible to appear in the ancient chaos where the world was limited. Once it appeared, it would be punished by the heavens. When I was immersed in the joy of success, I realized that my bloodline was not the ideal, perfect bloodline. According to my understanding, it can only be considered a half-perfect bloodline. The Bloodline King said, even a half-perfect bloodline allowed me to undergo a deep transformation. I had a feeling that I could take the final step and step into the Emperor level, or even higher. However, at that moment, I was suppressed by the supreme laws. The supreme laws were everywhere. Almost no one could survive the suppression of the supreme laws. However, the Bloodline King was an exception. He had a half-perfect bloodline. Although he was seriously injured, he eventually escaped to the God's Fall battlefield and avoided the supreme laws. Before I left behind an inheritance. Only those who successfully inherit my inheritance are qualified to enter Divine Blood City and absorb divine blood. When he said this, there was a trace of joy in the Bloodline King's voice. Since my remnant consciousness was able to awaken, you must have done this. This also proves that my guess back then was correct. The Bloodline King said, you passed my many tests and obtained the Black Hole Bloodline. This is the first step to becoming a perfect bloodline. What? Fang Chen was stunned. He recalled the many inheritances that the Bloodline King left behind. It turned out that the latter was trying to create a perfect bloodline. All right, let's not talk about this for now. Even if you now possess an unrivaled Quasi-Emperor's combat prowess, you are still far from possessing a perfect bloodline. As for the future, when you enter the God's Fall battlefield, I will find you and tell you personally. Fang Chen was still immersed in the shock of the perfect bloodline. However, the Bloodline King clearly did not want to say too much. Did you discover that after absorbing the divine blood, the black hole bloodline changed? The Bloodline King asked. Fang Chen nodded woodenly. The power of the divine blood removed all the impurities in the black hole bloodline. The black hole bloodline that you possess now can easily evolve into any bloodline in the world. Fang Chen finally understood why the Bloodline King said that the cultivation conditions of the ancient extermination secret technique were nothing to him. Evolving bloodline. Fang Chen was stunned. Then he tried it out impatiently. Buzz. He opened his palm, and a strand of blood instantly appeared. Under his will, it kept changing. Flame bloodline, water bloodline, red dragon bloodline. One bloodline after another appeared in his palm. Gu family bloodline. With a thought, the Gu family bloodline appeared. Of course, the evolved bloodlines are all common bloodlines. There's no way to evolve the heaven-defying bloodlines of the ancient era. There was a limit to everything. It was the same for evolving bloodlines. If it exceeded the limit, there would be a backlash. However, even so, Feng Qin was overjoyed. If he could master the ancient extermination secret technique, with 9 layers of superposition power and the apocalyptic second sword, he was confident that he could challenge a martial emperor. Buzz. At this moment, the remnant consciousness in the blood suddenly began to dissipate, turning into strands of blood that merged into Feng Qin's blood. Young man, you are the person that I, the Bloodline King, think highly of the most. You are also the only martial artist who has a chance of becoming a perfect bloodline in the age of chaos. Before the remnant consciousness dissipated, the Bloodline King sent a voice transmission to Feng Qin. Cultivate well. I will wait for you at the God's Fall battlefield. After that, the Bloodline King's remnant consciousness completely dissipated. Feng Qin still had not recovered from the shock. The information that he had received before was too much and too shocking. After a long time, he came back to his senses and sighed. I didn't expect that the Bloodline King's inheritance that I received was actually a trap set by him. However, thinking of the perfect bloodline, Feng Qin's heart palpitated with eagerness. After dealing with the matters of the ancient chaos and saving I will go to the God's Fall battlefield, Feng Qin said. Chapter 3363. Looking at the mountain of divine elixir pills in front of him, Feng Qin could not help but be speechless. The Gu clan was indeed the #1 clan in the immemorial chaotic world. Their wealth was incredible. Divine elixir pills were the currency used by universe gods, as well as cultivation resources. Within the divine elixir pills, there was a majestic power of the heavenly way and even a trace of the supreme law. Under normal circumstances, even an emperor-to-be's net worth was only tens of thousands of divine elixir pills. 1 million divine elixir pills was enough to establish a sect. However, the Gu clan had hundreds of millions of divine elixir pills. It was simply unimaginable. Phew! Feng Qin took a deep breath and forcibly suppressed the excitement in his heart. He put the 100 million divine elixir pills into his simmering. From the boundary evolution realm to the emperor-to-be realm requires a vast amount of energy. If I absorb the divine elixir pills, the speed will be much faster. Feng Qin muttered to himself. With his attainments in martial arts and comprehension of the supreme law, he had already reached the emperor-to-be realm. However, his strength was still insufficient, so he could not break through. With these divine elixir pills, it would not be long before he could step into the emperor-to-be realm. The Gu clan has saved me a lot of trouble, Feng Qin said with a grin. Then his gaze landed on a picture scroll. This is... He waved his hand gently, and in an instant a layer of restriction on the painting scroll was removed. The real painting scroll appeared in front of him. This was a landscape painting. In the painting, there was a man standing on a broken bridge with his hands behind his back, looking at the scenery in the stream. If one were to look at it seriously, they would discover that on the sparkling surface of the lake, there were droplets of water that formed rays of sword light. Swordsmanship? Feng Qin raised his eyebrows and looked at the painting scroll seriously. After a long time, his face was filled with joy. Apocalypse painting scroll. This is the Apocalypse painting scroll. He laughed heartily and was extremely excited. He was well aware of the power of the Apocalypse painting scroll. Even in the sacred palace, there were only 3 paintings. He did not expect the Gu clan to have other paintings. Just as Feng Qin was rejoicing, the eyes of the figure in the Apocalypse painting flickered. A beam of light shot out and entered Fang Chen's mind. The next moment, Fang Chen felt his head tremble as countless pieces of information poured into it. Not long after, he fully accepted this information. I see. Fang Chen sighed. There were a total of 3 scrolls in the Armageddon painting. Each scroll contained 3 sword moves. The Armageddon painting in the Holy Palace was the first scroll, while the Gu family's was the second scroll. At the same time, he also knew that the Armageddon swordsmanship was created by a supreme sword principle expert from the antiquity times. His attainments in sword principle had reached an unbelievable level. There were even rumors that he was only 1 step away from the true peak of sword principle. Who would have thought that the Apocalypse picture scroll came from the God's Fall battlefield? Fang Chen's eyes flashed. He was becoming more and more interested in the God's Fall battlefield. Unfortunately, he had not yet mastered the Apocalypse 3rd sword, so he could not practice the 3 sword moves in the second scroll. The power of the apocalyptic second sword is already so strong. How strong are the 3 sword moves in the middle scroll? Fang Chen was quite curious. However, he knew that he could not bite off more than he could chew on the martial way. I'll study the scroll after I master the Apocalypse 3rd sword. After putting away the Apocalypse picture scroll, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the last 2 items. One of them was a broken sword. The black broken sword was covered with rust. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Since the Gu family treats it as a treasure, it must be unique. Fang Chen said as he carefully observed the broken sword. After a long while, he shook his head helplessly. No matter how he examined it, the broken sword did not move. In the end, he gave up. Forget it, I'll think about it later. His intuition told him that there was a great secret hidden in the broken sword. The last item was a black command token. A demonic flower was drawn on the front, and the word kill was written on the back. This token. Fang Chen held the token in his hand and suddenly felt a bloody killing aura coming from it. What a terrifying killing aura! Fang Chen exclaimed, but he could not see the origin of the token. Let's ask Palace Master Mu Qing. Many Palace Masters gathered in the Sacred Hall. Palace Master Mu Qing, don't worry. I've just asked the Red Brows monster. Everything in the Treasure Pagoda is normal. Not long ago, they went to ask Emperor Shao, who said that Fang, she is fine for the time being. Palace Master Mu Qing glanced at Fang Chen and said. Fang Chen nodded. Now that the Gu family had been destroyed, he would do his best to find those precious materials. Palace Master Mu Qing, what's going on with the Dark Shadow Ghost clan that tried to assassinate me? Fang Chen had never heard of the Dark Shadow Ghost clan before. But when they tried to assassinate him in the ancient region, they had erupted with such great power. Moreover, from the tone of Palace Master Mu Qing and the others, the Dark Shadow Ghost clan was not a single person, but a huge organization. Thinking of this, Fang Chen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Any random assassin had the battle strength of an invincible quasi-emperor. How strong was the Dark Shadow Ghost clan? The Dark Shadow Spirit clan is one of the darkest clans in the world. Their existence is to destroy the human race. The power you erupted with in the ancient region was too strong, so the Dark Shadow Ghost clan could not help but try to assassinate you. Palace Master Mu Qing said. Everyone thinks that the greatest enemy of the human race is the corpse demon, but Palace Master Mu Qing slowly shook his head. The corpse demon is nothing in the eyes of the sacred palace. In the great battle back then, the human race killed all the upper echelons of the corpse demon. Even if there were some left behind, they would not have much of an impact on the human race. For countless years, the corpse demon has infiltrated the human race's territory and assassinated the human race cultivators. All of this has been witnessed by the sacred palace. Fang Chen frowned, somewhat puzzled. The Fire Dome Palace Master explained, ever since the ancient era's battle of gods, our human race has fallen into an era of peace. For countless years, with our sacred palace guarding the primordial chaos, the human race's martial practitioners have lived too comfortably. Cultivators should seek breakthroughs at the edge of life and death and fight bloody battles. A comfortable life often made people lose themselves and let their guard down. When the real crisis came, they would not be of any use. Therefore, the human race's sacred palace turned a blind eye to the corpse demon's actions. As long as they did not go too far, they would not act. Simply put, the sacred palace treated the corpse demon as a training target for the human race cultivators. Fang Chen was a little surprised after hearing Palace Master Fire Dome's explanation. He did not expect the sacred palace to be so bold. For countless years, countless human race cultivators had died at the hands of the corpse demon, but the sacred palace had tacitly approved of this. Palace Master Fang, the supreme laws operate to maintain the balance of the world. Everything in the world is a cycle of cause and effect. When cultivators die, cultivators are born. If not for the greed in their hearts, the cultivators killed by the corpse demon would not have been involved with the corpse demon. You have cultivated for too short a time. You will understand in the future. Palace Master Mu Qing nodded. Fang Chen listened quietly. The corpse demon is just a training target for the human race, but the shadow specter is different. It is the true enemy of the human race. Palace Master Mu Qing's expression gradually turned serious when he mentioned the shadow specter. The Sacred Palace Conference lasted for a full day. When the conference ended, Fang Chen finally had a new understanding of the situation in the Archean era. The Shadow Spectre clan was an assassin organization. They would assassinate any human race cultivator they found with great potential. Their attacks were almost infallible, because their whereabouts were extremely secretive and unpredictable. The human race had failed to encircle and annihilate them many times. This time, they even brought the Soul Kill Dagger to assassinate Fang Chen. Fortunately, the king of the demon race had resolved the crisis at the last moment. Palace Master Fang, the Shadow Spectre clan has failed to assassinate you. I don't think they will let this go. You have to be careful during this period. Samsara, Sword Emperor warned. I know. Fang Chen nodded. In fact, what really made him afraid was that the Shadow Spectre clan in the Archean Chaos was only a branch of a powerful clan. That powerful clan had participated in the Battle of the Gods in the Antiquity Age and was eventually destroyed. However, some of their clansmen had survived and were sleeping and cultivating in the battlefield of the gods. Later, they reproduced, and some of their descendants walked out of the battlefield of the gods, creating the Shadow Spectre clan that struck fear in people. What exactly is in the battlefield of the gods? Fang Chen could not help but ask. The Gods Fall battlefield is the battlefield where the Gods Fall battle took place in the ancient times. It is filled with boundless power. Even the supreme laws cannot operate normally there. If a quasi-emperor enters it, there is no chance of survival. It is said that only a sovereign of the emperor realm can barely survive there, the Samsara Sword Emperor said. Over the years, countless powerful heavens prides had emerged from the human race. After they stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, they entered the battlefield of the gods and never came out again. Don't try to enter before you have enough strength. Palace Master Mu Qing said. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. At present, Fang Chen's focus was to save his daughter. Therefore, even if there was a chance, he would not take the risk to enter the battlefield of the gods. After I save Shi-Er, if there is a chance, I really have to go to the battlefield of the gods to investigate. He shook his head and temporarily gave up on this plan. Fang Chen suddenly remembered the token he had obtained from the Gu clan. Palace Master Mu Qing, do you recognize this token? Fang Chen took out the token and handed it to Palace Master Mu Qing. After Palace Master Mu Qing took the token, his expression changed drastically. This is the Blood Emperor's token. Palace Master Mu Qing asked hurriedly, How did you get this token? I got it from the Gu clan. Fong Qin did not hide anything and said directly, "The Gu clan." Hearing this, Palace Master Mu Qing's eyes shot out a cold, murderous intent. It seems that the rumor back then is true. What rumor? Fong Qin was a little puzzled. Chapter 3364. It was Fong Qin's first time hearing about the Blood Emperor. He had never heard of this rumor before. Obviously, only Palace Master Mu Qing and other Sacred Palace higher-ups knew about this rumor in the entire primordial chaos. Blood Emperor? Fong Qin's palms glowed with a fiery light and his eyes were filled with excitement. He had learned from Palace Master Mu Qing that the Blood Emperor was a super expert from the ancient times. During the Battle of Gods, the Blood Emperor was one of the top experts. The blood Dao that the Blood Emperor cultivated had become the most powerful Dao technique in the primordial chaos and was revered by many. However, it is said that the Blood Emperor was not born in the ancient times, but in an earlier era. As for which era, no one knows. Palace Master Mu Qing continued, "He is too mysterious. Before the Battle of Gods, he had never shown himself. During the Battle of Gods, he appeared out of nowhere and joined the Battle of Gods in an invincible manner. He unleashed an unprecedented power and shocked the world with one battle." Fong Qin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He did not expect that the Blood Emperor's era was even older than the ancient times. The reason why news of him did not spread in the primordial chaos was because he appeared and disappeared too suddenly. It was like a flash in the pan. "Samsara," Sword Emperor added. Although it was a flash in the pan, the absolute power that he had displayed had left an indelible mark on the super experts of the ancient times. It seems that the Gu clan has been exploring the Battle of Gods for a long time, and they are very lucky. Otherwise, they would not have obtained the Blood Emperor's token. Palace Master Mu Qing was speechless when he mentioned the Blood Emperor's token. He knew better than anyone how useful the Blood Emperor's token was. It is said that the Blood Emperor's token is an important token to open the Blood Emperor's inheritance. The Battle of Gods is boundless, and the Blood Emperor left his inheritance in a certain place. Only by obtaining the token can one open the ruins. This was the greatest value of the Blood Emperor's token. Fong Qin toyed with the blood-red token in his hand as the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. "Palace Master Fong, you must hide the Blood Emperor's token well. Do not leak the news. Otherwise, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan will definitely attack you again," Palace Master Mu Qing reminded him. All these years, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan has been looking for the Blood Emperor's token. They seem to have more detailed information about the Blood Emperor in their hands. Originally, you were on their must-kill list. Once they know that you have the Blood Emperor's token, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan will use all of their clan's power to assassinate you. If that was the case, it would be very troublesome. Even the Sacred Palace was unwilling to completely fall out with the Dark Shadow Spirit clan. After all, the Dark Shadow race's concealment techniques were far superior to the Sacred Palace's lack of great emperors. It would be difficult to capture all of them in one fell swoop. "I know." Fong Qin nodded. After leaving the Sacred Hall, Fong Qin returned to the Sword Pavilion. "Elder." Fong Qin bowed slightly. "Amazing. No wonder you are the supreme talent with the strongest potential in the history of the human clan. I admire you." The Sword Pavilion elder was full of praise for Fong Qin. Although he could see that Yi Xian was extraordinary the first time he came, he did not expect that he would be able to destroy the Gu clan alone so soon. After greeting the Sword Pavilion elder, Fong Qin went directly to the last level of the Sword Pavilion. His gaze fell on the third scroll. After obtaining the middle scroll of the Apocalypse, painting from the Gu clan, Fong Qin had also obtained some information about the Apocalypse painting. In fact, the 3 scrolls in front of him were separated from the first scroll of the Destruction Scroll. Each scroll represented a sword move. "I wonder if I can cultivate the Destruction third sword now." Fong Qin sat cross-legged and entered the third scroll with his mind. Buzz! The third scroll suddenly released a bright light. In the world of the scroll, Sword Chi soared into the sky. Fang Chen was in it, holding the hidden star sword and constantly practicing the destruction third sword. One sword after another, one move after another. In the blink of an eye, 15 minutes passed. Crash! Fang Chen opened his eyes and withdrew his consciousness from the destruction scroll. He stared at the destruction scroll and shook his head with a bitter smile. My realm limits the upper limit of my power, which also causes me to be unable to cultivate the destruction third sword. It seems that I have to raise my cultivation to the quasi-emperor realm first. There were a total of 3 realms in the universe God realm. They were the Realm Lord realm, the Realm King realm, and the Realm Evolution realm. The realm that Fang Chen was currently in was the Boundary Expansion realm. After the Realm Evolution realm was the Emperor realm. The so-called quasi-emperor realm, strictly speaking, was not an independent realm. Instead, it was an existence that depended on the Boundary realm. In fact, the quasi-emperor realm was also a part of the Realm Evolution realm. It was just that when one's power reached a certain level and one's comprehension of the supreme laws reached a super high standard, they were only one step away from the Emperor realm. It was relatively simple to go from the Realm Evolution realm to the quasi-emperor realm. Power. Fang Chen flipped his hand and took out a divine elixir pill, and then quickly swallowed it. Buzz. The majestic power contained in the divine elixir pill was instantly refined by Fang Chen, and the power quickly integrated into his body. Continue. With his current strength, as long as he absorbed enough divine elixir pills, he could easily enter the quasi-emperor realm. He had obtained 100 million divine elixir pills from the Gu family, which was enough for him to enter the quasi-emperor realm. Half a month later, the power in Fang Chen's body had reached its peak, and his aura was constantly rising. Rumble. At this moment, he had officially entered the quasi-emperor realm, becoming a true quasi-emperor expert. Is this the quasi-emperor realm? He slightly sensed the changes in his body and murmured, "There is no essential difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the Realm Evolution realm, but there is a great disparity in power." When he checked the divine elixir pills, he could not help but be speechless. I have consumed 10,000 divine elixir pills. One should know that 10,000 divine elixir pills was the entire value of a quasi-emperor. He had used so many divine elixir pills to break through from the Realm Evolution realm to the quasi-emperor realm. No wonder there are so many quasi-emperors in the Realm Evolution realm in the immemorial chaos. Fang Chen shook his head. The Gu family has so many divine elixir pills, but there are so few quasi-emperors. I think their goal should be to create a quasi-emperor ruler. After all, a quasi-emperor ruler could change the structure of the immemorial chaos. In the current Dharma ending age, a quasi-emperor ruler could unify the immemorial chaos. 10,000 divine elixir pills may be a lot to others, but it is nothing to me. Fang Chen pondered. Now he still had more than 90 million divine elixir pills in his hands, and he was wondering if he should give them to the people around him. After thinking for a while, Fang Chen directly rejected this idea. Their foundation is too weak and they need more training. I will give them the divine elixir pills before I save and enter the God's Fall battlefield. Chapter 33:65. Fang Chen had already comprehended the first 2 sword moves in the first scroll of the Armageddon painting and was only left with the last sword move. Now that he had absorbed 10,000 divine elixir pills and successfully stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, his combat strength had skyrocketed. In addition, his comprehension of the supreme laws had improved a lot. Fang Chen knew that he could comprehend the 3rd Armageddon sword move. Sure enough, after becoming a quasi-emperor, the power in my body has increased by more than 10 times. With my current strength, it won't be as difficult as before to perform the 2nd Armageddon sword move. During the battle with the Gu family, Fang Chen was only in the Boundary realm and could perform the 1st Armageddon sword move at will. but he could only perform the second sword move twice. Now that he could perform the second Armageddon sword move at will, this meant that Fang Chen's combat strength had soared to another level. I haven't seen a real quasi-emperor yet and didn't know they had such skills, Fang Chen murmured. He couldn't judge his own strength now. If he had to say, he could only say that he was above a quasi-emperor and had the power to fight against a quasi-emperor. As for the specifics, quasi-emperors had already died in the Age of Chaos, and he couldn't fight against them. Huff! He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and then began to immerse himself in comprehending. The Armageddon sword move was an extremely overbearing, killing sword move. This sword principle had a total of 9 moves. It had been passed down from the Antiquity Age. It was a sword principle created by a super sword principle expert. It was a complete sword principle that was above the Emperor level. It could be called the number 1 sword principle in the immemorial chaos. Moreover, the Armageddon sword move had extremely high requirements for comprehension. Even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor, who was once known as the first sword cultivator in the ancient chaos, couldn't comprehend it. It wasn't easy for Fang Chen to be able to comprehend the first 2 sword moves. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. This time, Fang Chen encountered trouble in comprehending. The third Armageddon sword move was more profound than the previous 2 moves, and it was extremely difficult to comprehend. The sword is the sword of killing. The way of the sword is the way of killing. This sentence echoed in Fang Chen's mind. At this moment, his entire body was filled with piercingly cold, killing intent, as if he was a peerless god of death. It was extremely terrifying. If someone else was here, they would definitely be incomparably shocked. This was because the murderous aura released by Fang Chen was much stronger than that of the world devastator demon emperor from the demon realm. Fang Chen, who was in the sword pavilion, was unaware of the passage of time. He was still immersed in the world destruction painting. Temple. It's already been half a year. Is there still no movement from Sword Pavilion? Asked Palace Head Wood Green. Fire Dome Palace Master shook his head. The Armageddon sword art is so powerful that even the Reincarnation Sword Emperor couldn't comprehend it. It's already difficult for Palace Master Fang to comprehend the first 2 sword moves. As for the third sword move, it won't be that easy. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded. I believe he will succeed. No matter how difficult the Armageddon sword art was, the Samsara Sword Emperor believed in Fang Chen's potential in Sword Dao. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded slightly and then changed the topic. Has there been any movement from the Dark Shadow Spirit clan in the past half a year? Ever since they failed to assassinate Palace Master Fang, they haven't done anything. It's as if they have disappeared. Fire Dome Palace Master frowned and said, the more they do this, the more uneasy it is. During this period of time, many of our Sacred Palace's experts are scattered in various domains. As long as there is any movement, the Sacred Palace will immediately know. Palace Head Wood Green said. However, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan has extraordinary means. Palace Masters, please be more careful. Many Palace Masters nodded. At the end of the distant horizon, in an endless, dark space, this place was filled with a sinister and terrifying aura. At a glance, there were corpses everywhere. The murderous aura filled the entire mountain range. At the core of the mountain range, there was a black palace. Buzz! A black figure suddenly appeared in the black palace. His entire body was filled with blood-red aura. Greetings, Patriarch. After the black figure appeared, many dark shadow spirits knelt on the ground with pious expressions on their faces. Where is the soul kill dagger? A hoarse voice came from the black figure's mouth. Suddenly, the people below felt a strong sense of oppression. One of them said in a low voice, Patriarch, after Zhu Lu's assassination failed, the soul kill dagger was obtained by the Sacred Palace. However, the soul kill dagger is a sacred artifact of our clan. Even if the Sacred Palace obtained it, they would not be able to refine it. What about Fang Chen? The black figure said coldly with an expressionless face. What he was really concerned about was not the soul kill dagger, but Fang Chen. Sooner or later, the soul kill dagger would return to the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan. However, if Fang Chen missed this opportunity and allowed him to rise up and enter the Emperor realm, it would be very difficult to kill him. Our Dark Shadow Spirit Clan has been fighting with the human race for countless years. Just when we were about to succeed, such a monster appeared. The black figure continued, "His potential is too strong. If he is given some time, he will definitely step into the great Emperor realm. At that time, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Even our Dark Shadow Spirit Clan will be completely destroyed." The black figure vaguely remembered the ancestral teachings of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan in his mind. Every patriarch had to destroy the human race and occupy the primordial chaos as their ultimate goal. If I can complete this task, I will definitely be appreciated by the ancestors when I enter the God's Fall battlefield in the future. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in the black figure's eyes intensified. Patriarch Fang Chen has been cultivating in the Sword Pavilion of the Sacred Palace ever since he destroyed the Gu clan. If he does not leave the Sacred Palace, it will be difficult for us to act. One of them said bitterly, the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan had planted spies in the Sacred Palace, but it was impossible to kill Fang Chen. They could only bring back some useful information. That's right. Suddenly, someone said, "There's a piece of information about his daughter that should be of great use to our plan." His daughter was corrupted by the heart of the flame demon, and he went to the sacred island to ask Emperor Shao for help. The latter gave him a list of materials, and there are several materials that are rare in the world. If we use these materials to lure him away from the Sacred Palace, this plan is feasible. It is rumored that Fang Chen is very affectionate and dotes on his daughter very much. The reason his daughter became like this has a lot to do with his indecisiveness at the time. He blames himself and is doing his best to find rare materials. If we use this as bait, he will definitely take the bait. You make the decision on the specific plan, the black figure said. I only care about the final result. With that, the black figure disappeared into thin air. Everyone stood up and looked at each other, their hearts heavy. Chapter 3366 Sacred Palace, Sword Pavilion. As usual, Fang Chen sat like an old monk, comprehending the third sword move in the extinction painting. This move was too powerful, and the sword Dao was too mysterious. Even with Fang Chen's potential, it was difficult for him to comprehend it. In the painting, there was a tall mountain and flowing water. In front of a waterfall, there was a figure with a tall and straight posture that contained an extremely majestic sword Dao. This sword Dao was so cold that it was bone-chilling and terrifying. The sword was a killing sword, and the sword Dao was a killing Dao. Sword Dao was naturally a killing sword Dao. There were thousands of sword Daos, each different. Some people's sword Dao was to save people, while others' sword Dao was to kill people. Regardless of whether it was killing or saving people, it was still a kind of sword Dao. At this time, Fang Chen was in an extremely unstable state. He kept asking himself, why did I cultivate sword Dao? Is it really to kill people? But if I don't kill people, how can I protect the people I want to protect? Fang Chen's mind was filled with thousands of thoughts. He seemed to have fallen into the world of reincarnation, constantly going through reincarnation, baptism, and precipitation. One day, he seemed to have woken up from a dream. His heart was empty, and everything seemed to have become transparent. Sword Dao, he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a terrifying sword qi gushed out from his body. As soon as the majestic sword qi appeared, it swept across the entire sword pavilion and continued to spread. In the blink of an eye, the sword qi gathered and shot up into the sky, forming a terrifying sword qi light pillar that shot straight to the 9 heavens. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded across the sky. The silence of the sacred palace was suddenly broken by this sudden tremor. Countless martial artists raised their heads and looked curiously at the sky. What is that? What a terrifying sword chi! Who is cultivating it? Why is it causing the world to shake? Heavens! I have never seen such a strange phenomenon. Could it be that one of the palace masters has stepped into the martial emperor realm? Many martial artists who were immersed in cultivation in the sacred palace exclaimed. The Samsara sword emperor and the other sacred palace masters were also alarmed by this terrifying sword chi. Whoosh! Whoosh! Air-rending sounds could be heard as the 9 quasi-emperors gathered in front of the sword pavilion. They looked at each other with grave expressions. The 9 palace masters are all here, but Palace Master Fong is nowhere to be seen. Could it be? Someone noticed this and cried out in shock. Including Fong Chen, there were a total of 11 palace masters in the sacred palace. The primogenitor of nothingness had been severely injured in the battle with the Gu family and had been recuperating. At this moment, the 9 palace masters were standing side by side in front of the sword pavilion. Thinking back to the pillar of sword chi that had shaken the heavens and earth, everyone couldn't help but think of Fong Chen. That was the undisputed number 1 sword cultivator of the immemorial chaos, the number 1 expert. Has Palace Master Fong made a breakthrough? Everyone was stunned and cheered excitedly. One had to know that when Fong Chen was in the boundary expansion realm, he was already known as the number 1 person below the Emperor realm. If he made a breakthrough, he would definitely step into the quasi-emperor realm. Then, how strong would his battle prowess be at that time? Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. This level of sword chi is really terrifying. Fire Dome Palace Master smiled bitterly. Fortunately, Fong Chen was a genius of the human race. If he was an enemy, he couldn't imagine how terrible the consequences would be. Palace Master Wood Green and the others also nodded gently. No one said anything. They knew that this was the vision of heaven and earth caused by Fong Chen comprehending the 3rd sword of annihilation. They were also waiting quietly. Time passed. The shocking pillar of sword chi, carrying with it an unparalleled sword chi, lasted for a full 2 hours before it dissipated. However, the gate of the sword pavilion remained tightly shut. This made everyone puzzled. The vision of heaven and earth had already dissipated. Why hadn't Palace Master Fong come out yet? Could it be that he had failed to make a breakthrough? For a moment, there was an uproar in the sacred palace. He will definitely succeed. Palace Master Wood Green and the others looked a little serious, but the Samsara Sword Emperor was very determined. As a sword cultivator, he knew Fong Chen the best. He was qualified to say such words. Even Gu Ku, who unleashed the battle prowess of the Emperor realm, was defeated by you. I don't believe that a mere sword of annihilation can stump you. Creak! At this moment, the quiet sword firmament pavilion suddenly shook again. At the top of the sword pavilion, a ray of dazzling sword light dissipated, and then the gate of the sword pavilion slowly opened. Inside the sword pavilion, Fong Chen got up and watched as the painting of annihilation gradually disappeared. There was no ripple of emotion in his heart. I didn't expect that it would take me 5 years. Fong Chen couldn't help but sigh. The sword principle contained in the 3rd sword of annihilation was too profound, far beyond his expectations. He was immersed in the world of sword principle and couldn't extricate himself. But luckily his hard work paid off. In the end, he still managed to comprehend it. When he succeeded, he already knew that the first part of the painting of annihilation would completely disappear. I will remember Senior's kindness. If we meet again in the future, I will repay you. Fong Chen bowed slightly and said with his fists clasped. Then, without looking back, he appeared outside the sword pavilion with a thought. Countless gazes fell on him. This made Fong Chen a little confused. This is... Congratulations, Palace Master Fong. Palace Master Mu-Ching and the others walked in front of Fong Chen and laughed. Amazing! In my life, there are very few people I admire. You are one of them, the reincarnation, Sword Emperor said. He could feel that the invisible sword qi emitted from Fang Chen's body made his heart palpitate. One could imagine how high his attainments in sword principle had reached. How is it? Palace Master Huiqiong and the others surrounded Fang Chen and asked curiously, I have succeeded in comprehending it. Fang Chen nodded to express his gratitude. Amazing! Everyone gave him a thumbs up. Let's go to the sacred palace. Palace Master Mu Qing said with a smile. In the crowd in front of the sword pavilion, everyone had smiles on their faces as they discussed. Palace Master Fang is really an unprecedented genius. It has only been 5 years, and he has broken through to the quasi-emperor realm. Our sacred palace has finally produced a supreme genius. I wonder how the Red Emperor and Lin Qian of the Archean era on the sacred island will win against Palace Master Fang. In the crowd there was a figure. Although his expression was normal, a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Damn it, this guy is too much of a threat. Then he secretly sent a message back to the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan. So what if you are a genius? You will definitely die if you are targeted by the Shadow Ghost Clan. Since ancient times, none of the targets that they had set their sights on had survived, and Fang Chen was still on the kill list. It was even more impossible for him to survive. In the sacred palace, the 9 palace masters looked at Fang Chen with smiles. The reincarnation Sword Emperor couldn't help but say, Fang Chen, not only have you stepped into the quasi-emperor realm, but you have also comprehended the apocalyptic third sword. You are really a genius. Chapter 3367. Sure. Fang Chen nodded in agreement. The gazes of the 9 people were focused on Fang Chen. Don't worry about it. This sacred palace has a powerful restriction made by an Emperor Realm sovereign. It should be able to resist your power, Palace Master Mu Qing said with a grin. Hearing this, Fang Chen had no more worries. Buzz! With a thought, sword qi erupted from his body like a volcano. In the blink of an eye, these sword qi condensed into a terrifying sword qi light beam in front of him. Apocalyptic third sword, blood kill. Boom! 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 As soon as the voice fell, the hidden star sword in Fang Chen's hand floated out. The majestic sword qi light beam instantly turned into a monstrous sea of blood when it came into contact with the hidden star sword. The sea of blood was filled with endless killing sword qi. How terrifying! Caught off guard, the primordial spirits of the 9 people were greatly shaken, and they retreated one after another. They looked at each other, their eyes filled with disbelief. Is this the apocalyptic third sword? Samsara, Sword Emperor muttered to himself. Whoosh! Before anyone could react, the hidden star sword had already stabbed out. The seemingly light sword reversed time and space, and sword qi swept out. Buzz! The monstrous sea of blood, under the control of the hidden star sword, swept across the entire sacred palace. Countless cracking sounds came from the sea of blood. Withdraw! Seeing this, Fang Chen shouted softly and withdrew the hidden star sword. The monstrous sea of blood gradually disappeared. The 9 palace masters were dumbfounded. What they saw was the battered and exhausted sacred palace. The 9 people could still feel that the sacred palace was shaking, and there were signs of cracks on the surrounding walls. This, Palace Master Woodgreen sucked in a cold breath, his heart trembling. The restriction made by an Emperor Realm Sovereign was actually cracked by Fang Chen's sword. How terrifying was this sword? It was unimaginable. After a long time, the 9 palace masters came to their senses. While Palace Master Mu Qing was amazed, he found that Samsara Sword Emperor had entered a state of epiphany. Everyone exchanged glances, and then quickly left the sacred palace. Phew! Everyone let out a sigh of relief and looked at Fang Chen with burning eyes. Was that the Apocalypse third sword you used just now? Palace Master Woodgreen hurriedly asked. Fang Chen nodded. That's right. It is indeed the apocalyptic third sword. Why do I feel that when you attacked, space-time became chaotic? I lost control of my body, and the surrounding space became incomparably chaotic? Asked Palace Master Woodgreen. The apocalyptic third sword is called reversal. It means to reverse time and space. Strictly speaking, this move is a perfect fusion of Sword Dao and Time Dao. Fang Qin explained. When I use this move, the sword qi will sweep through space and time, completely controlling the space around the enemy. With a thought, I can send the enemy to my sword. Upon hearing this, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others trembled even more. In a battle between experts, everything was decided by a hair's breadth. Just think about it. An enemy in the middle of a battle suddenly had the space around him become chaotic. Before he could react, he would be struck. This was an extremely terrifying move. Of course, this move won't have much effect on an Emperor Realm ruler. The true power of this move is the endless power of Sword Dao. Fang Chen's eyes flashed. While reversing time and space, the power of Sword Dao is constantly output. Moreover, the power consumed is constantly reduced as the power of Sword Dao is output. When I use the same apocalyptic sword technique, I will consume at least half of my power when I use the second sword. When I use the third sword, I only need 30% at most. Everyone present was a quasi-emperor expert, so they naturally understood what Fang Chen meant. They looked at Fang Chen with complicated expressions. After a long time, Palace Master Woodgreen said, Our sacred palace has no leader. Only we palace masters maintain the order of the ancient chaos. However, we can't go on like this. Palace Master Fang has stepped into the quasi-emperor realm and comprehended the apocalyptic third sword. Your battle strength is comparable to an emperor realm ruler. You are worthy of being called the strongest person in the ancient chaos. Palace Master Woodgreen paused for a moment before continuing. I think that Palace Master Fang is qualified to be the leader of the human race. The reason why the human race hasn't been able to fully control the ancient chaos for countless years is because there hasn't been an absolute leader. Palace Master Fire Dome said, The Umbra ghost race has been killing the elites of the human race. We can't just sit and wait for death. Palace Master Fang is fully qualified to be the leader of the human race. That's right. If there is a leader, the human race will be more cohesive. It will be beneficial to the development of the ancient chaos and speed up the evolution of the human race. Other than the Samsara Sword Emperor who was in an epiphany, the other 8 palace masters all supported Fang Chen. Originally, Fang Chen had planned to decline. After all, he didn't like to be tied down and wholeheartedly pursued the peak of the martial way. However, after experiencing the war with the apocalyptic demon emperor and the Gu clan, he finally understood. In that case, I will accept this heavy responsibility, Fang Chen said. We pay our respects to the leader. With Palace Master Woodgreen leading the way, the other 8 palace masters bowed. Fang Chen knew that the moment he became the leader, the task on his shoulders would become even heavier. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others chatted with Fang Chen for a while before quickly leaving. The appearance of a leader of the human race was of the utmost importance. The sacred palace naturally had to announce it to the world. Therefore, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others left in advance to make preparations. After waiting for countless years, a leader had finally appeared. How could they not be excited? Looking at the backs of Palace Master Woodgreen and the others leaving, Fang Chen clenched his fists tightly, golden light flashing in his eyes. At his level, he could naturally see the internal and external troubles of the human race. The seemingly powerful human race was in imminent danger. As a member of the human race, and as someone who owed the sacred palace a great debt of gratitude, he had no choice but to take on this heavy responsibility. The heavy responsibility of the rise of the human race had to be borne by someone. With his current battle strength comparable to an emperor ruler, there was no doubt about it. Several days later, a piece of news spread throughout the primordial chaos, causing countless cultivators to cry out in surprise. The 10 palace masters of the sacred palace had discussed and decided that Fang Qin would be the new leader of the human race. A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. All the major factions and sect were in an uproar. While they cried out in surprise, they were also very excited. A leader has finally appeared in the human race. Ha ha ha, from now on, the human race will completely rise. Fang Chen's strength is indisputably the strongest in the primordial chaos. He is the best choice to be the leader. At the same time, news spread from the sacred palace that in 3 months, the sacred realm would hold a banquet and invite the world. At that time, the announcement would be made in the most grand manner. While countless people were celebrating, the ghost race could no longer sit still. The news from the sacred palace was extremely unfavorable to them. Chapter 3368. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, the entire primordial chaos was in an uproar. Countless cultivators were cheering, waiting for the arrival of the grand banquet. As for the main character, Fang Qin, he was very calm. After all, he was now the #1 expert in the primordial chaos. Being in such a high position made him feel a little cold. Buzz! In a mansion, a sword light suddenly soared into the sky. The hidden star sword let out a loud sword hum that resounded through the sky. Kacha! In the next moment, Fang Chen's figure flashed and time reversed. The sword light pierced through the void, creating powerful ripples. Whoosh! The void ripples quickly dissipated. Fang Qin also withdrew his aura and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. As expected of the Armageddon sword art. It's too profound. In 3 months, I've only comprehended a part of its mysteries. The Armageddon third sword art contained 9 sword daos. After 3 months, Fang Qin had comprehended 6 of the sword daos. There were still 3 sword daos that Fang Qin had not comprehended. If I can comprehend the last 3 sword daos, I can be considered to have truly mastered the Armageddon third sword art. Fang Chan muttered to himself. At this moment, his communication jade pendant rang. When he heard the message, his face instantly turned solemn. Okay, I'll be right there. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Fang Qin shuttled through the void and arrived in the sacred palace. Palace Master Wood Green. Fang Qin looked at Palace Master Wood Green anxiously. In the message, just now, Palace Master Wood Green had told him that he had found one of the 7 rare materials. You've found the Dragonfire Yun ink flower? Palace Master Wood Green nodded. During this period, my sacred palace has been secretly searching for the materials you need. Finally, not long ago, we found a trace of it. The Dragonfire Yun ink flower is in the possession of a rogue cultivator. As they spoke, Palace Master Woodgreen told Fang Qin about the rogue cultivator. Oh, he wants to see me in person? Fang Qin was a little surprised, but quickly agreed. Everything was for the sake of the Dragonfire Yun Mo flower. This is his transmission token. Palace Master Woodgreen handed the transmission token to Fang Qin. Soon, Fang Qin contacted the rogue cultivator. I'm Fang Qin. Fang Qin went straight to the point. Not long after, a deep voice came from the communication pendant. Palace Master Fang, the Dragonfire Yun ink flower that you want is in my hands. If you want it, come to the Sky Sword domain alone and look for me. How is it? Palace Lord Woodgreen asked. He asked me to go to the Sword domain to find him. Fang Qin said. Palace Master Woodgreen's expression changed as he muttered to himself. Could this be a scheme of the Dark Shadow Spectre clan, luring you to the Sword domain and then killing you? Thinking of the Dark Shadow Spectre clan, Palace Master Woodgreen's expression turned completely serious. The Dragonfire Yin Mo flower is rare in the world. Even a sovereign emperor might not be able to obtain it. Our sacred palace doesn't have such a huge foundation. So how could a mere rogue domain lord obtain it? I think there's something fishy about this matter. Although the time for the banquet hadn't arrived yet, Palace Master Wood Green already considered Fong Chen the leader of the human race. He definitely wouldn't let the human race's leader take the risk. I must go. Fong Chen said firmly, don't worry. I have some attainments in the Tao of space-time. Even if I can't defeat them, I can escape. If I want to escape, there aren't many in the primordial chaos who can stop me. Fong Chen was very confident in his own strength. If he used the apocalyptic third sword at full strength, his battle strength was comparable to a sovereign emperor. He didn't believe that the Dark Shadow Spectre clan had a sovereign emperor. If that was the case, they wouldn't have fought with the sacred palace for so many years. How about this? The 9 of us palace masters will go with you. Palace Master Wood Green thought for a moment. Fong Chen shook his head. That rogue cultivator had clearly told him that he could only go alone. It's not good for too many people to go. I'll go alone and act according to the circumstances. Fong Chen said. The sword domain was relatively far from the Saint domain. This was the holy land of sword cultivators. All martial artists revered the Tao of the sword. Even the children's dream was to become a great swordsman. A mountain peak towered into the clouds. From afar, it looked like a heaven-shaking sword that had fallen from the heavens and stabbed into the ground. It was surrounded by a terrifying aura of the Tao of the sword. No one was able to approach this sword mountain. Legend had it that a World King powerhouse had tried to enter Sword Mountain, but as soon as they approached, they were strangled to death by the surrounding sword energy. Since then, Sword Mountain had become a forbidden land of the sword domain. Everyone who spoke of it paled. On a mountain peak 10,000 miles away from Sword Mountain, 2 sword cultivators were fighting. Pung pung pung. One of them was a world king, and the other was a world lord. Bang! After a fierce battle, the world king grinned. I'm not fighting anymore. You're really abnormal. Although your realm is higher than mine, your foundation is unstable. Moreover, the Tao of the sword that I cultivate is much stronger than yours. The world lord nodded. Shoo! Just as the 2 of them were talking, a sword light suddenly pierced through the sky and shot into the distance. Not good. The 2 of them felt the terrifying sword energy coming from the void and immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. What a strong sword energy! After a long time, the 2 of them slowly recovered and climbed up to look into the distance. A domain lord? No! Even a domain lord can't release such a tyrannical sword energy. Could it be a quasi-emperor? The 2 of them looked at each other and then looked into the distance. That direction was where Sword Mountain was. Someone is entering Sword Mountain, the 2 of them said at the same time. In the void, Fong Chen stepped on his sword and quickly arrived in front of Sword Mountain. When he passed through the restrictions of Sword Mountain, he didn't encounter any obstruction. I'm here. Standing at the peak of Sword Mountain, Fong Chen said. Rip. Not far away, a man in gray robes appeared. This person's body exuded a strong sword energy. Your domain, Lord Zhua? It's my honor to be remembered by Lord Fong. Domain Lord Zhui said in a hoarse voice. Do you have the fire dragon ink flower? Fong Chen asked. Domain Lord Luo took out a black flower from his bosom. Illusory fire dragons could be seen coiling around the 9 petals of the flower. Fong Chen recognized the fire dragon ink flower at a glance and was overjoyed. Tell me what you want. As long as it's not too much, I'll do my best to fulfill it for you, Fong Chen said. In fact, with his current strength, no one would say anything even if he took it by force. However, this was his character. I'm sure Palace Lord Fong knows how precious this fire dragon ink flower is. Back then, I went through a lot of hardships and narrowly escaped death to obtain it. Just say it, Fong Chen said. All right, since Palace Lord Fong is so straightforward, I won't beat around the bush. Domain Lord Zhua nodded. I want to exchange this fire dragon ink flower for 100,000 divine pills. Feng Chen frowned. Chapter 3369. Even with Feng Chen's powerful physical body, he had only absorbed 10,000 divine elixir pills to reach the quasi-emperor realm. However, territorial Lord Zhua wanted 100,000 divine elixir pills. Feng Chen did not immediately agree. Instead, he was deep in thought. In fact, he already had an answer in his heart before coming to the sword domain. Even if it was 100,000 divine elixir pills, he would still agree. If you can't take out 100,000 divine elixir pills, there's another way. Territorial Lord Zhua saw Feng Chen frown and continued, I'll only take 50,000 divine elixir pills. In addition, you need to kill someone for me. Kill someone? Territorial Lord Zhua nodded. I have a mortal enemy called the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord. We have an irreconcilable feud. My life's goal is to kill him. Not long ago, I fought with him, who knew that he was so powerful that he was only a step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. I'm no match for him. Although I can't defeat him, he can't do anything to me either. However, the more this is the case, the more anxious I am. If he reaches the quasi-emperor realm before me, I'll definitely die. The difference between a quasi-emperor and a territorial lord was too great. Territorial Lord Zhua was a little anxious. If you kill the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord, I'll give you the Fire Dragon Cloud Flower, Territorial Lord Zhua said. Feng Chen slowly raised his head and looked at Territorial Lord Zhua. Aren't you afraid that I'll snatch it from you? Haha, I believe in Lord Feng's character, Territorial Lord Zhua said. I'll first investigate the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord. If he's an evil person, I'll help you deal with him. If he hasn't done anything wrong, I'm sorry, but I won't kill the innocent. With that, Feng Chen sent a voice transmission to Palace Masterwood Green. The Sacred Palace was the core of the human race and recorded all the experts of the ancient chaos. The Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord was a territorial lord. It was impossible for the Sacred Palace not to have records of him. As expected, Palace Masterwood Green sent all the information about the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Lord. After reading it, Feng Chen licked his dry lips and said eerily, I never thought that the Thunder Barbaric Domain Lord would be so evil. From Palace Masterwood Green's information, he learned that the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord was an evil cultivator who specialized in hunting other cultivators and absorbing their blood essence to cultivate. Most importantly, he once had a grudge with the Ouyang clan of the Dragon Domain, and even killed one of their strongest cultivators. I owe Ouyang Luoxu a favor. Moreover, this Thunder Barbaric Region Lord is so heinous. Looks like I must kill him. Feng Chen agreed to the territorial ruler's request. I can help you kill the Thunder Barbarian Territorial Ruler, but do you know where he is? Not long ago, he went to the Barbarian Domain. The Domain Lord was excited. If Feng Chen made a move, the Domain Lord of the Thunder Barbarian Domain would definitely die. Voila! With a flick of his sleeve, Feng Chen passed 50,000 Saint Pellets to Territorial Lord Hua. Here are 50,000 divine elixir pills. As for killing Territory Lord Zhua, I will go to Manu now. Do you want to come with me? Feng Chen asked. Of course. He wanted to see the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord die with his own eyes. Let's go. The Barbarian Domain was filled with a savage aura. The people of the Barbarian Domain worshipped the Barbarian Emperor. In their hearts, the Barbarian Emperor was the most powerful existence. Now, after countless years of chaos, the Barbarian Domain finally had a new territorial ruler. As the descendant of the Barbarian Emperor, Barbarian had received the Barbarian Emperor's inheritance and completely activated the Barbarian Emperor's bloodline. His prestige in the Barbarian Domain was unmatched. Master, what about that guy? In a city in the core of the Barbarian Domain, Barbarian gritted his teeth and said, The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord is a veteran expert. He is powerful and evil. He is a true evil cultivator. Even if you and I join forces, we may not be his match. Barbarian's master said, "Once we anger the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, the Barbarian domain will be in trouble. Why don't you ask your good brother for help?" Barbarian shook his head. "The path of cultivation is full of difficulties. I can't rely on my brother forever. If I can't even deal with the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, how can I face my brother?" Barbarian punched the stone bench beside him. "I will go into seclusion now. The day I come out will be the day the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord dies." The two of them were thinking about the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. However, they would never have thought that Fong Qin had already found the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. In a hidden valley, at a glance, there were corpses everywhere and blood was dripping. Bang! The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord waved his hand, and a corpse that he had sucked dry of blood was thrown not far away. Delicious blood. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord licked his lips and said eerily, "The barbarian domain is very far from the sacred region and is at the edge of the primordial chaos. The sacred palace will not care about it. If the barbarian region Lord knows what's good for him, don't disturb me. Otherwise, I don't mind bathing the barbarian domain in blood." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord continued to suck the blood. Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. Suddenly, a deafening voice descended from the sky. "Who's there?" The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord scanned his surroundings and snapped furiously. Fong Chen and the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord walked out from the darkness. Fong Chen's expression turned cold when he saw the corpses scattered across the ground. "Thunder Barbarian Region Lord, I didn't look for you, but you're here to die?" The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord said coldly when he saw the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. "What's wrong? You managed to escape last time and now you found a helper?" Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. "Today is the day you die." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord said. "Buzz." Fong Qin took a step forward. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord harumphed coldly and attacked. Bang! However, he was shocked to discover that his attack was directly blocked by the man before him with his physical body. "Who are you?" The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord finally realized that something was not right. "I'm Fong Qin." Fong Qin said. "Run." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord was terrified and tried to escape. Bang! A giant hand descended from the sky and suppressed the Thunder Barbarian Region Lord. "No, I can't accept this." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord screamed and turned into ashes. "Thank you, Lord Fong." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord was stunned. Although he had heard about it, he was still shocked to see Fong Qin attack with his own eyes. "You deserve to die for killing the innocent." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord didn't say anything else and handed the Dragon Fire Yin ink flower to Fong Qin. "Where did you get it?" Fong Qin suddenly asked. "From a spatial crack." The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord roughly explained the location, and Fong Qin instantly understood. Looking at the Dragon Fire Yin ink flower in his hand, he muttered, "Did it come from the Godfall battlefield?" At the core of the Barbarian Region, a voice suddenly sounded in the mind of the barbarian who was in seclusion. The Thunder Barbarian Region Lord killed the innocent in the Barbarian Region, and I've killed him. I have to rush back to the Sacred Palace to deal with some matters. See you there soon. Dong! The Barbarian Region Lord suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't want to trouble his good brother. But seeing the Barbarian Region Lord walk out of the secret room, his master asked in surprise, "Why are you out so quickly?" Chapter 30, 370. After dealing with the Thunder Barbarian Protectorate Lord, Fong Qin went to the 1,000 Treasure Pagoda alone. He handed the Fire Dragon Cloud ink flower to Emperor Shao and then hurried back to the sacred region. The entire sacred domain was extremely jubilant. The faces of all the martial artists were filled with jubilant smiles. Looking down from the sky, one could see many warriors from thousands of miles away pouring into the sacred region. For a time, the vast sacred region was full of people. Those who were more powerful came to the sacred palace. Although most of them were not invited, they had no regrets seeing the leader of the human race with their own eyes. Palace Master Woodgreen and the others had been preparing for 3 months. The feast of the human race had finally arrived. Early in the morning, the 9 palace masters were already busy. Figures could be seen hurrying about everywhere in the sacred palace. As the protagonist of the feast and the leader of the human race, Feng Qin was more leisurely, in an elegant and quiet garden. Compared to the hustle and bustle outside the sacred palace, it was indeed much quieter. Feng Qin sat on a stone bench, admiring the fish swimming in the pond. Beside him was the primogenitor of nothingness. After a period of recuperation, Void Ancestor's injuries had healed a lot. "How are your injuries?" Feng Qin asked. After all, Void Ancestor's injuries were caused by him. Moreover, the space-time Tao that he cultivated originated from Void Ancestor. When he was in the universe God world, the space-time Tao had helped him a lot. Therefore, Feng Qin was grateful to Void Ancestor from the bottom of his heart. "Leader, don't worry. My injuries are nothing to worry about. It's a pity. I should have helped in such a grand occasion." There was some regret in Void Ancestor's words. Now that Feng Qin's identity had changed, he respected Feng Qin very much. "Void Palace Master, you don't have to be like this. It's all thanks to your space-time Tao." Feng Qin smiled. He took out 50,000 divine elixir pills from his summer ring. "These divine elixir pills should be able to help you recover, right?" These 50,000 divine elixir pills were compensation to Void Ancestor. This primogenitor Nihility shook his head. He couldn't accept it. "Take it." Feng Qin's attitude was firm. In the end, the primogenitor of the Void had no choice but to put away the Saint Elixir. "Thank you for the gift, Lord Leader." The primogenitor of nothingness stood up shakily and cupped his fists in thanks. "There's no need for that." Right at this moment, Palace Master Woodgreen sent a sound transmission to Feng Qin. The various large factions of the primordial chaos had already arrived. The banquet was about to begin. "Come on, let's go together." At that moment, there was a huge square in front of the sacred palace. On the square, there was a dense crowd of martial artists. In addition, the entire sacred palace was packed with people. Is he Feng Qin? Heavens, he's so young. Yet he can become the #1 person in the supreme ancient immortal realms? As soon as Feng Qin appeared, there was a burst of discussion below. Everyone looked at Feng Qin in shock. "Lord Leader, please. This old man will stand to the side." Primogenitor Nihility made an inviting gesture to Feng Qin and then walked to the side of Palace Master Woodgreen and the others. Although he was the sacred Palace Master, there was still a big gap between him and Feng Qin. As the leader of the human race, he was unique and the core of the entire human race. He had to pay attention to his words and actions. It's said that primogenitor Nihility was injured because he saved the leader. Did you see that? The leader stood side by side with primogenitor Nihility at such a grand event. This is enough to show how important primogenitor Nihility is in the leader's heart. I'm so envious. I really hope I can take a few cuts for the leader. With your strength, you wish. Shouts shook the sky as countless people cheered Feng Qin's name. Everyone, Palace Master Woodgreen, stepped forward and waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. The huge square instantly fell silent. "Everyone, this person beside me is the new leader of the human race." Next, Palace Master Woodgreen briefly explained Feng Qin's combat strength and other circumstances. "From today onwards, he will be the leader of the human race." Palace Master Woodgreen said loudly. We pay our respects to the leader. The strongest person in the Archean era was feared by everyone who dared to raise an objection, as expected of boss. On the side of the stage, the 5 lords of Jade Mountain, led by Little Mouse, had proud expressions. The man standing in the center of the stage was their leader. I said at the time that boss is the chosen one. His future is limitless. Little C and Pangolin also sighed when they followed Fangchen, although they knew that the latter had unparalleled potential. Who would have thought that he would become the leader of the human race in the near future? In the vast primal chaos realm, countless primal chaos voids were led by him. No one dared to disobey his orders. In the monster race area, a red-robed, pure-blooded beast in human form lazily watched this scene. Although its expression was indifferent, there was a trace of admiration in the depths of its eyes. To be able to reach this step in such a harsh age of chaos, if he was born in the ancient era, it would be unimaginable. The pure-blooded beast said. Behind it, the lords of the 3 monster races couldn't help but have joy on their faces. From now on, the monster race will finally have a fixed territory in the primordial chaos. Yes, the emperor of our race is like a brother to the leader of the human race. The monster race and the human race are also allies. In the future, we will develop together and return to the peak of the primal chaos realm. It was not only them. The people who had interacted with Fangchen before were all proud of this. After Palace Master Wood Green finished his short speech, it was Fangchen's turn to speak. I am indebted to everyone for allowing me to take on the responsibility of being the leader of the human race. I will not refuse. Fangchen said, Since I am the leader of the human race, I will put the interests of the human race first. Anyone who dares to harm the interests of the human race will be the enemy of the human race. I will kill them at all costs. I hope that everyone can stand side by side with me and contribute to the development of the primal chaos realm. We support the leader. Immediately, the square was filled with earth-shattering noises. Outside the Saint Palace, on a hidden street, there were 2 figures. After hearing the earth-shattering shouts, their faces were full of disdain. So what if he is the leader? Won't he still die at the hands of the Umbra Ghost race? This guy is probably the shortest leader in the history of the human race. The Umbra Ghost race had carefully prepared for 3 months. They were determined to kill Fangchen this time. Are you ready? The red-clothed man asked. The red-clothed man nodded. The Great Elder has sent a message. The Umbra squad is in position. Then we have to speed up. A moment later, the 2 came to a wasteland outside the Saint Palace and began to set up a large formation. An hour later, the red-clothed man drilled out of the ground, his forehead full of sweat. The human race's protective formation is really powerful. If I hadn't received a formation talisman for my race, it would have been very difficult to tear it apart, the red-clothed man said. How is it? The red-clothed man asked hurriedly. I've already torn apart the human race's protective formation and placed the formation talisman inside. Once the human race activates the formation, it will bring about a disaster. The red-clothed man said confidently. The formation talisman came from the Godsfall battlefield. The power it contained was too strong. Unless an Emperor Realm ruler came personally, no one could resist it. Okay. The red-clothed man nodded and sent a message to the Umbra squad. In the square in front of the Saint Palace, Fangchen, who was speaking, suddenly heard Palace Master Wood Green's voice in his mind. The protective formation has been tampered with. As expected, they can't hold back anymore. Fangchen raised his head and looked into the distance. A sinister and terrifying killing intent appeared in his dark eyes. Buzz. At this moment, the void suddenly distorted, and a terrifying black hole appeared in the sky. Shocking killing intent came from the black hole. What's that? This sudden change shocked everyone. Pucci. Some warriors who were too close to the black hole were instantly killed. Blood sprayed into the void. Not good. Retreat. Everyone turned pale with fright and quickly retreated. Whoosh! A dazzling light shot out of the black hole and stabbed toward Fang Qin with unbelievable speed. Bang! Fang Qin clenched his fists and sent him flying with a punch. Crack! At this moment, 10 figures appeared around him. Buzz! Terrifying soul, Dao power, swept through his body. His primordial spirit trembled and his body swayed. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 10 members of the Umbra squad launched a thunderous attack. Die! 10 streaks of concentrated soul Dao power gathered in the sky, condensing into a black eagle. The eagle spread its wings and soared, carrying endless soul Dao power as it blasted toward Fang Qin. Activate the formation. Palace Master Wood Green yelled. How dare you disrupt the human race's successor ceremony? Don't even think about leaving. Damn Umbra Spectres! Palace Master Fire Dome was furious. Boom! The human race's protective formation was instantly activated. A layer of formation ripples quickly shrouded the sacred palace. Violent killing power emanated from the void and spread out in all directions. Retreat! The pure-blooded beast cub said in a deep voice. Since the Umbra Spectres dared to assassinate them, it meant that they came prepared. Anyone below the Boundary Emperor realm was cannon fodder. The demon race people quickly retreated from the battlefield. The 5 tyrants of Jade Mountain were unwilling to retreat, but the pure-blooded beast cub couldn't care less. It slapped the 5 of them away. Let's go! The pure-blooded beast cub looked at the Star Emperor. The latter shook his head, his eyes flashing with killing intent. I want to fight side by side with Brother Qin. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. The entire sky seemed to be about to collapse. Fang Qin's body burst out from the dense soul Dao power. He dodged the joint attack of the Umbra Spectres. The 10 members of the Umbra Spectres floated in the air and looked at each other in surprise. You actually dodged our joint attack? Obviously, they didn't dare to believe it. The Umbra Spectres were the strongest team that the Umbra Spectres had nurtured over the years. Although the 10 of them were only domain lords, they all had the combat strength of a Boundary Emperor. Most importantly, their primordial spirits had all reached the peak of the Abyssal Realm. They were just 1 step away from entering the corporeal realm. Even a Boundary Emperor wouldn't be able to withstand their joint attack. I knew that the Umbra Spectres would come to assassinate me. How could I not be prepared? Fang Qin sneered. In the past 3 months, he had been cultivating and preparing at the same time. The attack just now was indeed powerful, but he had held back and dodged it. In fact, he deliberately allowed Palace Master Woodgreen to create the gap in the protective formation. Chapter 3371. The Human Clan and the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan had been fighting for so many years. Although the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan was very secretive, they would definitely kill their target every time they attacked. It was very difficult for the Human Clan to capture the members of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan. But after countless years, they still accumulated a lot of information. Since the last battle of the ancient region, the Sacred Palace had paid special attention to the movements of the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan. They knew that once the Dark Shadow Spirit Clan attacked, they would definitely not let it go. If they attacked again, next time they would go all out. Therefore, Fang Qin did something to the mountain guarding formation. Samsara sword formation open. Fang Qin shouted in a low voice and spread out his hands. Terrifying sword Qi soared into the sky and quickly condensed into 9 giant swords. Above the 9 giant swords, there was a rich supreme power of law surrounding them. Swish! Seeing this, Palace Master Woodgreen and the others stood up one after another. Each of them held a giant sword tightly and stood in 9 different positions of the Samsara sword formation. Dong! Dong! The power of the Samsara sword formation instantly erupted. Standing in the formation, Fang Chen felt the burst of power in the sword formation, and a touch of coldness appeared on his face. "Since you dare to come to kill me, then all of you shall stay here." The most important member of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan was the Dark Shadow Squad. If all 10 of them were killed, the power of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan would be greatly reduced, and then there would be no need to fear them. Therefore, the Sacred Palace was fully prepared. Kill. He performed the second move of the Apocalypse swordsmanship. The hidden star sword exploded in the Samsara sword formation like a bolt of lightning. Crack! After feeling the power of the Apocalypse swordsmanship, the power of the Samsara sword formation soared again. As expected. Seeing this, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. The Samsara sword formation was a powerful treasure that the Samsara Sword Emperor had brought back from the spatial crack at the edge of the God's Fall battlefield. Last time in the ancient region, the world had already seen its power. In the past 3 months, Fang Chen had been cultivating and improving the Samsara sword formation at the same time. He simulated the essence of the ancient annihilation swordsmanship into the Samsara sword formation, using the Apocalypse swordsmanship as the core to superimpose the power of the Samsara sword formation. Now, every time he performed the ancient annihilation swordsmanship, he would superimpose a layer of power. 1. At the same time, the mountain protection formation of the human clan was fully activated. The 2 experts of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan who had sneaked into the Saint Realm were instantly killed. Not far away from the Sacred Palace, the 2 heard the commotion inside and sneered. "With the Shadow Squad taking action, they will definitely die," the red-clothed man said. "That's right. What we need to do is to disrupt the protective formation so that it can't interfere with the Shadow Squad's actions." However, just as the 2 of them were conversing, suddenly, an astonishing power surged out from the core of the protective formation. Crack! The talisman that had been placed in the center of the formation instantly shattered. Not good. The formation talisman is broken. Retreat. The red-robed man seemed to have realized something and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Boom! Boundless energy swept across the land, instantly drowning the 2 of them. Crack! Their bodies were reduced to dust. 1. After the protective formation shattered the talisman, it quickly closed, completely trapping the Shadow Squad in the Saint Realm. At this moment, Fang Chen was not idle in the transmigration sword formation. He performed the second move of the ancient annihilation swordsmanship again and again. In a moment, the power of the transmigration sword formation had been superimposed to 9 layers. It's about time. Fang Chen felt that the time was right. In the next moment, he threw out the star-hidden sword in his hand and rushed in another direction. Bang! He accumulated all the strength in his body and punched the void. Crack! When his fist struck out, a figure suddenly appeared. Caught off guard, his head was directly smashed into smithereens. Swoosh! The primordial spirit light ball escaped at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Seeing this, the other members of the Shadow Squad attacked, like crazy. However, the power of the 9 layers of the transmigration sword formation, coupled with the ancient annihilation sword chi, and the full attack of the palace masters of the Sacred Palace, had reached a terrifying level. Even an Emperor-level sovereign would not dare to face it head-on. After one of the members of the Shadow Squad was seriously injured by Fang Chen, the battle formation was instantly broken. For a moment, the others were also attacked violently. Die. Taking advantage of the situation, he pursued. Fang Chen performed his trump card, the ancient annihilation third sword. Run. The primordial spirit light ball quickly escaped. He shouted desperately, but suddenly a terrifying aura blocked in front of his primordial spirit. No, a dark aura tore through the sky, like the arrival of dawn, and instantly strangled his primordial spirit. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Since the emergence of the Shadow Squad, no one had died. For countless years, it had been the trump card team of the Shadow Ghost Clan. But now, One of them was killed by Fang Chen. What swordsmanship is that? It's too strong. I feel my heart trembling. Run. With the battle formation broken, the other 9 people were no longer in the mood to fight and fled. They knew that this mission was a complete failure. They had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. The latter's potential was too terrifying. It had only been 3 months, but he had already become so unimaginably strong. Our Shadow Ghost clan is best at hiding. If we want to escape, no one can stop us. The 9 people fled in different directions, and Fang Chen chased after them. Maintain the sword formation. Leave the rest to me. In the following time, the 9 members of the Shadow Squad would definitely attack the Samsara sword formation crazily. Fang Chen warned Palace Master Wood Green and the others in advance to be careful. Don't worry. With the superposition power, we are confident that we can face an Emperor Realm Dominator. Palace Master Wood Green and the Samsara Sword Emperor looked at each other, and then frantically activated the power in their bodies to maintain the superposition power of the Samsara sword formation. I'm least afraid of concealment techniques. Seeing the 9 figures disappear at the same time, Fang Chen sneered. Without even thinking about it, he swung his sword toward a certain side of the void. The Armageddon second sword instantly burst out, piercing through the sky and piercing a person hidden in the void. While the sacred realm was fighting fiercely, the distant Shadow Ghost lair was completely in an uproar. The clan leader had come out of seclusion, and he could no longer sit still. Bang! The Dark Shadow clan leader was furious and smashed a building with a punch. His face was ferocious and full of killing intent. Damn it! How dare you plot against my clan? Every member of the Shadow Squad was a powerful force in the clan, and they had unparalleled potential. They were the strongest assassins below the Emperor Realm. But now, 4 of their life slips had been shattered. Open the wormhole. The Dark Shadow clan leader ordered. Gather the strength of the entire clan and attack the sacred realm. A moment later, a wormhole appeared in the void, and the Dark Shadow clan leader stepped out and stepped into it. Crack! With a series of cracking sounds, 3 of the life slips placed in the Shadow Ghost clan's lair were shattered. 7. The warrior in charge of guarding the life slips saw this, and his body trembled. Ever since the Shadow Ghost clan appeared, such a thing had never happened. Heavens! Just how strong is the human race? He vaguely remembered that the clan leader had said that the Shadow Squad's combined attack was comparable to that of an Emperor Realm sovereign. But now, 7 of them had died, and the other 3 life slips were shaking and showing signs of cracking. They could shatter at any time. Could it be that the humans have an Emperor Realm sovereign? Crack! 2 more cracking sounds were heard. 2 of the remaining 3 life slips were shattered, and only 1 was left. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the warrior in charge of guarding the life slips suddenly changed his expression. He seemed to have realized something. Clan leader, 9 life slips have shattered. No, all 10 of them have shattered. The Shadow Squad has been wiped out. The humans seem to have an Emperor Realm sovereign. The sacred realm was filled with smoke. The inside of the sacred palace had turned into ruins, and only the sacred palace stood in the ruins. Palace Master Wood Green and the others were still maintaining the transmigration sword formation, and in the sword formation, 10 corpses lay in a pool of blood. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and leaned on the ground. There were beads of sweat on his forehead. Using the Armageddon sword technique consecutively had consumed too much energy. Fortunately, I prepared in advance and defeated the Shadow Squad one by one. Otherwise, if they joined forces, it would have been difficult for me to kill them, Fang Chen muttered. He raised his head and looked at the distant sky with his deep eyes. There, thunder rumbled and light shot out in all directions. Are they here? The strongest of the Shadow Ghost clan, the Dark Shadow clan leader. Damn the humans! A furious roar could be heard coming from the distance. causing the entire sacred realm to tremble. Shatter! Looking at the protective formation in front of him, the Dark Shadow Clan leader smashed it with a punch. Crack! A terrifying vortex appeared on the protective formation and crazily devoured the power of the formation. His body kept changing, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the sacred palace. He stood in the air and stared at Fang Chun with his blood-red eyes. "Are you the new leader of the human clan?" The Dark Shadow Clan leader said gloomily. "After hiding for so long, you finally decided to show yourself." Fang Chin shrugged and sneered. The Dark Shadow Clan leader stretched out a finger and pointed at Fang Chin. He said fiercely, "How dare you kill the people of my Shadow Ghost Clan?" Looking at the 10 corpses lying on the ground, the Dark Shadow Clan leader was filled with cold, killing intent. Humph! The ancient Chaos era was originally the territory of the human clan. The Shadow Ghost Clan was ambitious and wanted to occupy it. Over the years, you have secretly assassinated many of the human clan's geniuses, right? Palace Master Wood Green said angrily, "The human clan has long been an enemy of the Shadow Ghost Clan. So what if we kill your people? If we have the chance, we will definitely destroy your clan." Haha! The Dark Shadow Clan leader laughed strangely. He spread his hands, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Originally, it was not the time to start a war with the human clan, the Dark Shadow Clan leader said, but the death of the Shadow Squad requires the entire human clan to pay tribute. After all, a full-scale war with the human clan required comprehensive planning. The plan had not been completely successful, and it was not the best time to start a war. However, the Dark Shadow Clan leader had underestimated Fang Chen's strength and the Sacred Palace's foundation. This had indirectly led to the tragic death of the 10 members of the Shadow Squad at the hands of Fang Chen. This directly aroused the Dark Shadow Clan leader's crazy anger. At this time he could not care less. Chapter 3372. Seeing the Dark Shadow Patriarch, Palace Master Wood Green, and the others also looked very serious. After all, for countless years, only the Dark Shadow Spirit race could pose a real threat to the human race. It was said that the Dark Shadow Spirit race had a certain connection with the God's Fall battlefield. This was also why the human race had repeatedly attacked the Dark Shadow Spirit race over the years, but it ended in failure in the end. There was no doubt that the Dark Shadow Patriarch was the most powerful existence of the Dark Shadow Spirit race. Although he was only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, his real combat strength was already comparable to the Emperor realm. The destruction of the Dark Shadow team completely enraged the Dark Shadow Patriarch. At the same time, it made him realize how terrifying Fang Chen's potential was. 30 billion years ago, I once attacked. The Dark Shadow Patriarch had been cultivating in seclusion in his lair, hoping to break through to the Emperor realm and complete the unification of the ancient chaos. Under normal circumstances, he rarely attacked. Even if he encountered a difficult enemy, the Dark Shadow team could deal with it. The last time he attacked was 30 billion years ago. Hearing this, the hearts of the people of the sacred region trembled. Even Fang Chen's heart was stirred. The cycle of the heavenly way and the operation of the supreme law. Every 10 billion years, the creatures of the ancient chaos would exceed the burden of the chaos realm, which would eventually lead to the destruction of the Chaos Realm. Under the operation of the Supreme Law, the Chaos Realm would be reborn. This was called the Great Chaos Destruction, and every 10 billion years was also called an epoch by the cultivators. 30 billion years was 3 epochs. For the past 30 billion years, I have been meditating quietly. You should be proud to have forced me to attack. The Dark Shadow Patriarch stood with his hands behind his back. Although his heart was burning with anger, there was a mocking smile on his face. It seemed that Fang Chen was not worth mentioning at all in his eyes. "Leader, be careful," Palace Master Wood Green said telepathically. "We will do our best to maintain the transmigration sword formation to interfere with the Dark Shadow Patriarch's attack. We can only rely on you for the rest." In the entire human race, Fang Chen was the only one who could stop the Dark Shadow Patriarch. At this moment, in the vast sacred region, the eyes of countless warriors were focused on Fang Chen. Their hearts were full of expectations. He hoped that the leader could destroy the Dark Shadow Spirit race and continue the legacy of the human race. Whoa! A layer of sword-shaped runes appeared on Fang Chen's body. The chaotic sword body was activated to the maximum. The bloodline power in his body was also activated crazily. His eyes were cold. He did not dare to be careless in front of the Dark Shadow Tribe leader. Reincarnation sword formation overlay. Suddenly, Palace Master Wood Green roared and the Samsara sword formation began to spin wildly. Fang Chen's wrist trembled as he slashed out 9 times in a row. The power of each strike was enough to easily slay a quasi-emperor expert. 9 streaks of sword light crisscrossed. With the center of the transmigration sword formation as the core, they quickly merged together and turned into a huge sword. Under Fang Chen's control, the giant sword was inserted into the center of the formation. Dong! In an instant, the killing power of the transmigration sword formation soared again. The power of the transmigration sword formation surpassed that of the human race's mountain guarding formation and even surpassed the scope of an emperor-level formation. Hee, trying to stop me with this formation? The Dark Shadow Tribe leader sneered in the sky above the sacred region. Even the human race's mountain guarding formation could not do anything to him. What was a mere transmigration sword formation to him? Blood Shadow. The Dark Shadow Clan's clan chief let out a low shout as he abruptly shot forth his fist. In the void, a blood-red fist shadow grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it covered the sky. It emitted a dazzling light and carried a powerful force as it swooped down. Boom! 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 When the blood-red fist shadow hit the transmigration sword formation, there was a deafening explosion. Crack! Signs of cracks appeared on the sword formation. The surrounding void was filled with spatial storms. Many martial artists in the sacred region retreated in horror. If they were not careful, they would be sucked into it. Bang! Finally, after holding on for a while, the transmigration sword formation could not withstand the terrifying pressure and shattered. The 9 palace masters who maintained the formation were directly smashed into the ground of the sacred palace. Leader. Palace Master Wood Green struggled to get up and said worriedly, "He is very strong. You are no match for him. Leave it to me." Fang Chen said in a low voice. With just one punch, he had shattered the 9-layered transmigration sword formation. Even Fang Chen did not have an absolute chance of winning against the Dark Shadow Tribe leader. If Palace Master Wood Green and the others continued to stay on the battlefield, they would not be of any use. Instead, they would become a burden to him. After a while, everyone had evacuated from the battlefield and retreated to the front of the sacred palace. In the void, 2 figures faced each other. His strength has already reached the martial emperor realm. As the leader of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan, he should have some trump cards. Fang Chen pondered. If I use the 3rd sword of the Armageddon sword art with all my strength, I should be able to fight with him. As for whether I can kill him or not, I'm not sure. Fang Chen was not very confident. After all, his opponent was an expert who stood at the top of the Chaos Realm. I've changed my mind. Seeing that Fang Chen was as still as a bell and his expression did not change, the Dark Shadow Tribe leader suddenly said, "Your talent is the most powerful I have ever seen. Staying in the human race is really a waste of your talent. If you can join my Dark Shadow Tribe, stepping into the martial emperor realm will be just around the corner. I can even promise you that after the human race is destroyed and the chaos in the Archean era is quelled, I will personally contact the ancestors in the God's Fall battlefield and send you there." The God's Fall battlefield was powerful and mysterious. Countless warriors dreamed of entering it, but there was no way to do so. Although the human race had mastered some ways to enter, It was too dangerous. Even a quasi-emperor would have a slim chance of survival. My tribe's power in the God's Fall battlefield is beyond your imagination. If it weren't for the restrictions of the Archean era that prevented our experts from coming out, the human race would have been long gone. The Dark Shadow tribe leader continued. It would be a pity if such a talented warrior died. It would be a good choice to rope him in. The God's Fall battlefield? Fong Chen raised his head and stared at the Dark Shadow tribe leader. In the future, he would definitely enter the God's Fall battlefield and explore the mystery of the past. But he would not betray the human race. I will go there myself. Fong Chen's words undoubtedly made his position clear. You, the Dark Shadow tribe leader, frowned. Do you know how dangerous the God's Fall battlefield is? With your current strength, you will be destroyed in a matter of minutes. If you have the protection of the experts of my tribe, you will be able to enjoy endless cultivation opportunities. Do you know how many cultivation opportunities there are in the God's Fall battlefield? The God's Fall battle of the ancient era affected the entire Chaos realm. Many experts were almost wiped out. Countless inheritances and powerful treasures were buried in ruins. Chapter 3373. The Dark Shadow tribe leader saw Fong Chen's extraordinary potential at first glance. It was only a matter of time before such a monstrous genius stepped into the Emperor realm if he did not die midway. It would be best if he could rope in such a person. If he could not be roped in, he must be killed. So you're saying that you're refusing? The Dark Shadow tribe leader asked. As a member of the human race, I have the blood of the human race flowing in my body. How can I betray the human race and join the enemy? Fong Chen refused without hesitation. In that case, you can only die. The Dark Shadow tribe leader said casually, but it was extremely harsh in the ears of the others. Buzz! The Dark Shadow tribe leader suddenly raised his hand and his robe fluttered without wind. Layers of scarlet ripples spread out with his body as the core. In the blink of an eye, these scarlet ripples covered the entire void. The atmosphere in the air was very oppressive. The Dark Shadow tribe leader walked slowly towards Fong Chen. Every step he took caused the void to tremble. Fong Chen gripped the hidden star sword tightly, and a loud and clear sword hum resounded incessantly. Anyone who dares to obstruct the plan of the Dark Shadow tribe will be killed without mercy. When the last word was said, the scarlet ripples in the void revolved crazily. The whole world turned blood red as if it had fallen into the azure hell. Vanishing shadow divine dragon skill, vanishing heaven and earth. Within the scarlet ripples, a furious roar suddenly rang out. In the next moment, a dragon roar was heard. Fong Chen raised his head and saw the scarlet ripples gradually condensing into a huge scarlet dragon. Roar! The huge dragon opened its bloody mouth and breathed out a terrifying dragon breath. It glared at Fong Chen and bared its fangs and claws, wanting to tear Fong Chen's body apart. Buzz! The Dark Shadow tribe leader stood on the huge dragon with his hands behind his back. Kill! For a moment, the word kill reverberated in the void, disturbing Fong Chen's mind. Soul Dao interference. Fong Chen frowned. He fully activated his corporeal, primordial spirit. Powerful soul Dao energy protected his primordial spirit. Armageddon sword art. Fong Chen tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and executed the second move of the Armageddon swordsmanship. Just as the dazzling sword light was about to reach the dragon, it split into two. One of the sword light carried boundless sword chi and stabbed towards the dragon's armpit, while the other sword light carried dense space-time power and stabbed towards the Dark Shadow tribe leader, who was standing on the dragon's back. Roar! Fong Chen's actions completely enraged the dragon. It roared at the sky and waved its claws wildly. Ding, ding, ding. The dragon's claws blocked the sword light that shot towards its armpits, but blood also seeped out of its claws. On the back of the giant dragon, the Dark Shadow tribe leader sneered. With a gentle wave of his hand, he shattered another incoming sword light. At this moment, the entire sacred region was trembling. The void was torn apart, and terrifying spatial turbulence could be seen everywhere. Too powerful. I can't believe I'm able to witness an emperor battle in my life. He's not an emperor, but he's stronger than an emperor. No wonder he's the leader of the human race. Lord Fong is too powerful. His swordsmanship is even more shocking. With one strike, he looks down on the world. No one can defeat him. The people who were hiding in the distance discussed animatedly. Most of the martial artists believed that their leader could defeat the Dark Shadow tribe leader. Of course, there were also a small number of martial artists who thought that the current situation was not optimistic. The Dark Shadow tribe leader's strength is beyond our imagination. He also has the combat strength of an emperor. It will be difficult for Lord Fong to win. Damn it, that's the Vanishing Shadow Divine Dragon's secret technique. There are a total of 9 levels. Once all of them are used, the 9 dragons will surround him and he will be invincible. This is only the first level. I wonder how Lord Fong will withstand the next few levels. The battle of emperors in the sky was constantly affecting the hearts of the entire human race. Palace Master Mu Qing and the others in the sacred palace looked pale. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Fire Dome Palace Master raised his fiery red eyebrows and said in a deep voice, "An emperor battle. This is definitely an emperor battle," Reincarnation Sword Emperor said. Since ancient times, only a battle between emperors could be called an emperor battle. However, after the great changes in the world, it was difficult for emperors to appear again. The standard for an emperor battle was lowered a lot. As long as one had the combat strength of an emperor, it was considered an emperor battle. In this era, which of the 2 emperors is stronger? The palace masters of the sacred palace were all deep in thought. You are the strongest among us. Go and help boss. Little Mouse jumped in front of the pure-blood beast cub. Xiao Huang, Xiao Hai, Pangolin, and the old faker also surrounded it. They were very anxious. Boss was not in a good situation. The Dark Shadow tribe has been passed down from the God's Fall battlefield. They have a strong foundation. This time, the Dark Shadow tribe leader is personally involved. Boss is in danger. The pure-blood beast cub looked at the 5 of them. I can understand your feelings. I also want to help. But with my strength, not only can I not help, but I will also become a burden. In an emperor battle, no one could help except for emperors. Hearing this, Little Mouse and the others fell silent. They walked to the entrance of the sacred palace and looked at the emperor battle in the sky. Boss will definitely win. In the void, the proud figure was their boss, whom they admired and respected the most. Vanishing Shadow Dragon Technique, Second Vanishing Wind Wave. The Dark Shadow tribe leader continuously performed the Vanishing Shadow Dragon Technique, wanting to defeat Fong Qin. One after another, blood-red dragons condensed and rushed toward Fong Qin. If you want to defeat me, this is far from enough, Fong Qin said. Whoosh! Suddenly, a blood-red long sword appeared in his other hand. The red glass sword was once the Demon King's natal weapon. Since the Demon King merged with his original body, the red glass sword had been kept in Fong Qin's summer ring. Now, facing a strong enemy like the Dark Shadow tribe leader, he was very cautious. Roar! Star concealment in one hand and red glass in the other. 2 completely different sword sounds echoed in the sky, intertwining with each other and forming a terrifying sword chi wave. You are the strongest opponent I have encountered since I started cultivating. This battle is also the battle to test my strongest battle strength. Fong Chen's eyes flickered. I have cultivated my physical body to the limit, and my primordial spirit has reached the corporeal realm. As for sword arts, not only have I created an invincible sword art, but I have also cultivated the Armageddon sword art that surpasses the Emperor realm. Ever since I comprehended the Armageddon third sword, I have never used my full strength. In the current Chaos Realm, no one could make him use his full strength. Today, I will test my battle strength with you in the sky above the sacred realm. Billions of people will witness the rise of the human race. Fang Chen's aura continued to soar. His voice echoed in the entire ancient Chaos Realm. All the humans were watching this shocking battle. Their blood was boiling as they shouted the name of their leader. Chapter 3374. The vast sacred region was shrouded in a bloody aura. Spatial turbulence was everywhere in the sky. The warriors who were hiding in the distance had no doubt that once the space turbulence collapsed completely, even the primordial chaos would be destroyed, let alone the sanctuary. At this moment, there were only 3 words in their minds. Too terrifying. Is this the legendary war of the emperors? Ever since the immortal emperor disappeared in the Age of Doom, there had not been another emperor realm expert. For countless years, the human race had tried everything to choose countless geniuses to cultivate emperor realm expert. But in the end, they had all failed. Before Fang Chen, the 2 most favored geniuses were Gu Tianhua of the Gu family and Lin Qian. However, millions of years ago, Lin Qian left the sacred island and disappeared without a trace. Some people said that Lin Qian had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation level. In order to find a breakthrough, he resolutely stepped into the God's Fall battlefield. Some people said that Lin Qian had died while exploring a mysterious ancient ruin. Gu Tianhua, who stood side by side with Lin Qian, was defeated by Fang Chen in front of the world. It could be said that Fang Chen deserved to be the leader of the human race. However, this battle had exceeded everyone's expectations. No matter the outcome, it would change the situation of the ancient chaos. Buzz! As the Dark Shadow Patriarch's voice fell, his figure flickered and appeared indistinctly. Fang Chen's powerful consciousness continued to spread out and enveloped the entire sacred region. Even so, he could not determine the exact location of the Dark Shadow Patriarch. What a strange technique! Fang Chen could not help but click his tongue. Even my primordial spirit can only capture a little trace. Divine Dragon Vanishing Shadow Technique. Suddenly, an angry roar came from the sky. Then, countless giant dragons rushed toward Fang Chen with unparalleled power. Apocalypse Sword Technique. Fang Chen did not hesitate to use the Apocalypse Sword Technique. His body was enveloped by sword light as he rushed into the group of giant dragons. Dong! After the 2 collided, there was an earth-shattering sound. Many sword lights shattered and Fang Chen's body disappeared. Brother Qin. Seeing this, the Star Emperor screamed and rushed out of the sacred palace. Don't be impulsive. Palace Master Woodgreen stopped him. Lord Leader's strength is extraordinary. It will be very difficult for Dark Shadow Patriarch to kill him. Moreover, he obviously didn't use his full strength just now. We can't act rashly. Samsara Sword Emperor nodded. Let's wait and see. A war between emperors was not something they could participate in. In the sky, the giant dragon soared, and its roar resounded throughout the universe. And in the center of the many dragons, there was a crazy killing power circling around. Fang Chen was in the middle of it. Although his face was solemn, there was no trace of fear. As expected of the unique skill of the Dark Shadow clan, with the second move of the Apocalypse swordsmanship, I can only block the first 3 levels of the ultimate Shadow Dragon art. Fang Chen muttered to himself. At that moment, he was surrounded by 6 huge dragons. This meant that what he had to face was the terrifying 6th floor. The ultimate Shadow Dragon art itself was a secret skill above the Emperor level. The power of the first 3 levels was enough to suppress the immemorial chaos. And now the power of the 6th level had reached a terrifying level. Even an Emperor-level expert wouldn't dare to face the ultimate Shadow Dragon art head-on, right? Fang Chen murmured. seeing the sword chi erupting from the hidden star sword and red glass sword being shattered by the 6 huge dragons. Fang Chen's eyes flashed with a cold light. Buzz! The blood Siv's secret skill was instantly activated, and a vast power spread throughout his body. The power of amplification continued to soar. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen's aura had reached the peak. When I was at the World King realm, the first level of the blood Siv's secret skill could raise my cultivation to the boundary realm for a short period of time. The second level could raise my cultivation to the domain lord realm, and the third level could raise my cultivation to the quasi-emperor realm. But now, I'm not the same as before. I wonder what level the third level of the blood Siv's secret skill can raise my cultivation to. The 2 long swords floated in the air, exuding a terrifying aura. Fang Chen opened his palm, and the aura that had reached the peak suddenly spread out. Kacha! With him as the core, a terrifying airflow instantly swept through the entire sky, spreading out at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Not good. Activate the mountain guarding array. When Palace Master Wood Green saw this, he was greatly shocked. No, the mountain guarding array can't withstand it. Quickly activate the transmigration sword array. Once the terrifying airflow spread out, it would become a terrible nightmare. Anyone below the quasi-emperor realm would undoubtedly die if they came into contact with it. The ancient chaos had encountered an unprecedented crisis. Palace Master Wood Green and the others couldn't care less and rushed out of the sacred palace. Boom, boom, boom. Palace Master Wood Green waved his hand, and an array talisman appeared in his palm. The array talisman emitted a dazzling light that instantly shot into the ground and fused into the core of the array. The ground trembled, and the mountain guarding array was reactivated, covering the sacred realm and preventing the airflow from spreading out. The Transmigration Sword Emperor and the others didn't stay idle. They activated the Transmigration Sword Array, further reducing the range of the airflow. Kacha! The airflow was too strong, constantly attacking the Transmigration Sword Array. No, I can't hold on. After holding on for a few seconds, the Transmigration Sword Array couldn't hold on and shattered. Does the heavens want my human race to perish? Palace Master Wood Green's face was ashen, and a sorrowful aura spread out. The other palace masters also shook their heads. Ha ha ha, I don't need to do anything. Your human race will perish. The Dark Shadow tribe leader naturally saw Fang Chen's intention. He was using a secret amplification technique to forcibly raise his cultivation. This world can't bear the powerful will of an emperor realm ruler. It's impossible for you to rely on a secret amplification technique to raise your cultivation to the emperor realm. The only consequence of this was that the terrifying airflow he emitted would destroy the ancient chaos before his cultivation could increase. The Dark Shadow tribe leader sneered and looked down at Fang Chen. I overestimated you earlier. What qualifications does someone like you have to be my opponent? Have you reached your limit? In the center of the terrifying airflow, Fang Chen's consciousness sensed the will of the supreme law. He could feel that his realm was infinitely close to the emperor realm, but he couldn't take the last step because the supreme law had interfered. He began to understand why it was so difficult for an emperor realm ruler to appear in the age of chaos. If I fail, the human race will be destroyed. Fang Chen shouted in his heart, I won't allow my family and friends to die because of me. Never. Boom! Boom! His eyes were filled with determination. He turned his head and saw his wife, Xingyu, who was burning with anxiety, as well as his good brothers in the temple. I won't let you down. When he said the last sentence, his mind suddenly went blank. All of a sudden, the will of the supreme law materialized. Break for me. Fang Chen's scarlet eyes roared, and his terrifying aura soared again. His realm suddenly soared. The power of the supreme law surrounded his body. I'm willing to protect the primordial chaos with my body. Are you willing to lend me a hand? Fang Qin looked up to the sky and roared. The supreme law didn't have intelligence, but it could feel that the primordial chaos was facing unprecedented destruction. Although the purpose of its existence was to maintain the order of the primordial chaos, it wasn't the most perfect supreme law, so there were still some loopholes. Fang Chen broke through the obstruction of the supreme law with great perseverance and stepped into the Emperor realm. The third level of the blood sift secret technique was running wildly. At this time, he felt that his body was one with the world, and he could touch the supreme law at any time. I'll only kill it. I won't destroy the primordial chaos. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be talking to the supreme law. In the void, a white cloud kept transforming. After hearing Fang Chen's words, it didn't make a move in the end. Is this the Emperor realm? Fang Chen murmured. He felt that his whole body was full of power. However, he knew that, after all, he relied on the secret technique to increase his realm. He couldn't last long. Strictly speaking, his current realm couldn't be considered the real Emperor realm. It should be called the pseudo-Emperor realm. Even a pseudo-Emperor realm is more than enough to deal with the Dark Shadow Patriarch. Haha! Seeing Fang Chen's actions, the Dark Shadow Patriarch didn't stop him. In his view, Fang Chen's actions were tantamount to suicide. Your body can't bear such a huge power. As long as I can hold on for a minute, you will be killed by me. He could see that Fang Chen could only hold on for a minute at most. Moreover, his actions would cause great harm to the supreme law of the primordial chaos. Using a secret technique to forcibly step into the Emperor realm was a powerful impact to the supreme law, and when he died, even the will of the supreme law would be damaged. At that time, he could take the opportunity to refine the supreme law's will and truly take the primordial chaos for himself. Speaking of which, I have to thank you, the Dark Shadow Patriarch said eerily. He walked step by step toward Fang Chen. With every step, a giant dragon would condense. After 7 steps, 7 giant dragons crisscrossed. Die. It was time to end everything. The 7 giant dragons rushed toward Fang Chen with invincible power. Get lost. Seeing this, Fang Chen punched out, a power that could destroy the heavens, and the earth erupted from his body. In just one exchange, the combined attack formation formed by the 7 giant dragons was smashed to pieces. In fact, 4 of the enormous dragons had even been defeated. The remaining 3 giant dragons were also in a sorry state. The Dark Shadow Patriarch frowned. Although a pseudo-Emperor realm expert's strength was far beyond that of a quasi-Emperor, he couldn't be so powerful. How did you? Suddenly, the Dark Shadow Patriarch's face became completely gloomy. Damn it, how did this happen? He saw the immortal star power swimming in Fang Chen's body. After stepping into the pseudo-Emperor realm with the help of a secret technique, the immortal star power in his body was completely activated. It was as if he had inherited all the inheritance of the immortal Emperor. Divine Dragon Vanishing, Shadow Technique, Level 8. The Dark Shadow Patriarch was a little anxious and directly used Level 8. Chapter 33, 75. Condense. Fang Chen ignored the Dark Shadow Patriarch and uttered a word. Suddenly, the terrifying airflow that he had released when he used the 3rd level of the blood sieve secret technique to forcibly raise his realm froze. At this time, countless cracks had appeared on the Transmigration Sword formation. The Transmigration Sword Emperor and the others had more or less suffered some injuries. If this terrifying airflow continued, the Transmigration Sword formation would definitely be broken. They knew better than anyone what it meant for the sword formation to be broken. They gritted their teeth and desperately resisted the terrifying airflow. However, the airflow that was terrifying enough to destroy the primordial chaos was suddenly imprisoned in the void, motionless. This sudden turn of events stunned Palace Master Wood Green. Then he was overjoyed. Great. He felt the powerful aura on Fang Chen's body. Has he broken through? No, the leader's aura is not very stable. It seems that he used a secret technique to forcibly raise his realm, the False Emperor realm. It should be the legendary False Emperor realm. This world could not bear the appearance of a true Emperor realm, so the False Emperor realm was truly invincible. Phew! Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Withdraw. Fong Qin spoke once again. He gently waved his hand, and the frightening airflow that had been trapped in the world swarmed towards his body from all directions. In the blink of an eye, the airflow was absorbed into his body. Retreat! Palace Master Wood Green shouted. He knew that the following battle was far beyond their control. If they were not careful, they would be affected. Whoosh! 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 Palace Master Wood Green and the others quickly retreated. Only Star Emperor was full of worry and looked anxiously at Fong Chun in the sky. Die. In a moment, the Dark Shadow Patriarch's attack had arrived. 8 giant dragons flew together, and their aura shook the sky. Wherever the giant dragons passed, the void directly collapsed, and even the turbulence in the space was completely disintegrated. The corners of Fong Chen's lips curled into a sinister smile as he watched the 8 dragons whizzing towards him. The 3rd level of the Blood Civ secret technique allows me to maintain a pseudo-emperor cultivation for a short period of time. Although the fake emperor realm was not the true emperor realm, the power in one's body had already undergone a tremendous change. It was not something that a quasi-emperor could compare to. Fong Qin slowly opened his palm, and the immortal star power revolved around it. The star-hidden sword suddenly appeared and issued a loud and clear sword cry. My current strength has increased by at least 100 times. Now that I'm using the 3rd level of the Armageddon sword art, I wonder if you can withstand it? As soon as he finished speaking, the hidden star sword suddenly shot towards the Dark Shadow Patriarch. Dazzling sword light crisscrossed in the sky. Everyone had an illusion that they had entered a world of swordsmanship. The surrounding air was filled with a vast sword principle aura. At this moment, Fong Qin was like a god of war, standing at the peak of the ancient times with a long sword in his hand. Armageddon, sword art, 3rd sword. With a loud roar, he displayed the most powerful sword move that he had mastered so far. As soon as the 3rd sword was displayed, the sky and earth spun. The power of the heavenly way in the void seemed to have been sucked dry. Everyone felt that the depths of their hearts were filled with shock, and they involuntarily prostrated themselves on the ground. The power of the heavenly way, the power of the heavenly way gushed out from the hidden star sword. This power came from the 3rd sword of the Armageddon sword art. Roar! Roars of anger could be heard incessantly. The Dark Shadow Patriarch appeared in a bloody battlefield. The ground was piled up with corpses, and not far away in the sky, there was a shocking battle going on. A man holding a sharp sword stepped on the corpses piled up like a mountain and faced the experts from all sides. My swordsmanship is the Tao of slaughter. If the heavens want to stop me, I will destroy the heavens. As soon as he finished speaking, the man's body merged with the sharp sword. Every time he waved his sword, a super expert would fall. Is that the Emperor realm? The Dark Shadow Patriarch's body trembled slightly. The 8 dragons, soaring in the void, also paused for a moment. Buzz! The Dark Shadow Patriarch shook his head hard. His eyes were like lightning as he saw through the illusory scene in front of him. Is it an illusion? However, the Dark Shadow Patriarch clearly felt that the scene just now was real and not an illusion. His mind flashed quickly. He stared at the hidden star sword in the sky and muttered, could it be that the swordsmanship that Fong Qin cultivated was left behind by that unparalleled expert? Instantly he understood. The tragic battlefield that he saw just now was a great battle that the owner of the Armageddon sword art had once experienced. Fong Qin displayed the 3rd sword of the Armageddon sword art. The terrifying sword chi simulated the shocking battle that had once taken place. What a terrifying swordsmanship! Killing an Emperor realm expert is like cutting vegetables. The Dark Shadow Patriarch took a deep breath and shook his head hard to make sure that he was far away from the illusion. Then he sped up and controlled the 8 dragons to attack the dazzling sword light. Boom! 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 The moment the 8 dragons collided with the sword light, they merged into a thick dragon. The dragon opened its mouth and wanted to devour the dazzling sword light. However, it had underestimated the power of the Armageddon sword art. When the dazzling sword light collided with the dragon, it did not stop. Like cutting vegetables, it easily cut the dragon's body into 2 halves. Roar! An angry roar came out from the dragon's mouth. It was in so much pain that its teeth were about to crack. Its aura was constantly leaking out. How is this possible? The Dark Shadow Patriarch exclaimed, and his face suddenly changed. He had cultivated for countless years and possessed an extremely strong Dark Shadow bloodline. However, he barely managed to cultivate the 8th level of the Dark Shadow Dragon art. With this move, the 8 dragons flew together. He even dared to fight against an Emperor Realm expert. This was the move that he was most confident in, and so far, it was also the most powerful move. But now, it was easily cut apart by a sword light. Boom! After the sword light cut the dragon, it exploded. The terrifying explosive power instantly drowned the dragon that was cut in half. Dong! 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 A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Terrifying energy fluctuations swept out, and the dragon's remains quickly dispersed. The Dark Shadow Patriarch's body was also constantly retreating. The world was shocked when the sword was drawn. With just one sword, the Dark Shadow Patriarch was forced to retreat. This made the entire human race cheer. Not only the Dark Shadow Patriarch, but also Fang Chen's heart was slightly shocked. As expected of the Armageddon 3rd sword art, Fang Chen was speechless. With his cultivation of the false Emperor realm, if he used all of his strength, his attack power would completely surpass that of the Dark Shadow Patriarch. It could even threaten the Supreme Law. Buzz! Above the 9 heavens, a white cloud formed by the Supreme Laws was faintly discernible as it stared at Fang Chen. Die! The Armageddon 3rd sword art had consumed too much energy. Moreover, the Blood Sieve secret skill was about to end. Fang Chen did not want to waste any more time and rushed towards the Dark Shadow Patriarch with his sword. Chapter 3376. Swoosh! The sword chi soared into the sky like a rainbow and condensed into a 7-colored sword light, exuding a power that could destroy the world. The Armageddon sword technique contained a powerful Armageddon power. The Armageddon power was born from the destruction sword principle. Therefore, the Armageddon sword technique was extremely destructive. The Armageddon 3rd sword technique was the strongest move that Fang Chen could perform so far. Once this move was performed, even an Emperor Realm expert could not compare. The world dimmed and the sun and moon lost their color. The 7-colored sword light pierced through the sky like lightning and stabbed toward the Dark Shadow tribe leader. The latter's face was extremely gloomy. Oh no! He knew that things were not going well. His body flickered, and he instantly escaped into the void. However, he was shocked to find that even if he performed the Dark Shadow tribe's gifted superpower and escaped into the void, he would still be locked onto by the 7-colored sword light. What kind of sword technique is this? The Dark Shadow tribe leader roared as he thought of something. Could it be a sword technique from the God's Fall battlefield? He did not believe that there could be such a powerful sword technique in the immemorial chaotic world. This sword technique was too mysterious, and the move in front of him made his heart tremble. Impossible, absolutely impossible. He frantically shook his head, his pitch-black eyes staring fixedly at the 7-colored sword light in the sky. He roared, "My ancestor once said that no one below the martial Emperor realm can completely lock on to the Dark Shadow clan's innate divine ability." He saw how terrifying the Armageddon sword technique was and did not dare to face it head-on. His body kept flickering, but the 7-colored sword light kept locking onto him. I can't go on like this. Suddenly, the Dark Shadow tribe leader made a decision. He gritted his teeth and forced the power in his body to perform the 8th level of the Dark Shadow Dragon technique. Roar! The dragon roar shook the sky as 8 huge dragons soared into the sky. However, what was different from before was that there was a layer of black aura covering the bodies of the 8 dragons. This layer of black aura greatly increased the defense of the 8 huge dragons, making them indestructible. Go to hell! The Dark Shadow tribe leader fell into a state of madness. He activated the 8 huge dragons with all his strength, and a broken sword suddenly appeared in his hand. You forced me to do this. Obviously, this black broken sword was his strongest trump card. You should be proud that you managed to force me to take out this sword. In the blink of an eye, the 8 dragons collided with the rainbow-colored sword light with overwhelming power. Boom! Boom! The sound of the collision reverberated through the heavens as a terrifying, explosive force swept through the earth. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. Fang Chen looked over and was a little stunned. What's going on? Why are the defenses of these 8 dragons so much stronger? Not long ago, he had cleanly broken through the 8th layer of the divine dragon art's defense with a single slash of his sword. But now, the same slash, with the same power, was unable to break through it. Instead, the rainbow sword light was being consumed by the 8 dragons. Crack! In the blink of an eye, cracks began to appear on the 7-colored sword light. Roar! The 8 dragons let out dragon roars, and the black aura on their bodies became even denser. Their strength suddenly increased. Fang Chen could sense that the will of the supreme law could no longer hold back. It felt the greatest threat it had ever felt in its life. Fang Chen followed the black aura and looked at the Dark Shadow tribe leader. He was suddenly stunned. This was because the broken sword in the Dark Shadow tribe leader's hand was exactly the same as the broken sword he had obtained from the Gu family. How is this possible? Fang Chen was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. The black aura covering the 8 dragons greatly increased their defense, and this black aura came from the black broken sword. Could it be? Fang Chen guessed one thing. Ha ha ha! What qualifications do you have to fight me now? The Dark Shadow tribe leader held the black broken sword and sneered. The human race cultivators outside the sacred region looked worried and had heavy hearts. Palace Master would grin, and the others were also expressionless. The battle was already decided. Who would have thought that such an unforeseen event would occur? Damn it! Palace Master would grin, clenched his fists, and cursed. The Sacred Palace and the Dark Shadow tribe had fought for so many years, but they still did not fully understand the Dark Shadow tribe. Damn it, we can't help. Palace Master Fire Dome shook his red beard and said in a deep voice, Crack! The 7-colored sword light in the void could no longer resist. Cracks appeared, and it was about to shatter. Everyone knew what it meant when the 7-colored sword light shattered. It meant that the human race would lose to the Dark Shadow tribe. From now on, the ancient chaos would be controlled by the Dark Shadow tribe. You must hold on. Many people were shouting and cheering for Fang Chen. Many members of the Dark Shadow tribe laughed wildly as if the battle was already over. I've already said that the primordial chaos will eventually fall under the control of my clan. The Dark Shadow tribe leader sneered. The black broken sword in his hand gave people a feeling that it had existed since time immemorial. It's too early for you to be happy. Just as everyone was anxious about this battle, a melodious voice spread throughout the sacred region. As soon as the voice fell, Fang Chen's wrist shook, and a broken sword that was exactly the same as the one in the Dark Shadow tribe leader's hand appeared in his hand. Back then, I had suspected that this broken black sword was extraordinary. Now I finally know. Fang Chen grinned. Buzz! The moment the black broken sword appeared, the black aura that covered the 8 dragons was crazily absorbed by the black broken sword. In the blink of an eye, the black aura on the 8 dragons disappeared. How is this possible? The Dark Shadow tribe leader was shocked and frantically activated the black broken sword. However, he was shocked to find that the black broken sword in his hand was trembling. How is this possible? He saw the black broken sword in Fang Chen's hand. How did you? The 2 pieces of the broken sword resonated with each other, attracting and pulling at each other. The black broken sword in the Dark Shadow tribe leader's hand ignored the 8 dragons, which caused the defense of the 8 dragons to be greatly reduced. The 8 dragons that had completely suppressed the 7-colored sword light suddenly showed signs of collapsing. Roar! The sound of the sword resounded through the sky. The 7-colored sword light that was about to shatter burst out with incredible power and reversed the situation, suppressing the 8 dragons. Haha, Fang Chen chuckled. Although he did not know how to activate the black broken sword, as long as he could restrain the black broken sword in the Dark Shadow tribe leader's hand, the plan would be a success. Without the help of the black broken sword, your 8 dragons are not even as good as 8 worms. Boom! When the last word was uttered, the 8 dragons were finally unable to withstand the powerful sword chi of the 7-colored sword light and shattered. Rip! The sword slashed down, and the 8 dragons were completely shattered and turned into nothingness. The 7-colored sword light also gradually dissipated. Between heaven and earth, there was a storm, and a terrifying energy fluctuation constantly dissipated. Chapter 3377. What a terrifying power! Fang Chen was stunned and looked at the 2 pieces of the sword in disbelief. The aura released by the 2 pieces of the sword intertwined with each other and seemed to be getting closer. Could it be that they were originally one? Fang Chen had a bold guess in his mind. Come back. The Dark Shadow tribe leader spat out a mouthful of blood and chased after the black broken sword like a madman. Buzz! When he held the black broken sword, he was instantly blown away by the black aura. His body smashed into the ground and blood spurted out. Fang Chen could feel an extremely strong power of the supreme rules. Within the broken sword, an image flashed by. Just a single glance was enough to cause Fang Chen's heart to palpitate. How terrifying! His body quickly retreated. The black broken sword gradually got closer and finally attracted to each other. The black aura between heaven and earth frantically poured into the 2 pieces of the sword. At this time, the Dark Shadow tribe leader's aura was even more dispirited, and he seemed to be seriously injured. No! The Dark Shadow tribe leader roared in horror. He frantically cut off the connection between himself and the black broken sword. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 2 pieces of the black broken sword intertwined with each other and triggered a powerful hidden power that instantly backfired on the Dark Shadow tribe leader. Kill! Fang Chen couldn't care less. With such a good opportunity to kill the Dark Shadow tribe leader, he naturally wouldn't let it go. He took a step forward and came in front of the Dark Shadow tribe leader and punched him. Run! The Dark Shadow tribe leader's face was gloomy and ferocious. His heart was filled with horror. He performed the Dark Shadow tribe's innate superpower and escaped into the void. You can't escape. Fang Chen's body also merged into the void and chased after him. In the sky above the sanctuary, the 2 pieces of the broken sword released a dazzling light as if they were going to shatter heaven and earth. However, not long after Fang Chen left, the supreme power of laws will release the strongest pressure to intimidate the 2 pieces of the broken sword. Buzz! A moment later, the 2 pieces of the broken sword retracted their aura and floated in the air. Rip! The void was torn apart, and Fang Chen stepped out. How was it? Palace Master Mu Qing and the others asked. Fang Chen shook his head. I didn't catch him. The Dark Shadow tribe is good at hiding. The Dark Shadow tribe leader just now, in a life-threatening situation, he burned his blood essence and will definitely be completely hidden. It will be difficult to find him. Palace Master Mu Qing. However, The Dark Shadow Clan leader is severely injured and won't be able to recover in a short period of time. Our immemorial chaos has temporarily entered an era of peace. Once we're done here, we'll try our best to find him. I don't believe he can hide forever. Fang Chen grimaced, his face slightly pale. Fortunately, Fang Chen's primordial spirit was strong enough, so he did not suffer much of a backlash. He only consumed too much energy. Whoosh! After this battle, the Dark Shadow tribe was completely annihilated. The sacred palace could deal with the remaining survivors. This battle was enough to go down in history. In the endless years to come, there were still humans who would sigh when they recalled the successor ceremony. Of course, this was a story for later. Leader, you have consumed too much energy in this battle. Go and rest. Leave the matters here to us, Palace Master Muqing said. Fang Chen nodded and returned to his residence with Star Emperor's help. In less than 3 days, the news of this battle spread throughout the entire primordial chaos. Countless human race martialists cheered for it. The sacred palace issued a kill order. All Dark Shadow tribe clansmen were to be killed without mercy. After losing their strongest fighting force, the Dark Shadow clan was like a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs, instantly disintegrating. Their disciples were directly slaughtered by the sacred palace. 3 months later, the Dark Shadow tribe was completely annihilated. During this time, Fang Chen had been recuperating. Whoosh! In the secret chamber, Fang Chen slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. His face was rosy. He had completely recovered the energy he had used to execute the third sword of the Armageddon sword art. In fact, he had strengthened a lot. Although I have some clues, I need an opportunity. He had used the blood sieve secret technique to step into the false Emperor realm. He had personally experienced the power of the Emperor realm and had a new understanding of the Emperor realm. He now knew how to proceed on his path. However, after so many years, not a single human had succeeded. One could imagine how difficult it was. He needed an opportunity to comprehend the supreme law. I only stepped into the false Emperor realm, but I attracted the suppression of the supreme law. Thinking of the time when the supreme law descended, Fang Chen shook his head and sighed. It was no wonder that after the immortal emperor, the human race had never produced another sovereign emperor. It was because of the obstruction of the supreme law. Every space has its limitations. Although the ancient chaos is infinitely large, there is a limit to what it can withstand. Fang Chen pondered. The supreme law was like a machine that controlled all things in the world, including life and death. Cultivators were like the codes that the machine operated. Ordinary codes had little effect on the machine. Therefore, the number of cultivators at the bottom kept increasing, while the number of cultivators at the top kept decreasing. The Sovereign Emperor realm was like a code that could damage the machine. Once it appeared, the machine itself could not withstand its power. Therefore, every time someone tried to break through to the Emperor realm, the supreme law would appear. This was also the reason why the world had changed and the age of doom had come. I wonder how the immortal emperor broke through the obstruction of the supreme law and stepped into the Emperor realm. Fang Chen was a little curious. Is he dead or alive? If not, where is he? In fact, Fang Chen had always suspected that the immortal emperor was not dead at all, but had entered the battlefield of gods. It was just that the human race did not know. He would definitely go to the battlefield of gods, but not now. Maybe there is an opportunity to step into the Emperor realm in the battlefield of gods. Fang Chen murmured. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then he turned his attention to himself. After the battle with the Dark Shadow clan leader, his body had undergone a great change. After all, he had stepped into the false Emperor realm and his body had been sublimated in all aspects. My body has become stronger after being baptized by the power of the false Emperor realm. And my understanding of the sword Dao. After checking his body, Fang Chen took out 2 pieces of a black, broken sword. At this time, the two pieces of the sword were dim and lifeless, lying in Fang Chen's hand like an ordinary broken sword. Chapter 3378. Carefully playing with the two pieces of the broken sword, Fang Chen tried to communicate with them in any way he could, but he failed. Why can the Dark Shadow Patriarch activate the broken sword? Fang Chen clearly remembered that the Dark Shadow Patriarch activated the broken sword and released a black aura that covered the 8 dragons, forming a strong defense that blocked the attack of the 7-colored sword light. Later, the broken sword in the Sumeru ring sensed the existence of the black, broken sword in the Dark Shadow Patriarch's hand and triggered a resonance, attracting it over. This allowed Fang Chen to crush the Dark Shadow Patriarch and severely injure him. I remember. Fang Chen frowned and thought hard. At that time, when the two pieces of the broken sword leaned on each other, the black aura on the 8 dragons dissipated instantly, and the Dark Shadow Patriarch also suffered a strong backlash. Could it be that the black broken sword can only be activated by each other? Fang Chen guessed that the Dark Shadow Patriarch must have used some special method to activate the black broken sword. And because of the black broken sword in his hand, the Dark Shadow Patriarch suffered a backlash. After studying for a long time, he couldn't figure out anything. In the end, he had no choice but to give up. Maybe there are more than 2 pieces of the black broken sword in this world. Fang Chen said, "Forget it. I'll put it away first and study it later." He was also a little worried that if he forced himself to study it, he would trigger some mechanism and be in trouble. "Brother Chen," suddenly, the communication jade pendant rang. "You are... Brother Chen, you finished cultivating?" "Just finished." "Where are you?" "I'll go find you." Star and Moon told their location to Fang Chen. After a while, the latter found Star and Moon. Suddenly, Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. Following his gaze, he found that in a pavilion not far away, there were 3 beautiful women chatting. Bai Qingqing and Princess Xan. Seeing these 2 people, Fang Chen's face showed a bitter smile. "Brother Chen, come here quickly." Star and Moon turned her head and called out. Fang Chen shook his head and walked to the pavilion. "Both of you, long time no see." Fang Chen smiled. "How have you been? Back then, when you left the Sky Heart Realm, I helped you manage the affairs of the Sky Heart Realm. But when you returned, you just left and left everything to me." Bai Qingqing said with a taut face. "Sorry," Fang Chen said apologetically. "I've made you worry. You are the leader of the human race. How can I dare to blame you?" Bai Qingqing said. Fang Chen smiled awkwardly. Princess Xan, who was at the side, also teased him. "I didn't expect you to become the leader of the human race after so many years. When I first saw you on Scar Island in the lower realm of the galaxy, I knew that you would definitely stand at the top of the universe in the future." Princess Xan recalled what had happened in the lower realm of the Star River universe. It felt like it was just yesterday. She missed the time when she could at least love someone openly. But now, Fang Chen was the leader of the human race. His every word and action represented the entire human race. She felt that she was not worthy of him. So, she hid the love in her heart. Bai Qingqing had the same idea. The latter was obviously a little restrained this time. She was not as indifferent as before. "Brother Chen, Qingqing and Xan came from afar. Is this how you treat your guests?" As Fang Chen's wife and the former Star Emperor, how could she not see the love the two had for her husband? Palace Master Muqing is looking for me for something. I need to deal with it. Show them around." After saying that, Fang Chen fled. Star Emperor looked at Fang Chen's departing figure and shook his head gently. In front of the sacred palace, in an elegant courtyard, Fang Chen sat on a stone bench and enjoyed the wine made by Lu Xingxing. Qing Ho, the barbarian little mouse, and the pure-blooded beast cubs were beside him. As expected of the wine made by Brother Lu. "It's delicious." Fang Chen picked up the wine cup and drank it. Qing Ho and the barbarian also nodded. Lu Xingxing, the god of wine, lives up to his name. Little Mouse and the others were even more intoxicated. They directly took the wine jars and drank. Bang! Little Mouse finished the jar and threw the empty jar on the ground. He reached out and said, "Old man, give me another jar." "My little ancestor, do you know how long it took me to make this wine? It takes at least 3 years to make this jar. You finished it in one breath? There's nothing left." Lu Xingxing waved his hand, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "Old man, it's just a jar of wine. Do you have to be like this?" The old faker said, "Have you heard of us, the 5 tyrants of Mount Qiong?" As they spoke, the 5 fellows walked towards Lu Xingxing with malicious smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Lu Xingxing hurriedly retreated. "I'm really scared of you. These are the last 5 jars. After I finish them, there's nothing left." Lu Xingxing reluctantly took out 5 jars from his sumeru ring. Ha ha ha! Little Mouse and the others happily drank from the jars. From beginning to end, the pure-blooded beast cubs, or rather, the pure-blooded Fey Emperor, did not speak from beginning to end. His eyes were always on Fang Qin. "What do you want to say?" Suddenly, Fang Qin looked up and asked, "I'm thinking about how you're going to deal with your feelings." Hearing this, Fang Qin looked embarrassed. "You've become the leader of the Fey clan. Have you grown up? Have you forgotten who was the one who found the treasures for you and let you devour them and help you grow?" Fang Qin said with a straight face. The pure-blooded Fey Emperor grinned and did not say anything else. The lair of the Dark Shadow Spirit clan was dark and gloomy. After the destruction of the human race's sacred palace, the lair had been turned into ruins. At this time, there was a figure above the ruins. He looked at the ruins under his feet with a ferocious face, and his heart was filled with anger. "Fang Qin, all of this is caused by you. I will make you pay 100-fold." The Dark Shadow Patriarch roared angrily. "If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have to burn my blood essence to escape." Burning his blood essence consumed at least 3 eras of cultivation. This also caused his current strength to be greatly reduced, and his injuries had not healed yet. "I will definitely take revenge for this." After saying that, the Dark Shadow Patriarch's body gradually disappeared from the ruins. "The next time I wake up, it will be the day of your death." A resentful voice echoed in the air above the ruins. At this point, the Dark Shadow Spirit clan had completely collapsed. The Dark Shadow Patriarch also fell into a long sleep and entered a long recovery process. The human race had completely controlled the primordial chaos, and Fang Qin's prestige had reached its peak. However, the primordial chaos that seemed calm and peaceful actually felt like a storm was coming. Chapter 3379. 9 years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Fang Qin had brought his family and friends to the primordial chaos while cultivating. As for his parents and the others, they were not willing to come because they were used to life in the universe. Fang Qin did not force them. In 9 years, he had evolved the Gu family bloodline and cultivated the ancient annihilation secret technique to the 6th level. Once he used it, the power of the 6 layers would erupt and his strength would increase exponentially. If he were to fight the Dark Shadow Patriarch now, he would not even need to use the blood-sifting secret technique to kill him. Buzz! In the pavilion, Fang Qin sat cross-legged and the sacred elixir pill in his palm instantly turned into powder. The power in his body was too majestic and had reached an incredible level. In 9 years, he had absorbed a total of 1,000,000 sacred elixir pills. Now, in terms of cultivation level, he was truly at the peak of the Boundary Emperor level. His understanding of the supreme laws had reached a very high level, and he could even control the supreme laws around him. The will of the supreme laws had descended more than once to prevent him from breaking through. Whoosh! Fang Qin stopped cultivating. My primordial spirit has finally reached the peak of the corporeal realm. Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was full of smiles. In the primordial chaos, the Emperor Primordial Spirit was the highest level of the primordial spirit. With a thought, everything in the world was like an ant. Only when one's primordial spirit reached the Emperor realm would one know that the Emperor realm was divided into two levels, the void realm and the corporeal realm. It was no exaggeration to say that a primordial spirit at the peak of the corporeal realm could easily crush the many palace masters of the sacred palace. Now, Feng Chen was the true number one in the primordial chaos. It's a pity that I haven't been able to comprehend the fourth annihilation sword. Feng Chen shook his head and murmured. He got up and walked out of the pavilion. Star Emperor greeted him. Brother Chen. Star Emperor smiled faintly. Where are Yun-er and Han-er? Feng Chen asked. They don't like to cultivate. I've given them a lot of cultivation resources, but they haven't stepped into the Realm Lord realm so far. Star Emperor was helpless when talking about his two sons. His father was the leader of the human race and the strongest in the primordial chaos, while his mother was the reincarnation of Star Emperor. However, his two sons did not like to cultivate at all. They returned to the Azure universe 3 years ago. Let's go. We haven't been back for a long time. Let's go back and take a look. After 9 years of cultivation, Feng Chen had gained many insights. Now that he had reached a bottleneck, it would be difficult for him to break through without an opportunity. Therefore, he had already made the decision to head to the God's Fall battlefield. Now that the primordial chaos had been completely unified, there were more and more geniuses on the Saint Island. He was finally relieved. Rip! Feng Chen waved his hand and tore the sky apart. The next moment, the two of them appeared in the dark void. In front of them were 2 spheres. At a glance, the spheres were slowly rotating, and there were countless lives inside. I didn't expect the Star River universe to have developed to such an extent. Feng Chen sighed. Back then, the strongest expert in the universe was only at the level of an emperor god. But now, cosmos gods are everywhere, and there were quite a few void gods too. On the other hand, although the Shuri universe was also developing, its foundation was not as good as the Star River universe. Naturally, it was much worse. Whoa! Feng Chen's powerful consciousness enveloped the Shuri universe. He immediately discovered his 2 sons. These 2 brats. Feng Chen shook his head. Following that, he spread out his hands. A drop of blood dripped down from his finger and quickly fused into the Shuri universe. At the same time, the entire Shuri universe shook greatly. Countless warriors raised their heads and looked at this scene in shock. What is going on? Why is the universe shaking? Heavens, is the end of the world coming? Many people exclaimed. There were also some who noticed something. The apex experts of this world gathered together. They looked at each other with solemn expressions. Did you all sense it? Suddenly, a red-robed old man said in shock. What? The others turned over. The deity energy is increasing. After his reminder, everyone was stunned. Then, they widened their eyes in disbelief. Deity energy was the source of power for cultivators in the deity world. Warriors needed to absorb the deity energy in the world to cultivate. Deity energy was the only force that could stabilize the deity world. Deity energy had always existed since the birth of the Shuri universe. However, in the vast deity world, there were not many places with rich deity energy. This also led to the number of warriors in the Shuri universe being far lower than in the Star River universe. But now the deity energy in the void was not only getting stronger, but also increasing. What did this mean? Everyone present was the apex existence in the deity world. After a brief shock, they were overjoyed. Heavens! In just a quarter of an hour, everyone felt that the deity energy had increased by at least 100 times. It's still increasing. At first, they were still shocked. In the end, they became numb. At this time, Feng Yun and Feng Han were drinking tea in a territory in the deity world. The deity energy is increasing. Is it Father? They naturally knew that the Shuri universe was a miniature universe created by their father. Father came to find us. On this day, the Shuri universe took a major turn. The deity energy suddenly increased by tens of thousands of times, and it became a true holy land for cultivation. As for Fangchen, he used his powerful methods to quietly refine the Azura universe once more. He also scattered some of his cultivation methods, inheritances, supreme treasures, and so on in various danger zones, waiting for the fated ones to find him. Finally, Fang Qin transmitted a message to his two sons. The path of martial arts is incomparably long. Don't waste your youth. Cultivate well. After that, he took his wife to the Star River universe. For 3 years, Fang Qin and his wife, Star and Moon, had been revisiting old places. These 3 years were the most relaxing of his 3 years. Star and Moon seemed to have realized something and enjoyed this wonderful time as much as possible. One day, the two returned to the sacred palace. Leader, Palace Master Wood Green just happened to walk out of the sacred palace and saluted Fangchen. How is the ancient chaos now? Fangchen asked. Everything is normal in the ancient chaos. The demon race has also formed an alliance with the human race. All the major races are led by the human race. Palace Master Wood Green smiled and said, All of this is because of you. Hearing this, Fangchen nodded. After more than 10 years, the ancient chaos was finally on the right track, and he had also relaxed a lot. By the way, Lord, the Samsara Sword Emperor has comprehended the apocalyptic first sword. Oh, Fangchen was a little surprised, but soon felt relieved. The Samsara Sword Emperor was a 1 in a million sword genius. It was only a matter of time before he comprehended the apocalyptic first sword. Where is he now? In the sword pavilion. After a while, Fangchen came to the sword pavilion. Thank you for your guidance, leader. The Samsara Sword Emperor bowed and thanked Fangchen as soon as he saw him. If Fangchen hadn't told him his insights, he wouldn't have been able to comprehend the apocalyptic first sword in more than 10 years. Chapter 380. On the square outside the sacred palace, a formation suppressed the heavily injured old beggar. Kid, I admit that you're very strong. I can't kill you. The old beggar said, The World Devastator Demon Emperor, and I have no friendship. I only came to you because I owed him a favor. Now that the fight is over and the favor has been repaid, you have nothing to lose anyway. Why don't you let me go and we'll call it even? Haha, Fangchen sneered. If he was weak, wouldn't he have been killed by the old beggar? Now that he was strong, he wanted to call it even and let him go. How could there be such a good thing in the world? Do you think I'm a 3-year-old kid? Fangchen said, Then what do you want? The old beggar said, I admit defeat today. I didn't expect your strength to have reached such a terrifying level. Hand over everything you have and then answer my question, Fangchen said. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. In any case, the number of martial artists who had died at his hands was uncountable. You, the old beggar, immediately shook his head and refused. What a joke. He had gone through untold hardships in the God's Fall battlefield to obtain the resources. How could he give it to someone else? How about this? Let's both take a step back. I've seen you cultivate Sword Dao. In the God's Fall battlefield, I obtained a Sword Dao inheritance by chance. I'll give it to you. How about it? The Sword Dao inheritance in the God's Fall battlefield was at least at the Emperor Realm Dominator Realm. This was very attractive to Sword Dao cultivators from the immemorial Chaos era. However, Fangchen didn't want to let it go. You have to understand your current situation. Your life is in my hands, Fangchen joked. Do you think your life isn't as valuable as the things you have? After saying that, Fangchen held the star-hidden sword horizontally and pressed it against the old beggar's throat. My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 seconds. Then Fangchen began to count. 1, 2, 3. As soon as he said 3, the old beggar shouted in panic. I agree. Sensing Fong Chen's killing intent, he compromised. He threw his spatial ring to Fong Chen and said, "Can you let me go now? Answer me a few questions." "Go ahead." "You came out of the God's Fall battlefield?" Fong Chen asked. The old beggar nodded. "Then do you know the details of the God's Fall battlefield?" "I don't know." "How dangerous is the God's Fall battlefield? Even martial emperors might die if they aren't careful." "I'm just a quasi-emperor and don't dare to wander around recklessly." The Battle of Divinity Fall was too tragic. All the peak powerhouses of the Antiquity Age participated. After they died, their bodies transformed into various forbidden lands. The battlefield was filled with terrifying power. Very few people in the primordial chaos dared to enter. Fong Chen nodded. The old beggar was right. With his strength, it was already pretty good that he could survive in the Godfall battlefield. "How did you come back from the Godfall battlefield?" Fong Chen asked. The old beggar said, "A crack appeared at the border between the Godfall battlefield and the primordial chaos. I accidentally entered the crack and came back here." After asking, Fong Chen learned that the old beggar was a powerhouse from 5 eras. Back then, he entered the Godfall battlefield under the influence of benefits. He didn't expect to stay there for 5 eras. In the Godfall battlefield, he advanced step by step and survived with great difficulty. He also obtained many cultivation opportunities and survived. "Are you saying that there are other races in the Godfall battlefield?" Fong Chen frowned. Although the Battle of Divinity Fall was tragic, there were still powerhouses who survived. They recuperated and reproduced. As time passed, they naturally established themselves in the Godfall battlefield. The old beggar said, "However, the Godfall battlefield is too dangerous. Even the descendants of these peak powerhouses can only stay in one place and don't dare to wander around recklessly. They seem to be investigating what happened in the Godfall battlefield and why such a large-scale war suddenly broke out." Fong Chen furrowed his brows deeply. The Godfall battlefield was much more complicated than he had imagined. With his current strength, he wasn't qualified to explore it. Whoosh! Collecting his thoughts, Fong Chen took out a list. "In the 5 eras you were in the Godfall battlefield, did you come across these rare materials?" The old beggar looked at it and his expression changed slightly, but he nodded. "These 5 materials are considered precious in the primordial chaos, but they are nothing in the Godfall battlefield. I obtained 4 of them by chance, and they are in the Sumer ring. As for the last one, I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it." Fong Chen hurriedly checked the old beggar's Sumer ring and instantly found 4 rare materials. He was overjoyed. "That's great. In addition to the 2 he had obtained before, he already had 6. Only the last one was left, and his hopes were greater. I've said what I need to say. Is it time to let me go?" The old beggar said. Fong Chen suppressed the excitement in his heart and asked, "You didn't come to me just to avenge the world-destroying demon emperor, right?" The old beggar hesitated for a moment and finally confessed, "That's right. I came to you because I want to get something from you." "What is it?" "The immortal scepter." The old beggar said, "The immortal scepter is the immortal emperor's personal weapon. It followed the immortal emperor in his conquest and contains a powerful force. I want to use the immortal scepter to enter the demon emperor's tomb and obtain the will of 10,000 demons." The will of 10,000 demons? Fong Chen didn't understand. What was the relationship between the will of 10,000 demons and the immortal scepter? "I obtained a method in the Godfall battlefield that allows me to fully activate the immortal scepter. The power inside can break the seal on the demon mountain and is of great help in absorbing the will of 10,000 demons." After all, the old beggar had lived for countless years. Whether it was the immortal scepter or the demon emperor's tomb, he knew more than Fong Chen. Moreover, he had returned from the Godfall battlefield. Who knew what he had experienced in the past 5 eras? In the void, looking at the back of the old beggar, Fong Chen narrowed his eyes and fell silent. Behind him, Palace Master Wood Green whispered. "Leader, are we letting him go just like that?" Palace Master Wood Green felt that this person was a little strange. "Brother Chin, I feel that he's hiding something from us," Star Emperor said. "I have already hidden a consciousness on him. I'll keep an eye on him and see what he wants to do," Feng Chin said. The reason why he let the old beggar go was that he wanted to know if anyone else had returned from the Godfall battlefield. If so, who could it be? These were all uncontrollable factors that posed a great threat to the primordial chaos. Chapter 30, 381. After the old beggar left the sacred region, his body rapidly shrank and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Soon he came to the edge of the primordial chaos. Endless lightning flashed in front of him, and a terrifying aura filled the sky. There were countless spatial turbulences in the mist, and even a quasi-emperor would not dare to step into it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old beggar came to a stop in front of the void crack. He looked at the crack in the void with a look of horror in his eyes. "My lord!" Suddenly, the old beggar clasped his fist at the spatial crack and said respectfully, "I've already tested him. That Feng Chen's strength is too powerful. Even when I used my full strength, I was unable to defeat him. In fact, I was suppressed by him." Hearing this, the void crack suddenly trembled. Then a scarlet light flickered out from it. Trash! A voice came from the scarlet light. "My lord, that person's swordsmanship is too strong. I suspect that he has cultivated the Armageddon swordsmanship and has mastered the first 3 moves." As a human, the old beggar had been to the sacred palace before entering the God's Fall battlefield, so he had some understanding of the Armageddon swordsmanship. Armageddon swordsmanship? When he heard these words, the scarlet light instantly expanded and turned into a huge figure the size of a small mountain in the blink of an eye. The huge figure's body was filled with endless flames. He opened his eyes and shot out 2 rays of light that could turn a quasi-emperor to ashes. This world is restricted by the God's Fall battlefield and cannot bear the power of the martial emperor realm. He can cultivate the Armageddon swordsmanship as a quasi-emperor. It seems that he has great potential. The huge figure said, "Interesting, very interesting. It seems that my hard work to come out of the void crack was worth it." After speaking, the huge figure pondered for a moment and said, "All right, you may leave. Pay attention to the actions of the human race. I suffered some injuries while traveling through the void crack and need time to recover." "Yes, my lord." After speaking, the old beggar turned and left. Back then, in the God's Fall battlefield, you took away one of my opportunities and almost killed me. Now, I'll first collect some interest and slay your successor. Then, I'll slowly refine the incomplete will of the supreme laws of this world and take control of it," the behemoth muttered. In the holy palace, Feng Chin, who was talking to Star and Moon, suddenly paled. "Brother Chin, what's wrong?" Star and Moon asked anxiously. Feng Chin raised his head and looked at Palace Master Wood Green. "Behind the old beggar is a colossus that provoked the sacred palace and tried to kill me. The mastermind behind all of this is this colossus. What? Could it be a martial emperor?" Palace Master Wood Green cried out. With a thought, Feng Chen's powerful soul Dao power simulated the scene he had just seen in midair. In the image, the old beggar headed north until he arrived at the edge of the primordial chaos. That is, after seeing the crack in the void, Palace Master Wood Green's expression became very serious. After a while, a colossus appeared in the void crack. Palace Master Wood Green's eyes were deep. From what I heard, he shouldn't have stepped into the martial emperor realm. But why did the old beggar call him lord? I can feel the tyrannical power on his body, and even the extent of his comprehension of the supreme laws. I guess that he was once a martial emperor, but for some reason his realm fell. Feng Chin said, "No wonder." Palace Master Wood Green suddenly understood. But although his realm fell, he still has the terrifying means of a martial emperor. He's a great threat to the human race. Feng Chan waved his hand, indicating that Palace Master Wood Green should not be anxious. Don't act rashly for the time being. I'll go find him alone, Feng Chan said. My lord, you can't, Palace Master Wood Green said. Brother Qin, I'll go with you, Star Emperor said. Feng Chan shook his head. With my current strength, even if I face a martial emperor, I can escape unscathed. A mere quasi-emperor is no threat to me. After a few words, Feng Chan went to the void crack alone. There was an ice mountain 10,000 miles away from the void crack. At this time, the old beggar was on the ice mountain. If not for wanting to return to the ancient chaos, I wouldn't be willing to listen to your orders. Obviously, the old beggar was very dissatisfied with the Colossus, but he did not dare to say it in person. Compared to the God's Fall battlefield, this is simply heaven. The old beggar stood up and looked down at the earth with a smile on his face. Unfortunately, the human race already has a new leader. Thinking of Feng Chan, the old beggar was a little frightened. That guy is really terrifying. He's at the same realm as me, but he can easily suppress me. But on second thought, he was relieved. Although he's strong, my lord will deal with him. When my lord refines the will of the supreme laws and becomes the master of the ancient chaos, I'll be able to bask in his glory. Swoosh! Suddenly, a stream of light shot over from afar. It struck the old beggar's body as fast as lightning. Suddenly, the old beggar's body was strangely restrained. What's going on? The old beggar was furious. Just as he was about to lose his temper, he suddenly thought of the leader of the human race. Crash! Feng Chan appeared and stared at the old beggar with a smile. I've already told you everything. Why are you looking for me? The old beggar said in a low voice. Did you really tell me everything? Feng Chan asked jokingly. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you defeated me. If you push me too far, I'll just fight to the death, the old beggar said coldly. Bang! Feng Chan sent the old beggar flying with a punch. The old beggar's body landed solidly on the ground and he grimaced in pain. What do you want? The old beggar could not stand it and roared angrily. Who is that Colossus? What's your purpose? How did you get out of the void crack? Feng Chan asked word by word. At the same time, he was observing the old beggar's expression. Sure enough, after hearing Feng Chan's words, the old beggar's pupils shrank. He immediately forced himself to be calm and said, I don't know what you're talking about, he shrugged and pretended to be crazy. Bang! 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 Punch after punch. Every punch landed on the old beggar's flesh. After more than 10 punches, the old beggar screamed miserably. His body was badly mutilated and his face was unrecognizable. Fortunately, I left a mark on your body. Otherwise, you might have failed miserably, Feng Chan said as he patted his palm. Hearing this, the old beggar completely gave up resisting. Chapter 3382. Lord Mo. Feng Chan frowned, his face a little gloomy. According to the old beggar, the behemoth was called Lord Mo. He was very famous in the God's Fall battlefield, and even ordinary martial emperors did not dare to provoke him. What is he doing here? Feng Chan asked. What was certain was that Lord Mo was not a native of the ancient chaos, but a descendant of a peerless expert who had survived the God's Fall battle. Lord Mo was injured and his realm fell. He wants to refine the will of the supreme law of the ancient chaos, control this world, and absorb the supreme law to heal his injuries. With his life in danger, the old beggar did not dare to hide anything from Feng Chan. Refine the will of the supreme law. A cold killing intent flashed in Feng Chan's eyes. At his realm, he naturally knew that the most important thing in the ancient chaos was the will of the supreme law. It maintained the order of the ancient chaos. Once the will of the supreme law was refined, it would plunge the ancient chaos into water and fire. At that time, the human race would be destroyed. He clenched his fists and his body exuded a cold, killing intent. The ancient chaos is my hometown. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Fang Qin said coldly. At the side, the old beggar's body trembled. He could feel the chill coming from Fang Chen's body, and his heart palpitated. Although Lord Mo's realm has fallen to the quasi-emperor realm, his means are too incredible. Even I can't withstand one move in front of him. The old beggar said, You can't beat Lord Amo. Fang Chen withdrew his aura and looked at the old beggar. So, Lord Amo also wants the immortal scepter? Fang Qin continued to ask. The old beggar nodded. The demon monarch's tomb was created by a peerless expert in the God's Fall battlefield. After the God's Fall battle, the tomb was broken. The broken tomb lost its former power and eventually flowed out of the God's Fall battlefield in the long river of time. I don't know where Lord Amo heard this news, but he did everything he could to find a way to descend into the primordial chaos. After hearing this, Fang Chen's frown deepened. Since Lord Amo had never been to the ancient chaos, how did he know about the immortal scepter and the immortal emperor? It would have been fine if the old beggar knew about it, but he knew about the connection between the immortal scepter and the demon emperor's mausoleum. This was not something the old beggar could know. Could it be? A bold idea appeared in Fang Chen's mind. Perhaps the immortal emperor had not died at all, but had entered the battlefield of gods. Lord Amo might have met the immortal emperor and learned about the demon emperor's mausoleum from him. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen collected his thoughts and looked at the old beggar with a mocking expression. Our human race has never taken the initiative to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean that we're afraid of trouble. As a human from the primordial chaos, you did such a thing. How should you be punished? Fang Chen pressed the old beggar to the ground with his palm. The latter's entire body was in pain, and he bared his teeth in pain. Lord, please spare my life. The old beggar begged for mercy. Fang Chen's strength was too strong. He had no chance to resist at all. Moreover, the latter was the leader of the human race. Even if he killed him, the human race would not say anything. I am willing to submit to the leader and be your slave. In the face of death, the old beggar surrendered. You only have two choices now. Fang Chen released his palm and said coldly, First, you continue to serve Lord Amo. If you do, I will kill you directly. Second, you make a martial arts oath that from now on, you will be my servant and never betray me. Hearing this, the old beggar's expression changed. What? You don't want to? Fang Chen frowned and clenched his fist. A dazzling light erupted. Suddenly, the old beggar's body trembled as he felt Fang Chen's killing intent. He had no doubt that if Fang Chen's punch landed on his body, he would definitely die. I am willing to submit. The old beggar lowered his head. Now he only wanted to live. How could he care about Lord Amo? I swear. Not long after, the beggar old man swore a martial oath, and there was a trace of the supreme power of law that drilled into his body. Fang Chen also sensed the mysteries of the mysteries. Martial arts oaths were the most important for cultivators. Once violated, the supreme power would enforce the law and kill the cultivator. Therefore, after the old beggar made a martial arts oath, Fang Chen released the restriction on him and restored his freedom. Master, the old beggar stood up and called out respectfully, From today onwards, you are my servant. Now, can you tell me about Lord Amo? Fang Chen glanced at the old beggar. The old beggar nodded. Lord Mo's real name is Amo Wudao. He is known as the Killing Emperor and is an out-and-out killing god. It is said that his father is a super expert above the Emperor realm. He can do whatever he wants in the God's Fall battlefield. However, ever since Lord Mo's realm fell, his personality has changed a lot. He hates the people around him and doesn't even want to have too much to do with his father. He has always been looking forward to one thing in his heart, and that is to heal his injuries. This is also why he can't wait to come to the ancient chaos. Then do you know how he knows about the immortal scepter? Fang Chen asked. The old beggar shook his head. I don't know. Perhaps he met other human cultivators in the God's Fall battlefield. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the distant horizon. There was a terrifying crack in the void that was slowly closing. That was also the place where Lord Mo was cultivating in seclusion. Do you know what Lord Mo is doing now? What is his plan? Fang Chen asked. Lord Mo's injuries seem to be getting better. He is in seclusion, trying to break through. During this time, he told me not to act rashly and to pay attention to the sacred palace's movements. Everything will wait until he comes out of seclusion. Oh, is that so? Suddenly, Fang Chen's eyes turned and a sinister smile appeared on his face. If he recovers, he will be even more powerful. At that time, he will be even harder to deal with. Why don't we take advantage of his illness and kill him now? Lord, you can't. The old beggar was a little anxious. Lord Mo has a supreme treasure given to him by his father. If the attack fails, Lord Mo will definitely counterattack crazily. Although you can escape unscathed, what about the other humans? No one could stop an expert comparable to the Emperor realm from going on a killing spree in the ancient chaos. At that time, the ancient chaos would turn into hell. However, no matter how the old beggar tried to persuade him, Fang Chen had already made his decision. Chapter 30, 383. After confirming Lord Mo's whereabouts, Fang Chen returned to the sacred palace alone. Soon, many palace masters gathered in the sacred palace. Leader, did something happen? Fire Dome Palace Master asked. The reincarnation Sword Emperor, Wood Green, and the others were also looking at Fang Chen. I've already investigated thoroughly. Behind the beggar old man, there's someone called Lord Mo controlling him. He's not a native of the primordial chaos, but a descendant of an expert who survived the Battle of Gods. Fang Chen's gaze swept over everyone, and then he said he went through a lot of hardships and found a crack in the void. Using many special methods, he came out of the crack in the void. His goal is to refine the will of the supreme rules and control the primordial chaos. Sure enough, everyone was shocked when they heard this. Refining the supreme law. Doesn't that mean he wants to exterminate the human race? Humph, the human race won't agree to control the primordial chaos. Fire Dome Palace Master had a fiery temper. After hearing this, he immediately expressed that he would follow Fang Chen into battle. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, I already have a way to deal with this matter. As for you all, just protect the primordial chaos, Fang Chen said in an unquestionable tone. I've come back this time to make some preparations. Wood Green and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. In the sky above the sacred palace, Fang Chen spread out his palm, his body filled with the aura of Array Dao. He was also an Emperor-level Array Master, and his attainments in Array Dao were extremely impressive. There were some flaws in the human race's protective formation, and he was repairing them all. Hiss! Every time he waved his hand, the protective formation would ripple with great waves. This shocked Wood Green and the others. Is the leader going to modify the protective formation? He's too strong. Not only is his martial cultivation strong, but his Array Dao cultivation is also very strong. Yes, being able to modify the protective formation is enough to prove that the leader's attainments in Array Dao have reached an unimaginable level. With Lord Leader here, who cares about a mere Lord Mo? As everyone discussed with each other, they couldn't help but have great confidence in Fang Chen. Formation rise! Fang Chen suddenly shouted. Vast power gushed out from the ground all around the sacred palace, swirling around Fang Chen like a tornado. Condense. In the next moment, he tapped lightly with his finger. Immediately, the void stilled, and the protective formation fell silent. Fang Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of each tornado, gently patting it with his palm. Not long after, he returned to his original position. The tornado suddenly trembled and madly drilled into the ground. The mountain protection formation was reactivated. Suddenly, Palace Head Woodgreen's body began to tremble. She couldn't be any more excited. Oh my God, is this true? A book appeared in Palace Head Woodgreen's mind. That book recorded the insights of the ancient Formation King on formations. The method that Fong Chen was using was exactly the same as what was recorded in the book. This is too inconceivable. Palace Head Woodgreen was shocked. Bzzz. Although it seemed simple, it was actually extremely difficult. Fong Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead and grinned. The protective formation was created by a human expert and can be considered one of the best among Emperor-level arrays. But after so many years, as the supreme laws thinned, a few loopholes appeared. Fong Chen said, I used the sword chi of annihilation to fuse with the aura of array Dao to make up for the loopholes. I can finally bring out the strongest power of the formation. The process was extremely dangerous. The slightest carelessness could completely destroy the formation and even the entire sacred realm. Whoosh! Fong Chen breathed a sigh of relief and landed on the sacred palace square. Swish! He casually threw out a talisman and handed it to Palace Head Woodgreen, saying, This talisman has been refined by me. It can easily control the protective formation. After I leave the sacred realm, the protective formation will be fully controlled by Palace Head Woodgreen. Lord Leader, how is the power of the Grand Mountain Barrier formation that you modified? Samsara Sword Emperor's eyes shone with golden light, and he couldn't help but ask. No one below the Emperor realm can shake it. Even an Emperor realm expert can't break it. So strong. Everyone was pleasantly surprised and excited. After making the necessary arrangements, Fong Chen went to the void crack alone. In front of the void crack, the old beggar looked around and hurried over when he saw Fong Chen. How is it? I tried to send a message to Lord Mo, but he didn't respond. I guess he must have reached the most critical moment and can't be distracted, the old beggar said. Fong Chen nodded, took the communication token from the old beggar, and sent a message to Lord Mo. A moment later, the token dimmed and Lord Mo didn't reply. Okay, let's go find him now, Fong Chen said. At this moment, the old beggar looked a little helpless. Master, there is void magma in this void crack. The temperature is extremely high, and if you are too weak, you can't resist the void magma at all. Earlier on, it was also because of the utmost being on Lord Mo's body that I barely managed to protect my body. That's why I was able to come out unscathed. Void magma, Fong Chen murmured. He didn't expect that there would be void magma in this void crack. Legend has it that the void magma could destroy the physical body of a quasi-emperor. My current physical body shouldn't be weaker than an Emperor realm expert, right? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Moreover, his primordial spirit had reached the peak of the corporeal realm. Even the void magma couldn't hurt him. Wait here, I'll go in and find him. After saying that, Fong Chen's figure flashed, and he disappeared into the spatial crack that was filled with rumbling thunder. Inside the void crack, there was mist everywhere. Above his head, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Terrifying thunderbolts swooped down from time to time. Buzz! Fong Chen activated the Chaos Sword body and raised his defense to the highest level, blocking the erosion of the biting cold aura around him. He continued to go deeper and soon saw the fiery, red void magma. Is that the void magma? The void magma didn't have a real form. It was like air flowing hot. Rip! Suddenly, a wave of void magma rushed toward Fong Chen. He punched out and blasted the magma away. However, there was still a small amount of magma that splashed onto his clothes and instantly burned them. What a terrifying void magma! He felt the change in his skin just now. Facing the void magma, the Chaos Sword body needed to go all out. Huff! He took a deep breath and slowed down. He carefully avoided the void magma and spread out his powerful consciousness to explore the front. Rumble! There was a deafening sound in front of him. Fang Chen looked up and saw a majestic mountain. The void magma flowed down from the top of the mountain like a waterfall. The scorching aura it emitted instantly tore the void apart. That is, Fang Chen saw a dark cave below the majestic mountain. However, the cave was blocked by the void magma. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Chapter 30, 384. Boom! Boom! The closer he got to the cave, the more he could feel the lightning in the void and the powerful impact of the void lava falling from the sky. Fortunately, Fang Chen's Chaos Sword body was able to withstand the attack. If I encountered the void lava before the battle with the Dark Shadow Tribe leader, it would be difficult to withstand it. Fang Chen sighed as he moved forward. But now my strength has been comprehensively improved, and my physical body is no weaker than the Emperor realm. Although the void lava is strong, my black hole bloodline can ingeniously absorb the burning power of the lava. The most frightening thing about the void lava was the omnipresent heat. Once the heat was absorbed, the remaining lava was nothing to be afraid of. This was also why Fang Chen was able to move forward without fear of the void lava and the shocking lightning. Lord Emo probably never dreamed that someone in the primordial chaos could reach here with his own strength. The waterfall covered by the void lava emitted a weak light from time to time in the dark cave. In the cave in the blood-red fog, Lord Mo's huge body crawled on the ground, constantly absorbing the energy of the void lava. As long as I can keep absorbing the heat of the void lava, coupled with the treasure Father gave me, my injuries will definitely get better. As he absorbed the void lava, he laughed eerily. At this time, Lord Emo did not notice that Fang Chen was approaching. Rumble! Outside the cave, the magma in the void was like a waterfall, pouring down continuously. Fang Chen stopped in front of the void lava and fell into deep thought. The void magma that falls from the top of the mountain is obviously much more powerful. Fang Chen pondered. He was not in a hurry to take the risk. Instead, he was thinking about how to safely pass through the void lava. This void lava is much stronger than the outside. The lava contains a trace of the supreme power of law. With my Chaos Sword body, it is not impossible to force my way through. But if he did that, it would definitely cause injuries to his body. There was a powerful enemy in the cave, Lord Mo. When the time came to fight, it would definitely be affected. Lord Mo's methods were too powerful. Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless, so he could only think of other ways. Buzz! Suddenly, the immortal scepter that had been silent for a very long time suddenly spoke. Voila! Fang Chen opened his palm, and the immortal scepter suddenly appeared. In the past, the immortal scepter had been severely injured and lost contact with Fang Chen. But in the end, Fang Chen still found it and nurtured it with all his heart. Not long ago, Fang Chen had refined the immortal scepter again. Now, the immortal scepter had completely regained its former glory. Above the scepter, strong immortal star power was constantly emanating. Are you saying that the immortal star force can temporarily stop the void lava? Fang Chen understood the meaning of the immortal scepter and was somewhat stunned. Whoa! The scepter trembled and emitted a series of noises, as if it was indicating that it could do it. Well, in that case, let's begin. Fang Chen nodded. He chose to believe in the immortal scepter. Boom! With a shift of his mind, the immortal star power in his body surged out wildly and surrounded the immortal scepter. At this moment, the immortal scepter suddenly left Fang Chen's hand and shot toward the void lava. Crack! The immortal scepter carried the strong immortal star power and hit the void lava, forcibly piercing it. Dong! 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 Under Fang Chen's gaze, the lava of nothingness that was flowing down suddenly stopped. Seeing this, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. In a flash, he passed through the void lava and arrived in front of the cave. Boom! The void lava broke through the blockade of the immortal scepter and returned to its original state. Scorching airflow rushed down. Phew! Seeing this, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and put away the immortal scepter. After entering the cave, Fang Chen felt a terrifying bloody aura. If his primordial spirit wasn't strong enough, he would have lost his mind. He shook his head hard and forced himself to calm down. What a terrifying evil aura. It can actually affect my primordial spirit. After stabilizing his primordial spirit, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the scarlet mist in the depths of the cave. Lord Mo. Within the mist, there was a huge body that was filled with boundless power. What's that? Fang Chen was surprised to find that in front of the huge body, there was a luminous, pearl-like crystal bead. The scorching aura in the void lava drilled into the crystal bead and then passed into Lord Mo's body. This is absorbing the scorching power of the void lava to heal injuries. Finally, Fang Chen understood. His eyes turned cold. He stomped his foot and rushed to the crystal bead in an instant. He reached out his hand and grabbed the crystal bead. Roar! Lord Mo discovered Fang Chen and roared at the sky. His huge body trembled, and the blood-red mist instantly attacked Fang Chen, trying to stop him. Immortal hand! Fang Chen shouted in a low voice. He didn't retreat. Instead, he flipped his palm and used the immortal hand, the ultimate skill of the immortal emperor. With his current strength, the power of the immortal hand was infinitely close to that of the immortal emperor back then. He easily passed through the blockade of the blood-red mist and grabbed the crystal bead. Rip! Lord Mo stretched out his big claw and slapped at Fang Chen. In order to grab the crystal bead, Fang Chen's body was forcefully hit by Lord Mo's claw. His clothes were tattered, and a bloody hole appeared on his shoulder. Swoosh! The hidden star sword stabbed out silently. With a bang, it forced Lord Mo's claw back. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen jumped to the entrance of the cave. Damn human! How dare you disturb my cultivation? Lord Mo waved his huge body and stared at Fang Chen with his eyes that were as big as gongs. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen into pieces. He stretched out his big claw and said in a deep voice, "Give me back the bead." Fang Chen's eyes flickered. He could see that the crystal bead was very useful to Lord Mo. He was already flustered and exasperated. The bead is in my hand. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Fang Chen sneered. Are you the leader of the human clan, Fang Chen? However, Lord Mo was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he asked, I haven't gone to find trouble with the human clan yet, but you took the initiative to come here and ruin my business. Do you know the consequences of offending me? Lord Mo said coldly, If you want to destroy the human clan, you have to pay a sufficient price. Fang Chen said, I don't care what you do in the God's Fall battlefield, but this is the ancient chaos, the homeland of the human clan. I won't allow you to be presumptuous. Ha! In such a barren land, there isn't even a single martial emperor. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Chapter 30, 385. Boom! The blood-red mist around Lord Mo condensed into a giant handprint and suddenly covered Fang Chen. Fang Chen did not hesitate to display the Apocalypse Third Sword. The terrifying sword light bombarded the blood-red giant hand. However, he underestimated the power of the blood-red giant hand. With a crack, the sword light shattered. Seeing this, Fang Chen raised his eyebrows. The third sword of the Apocalypse swordsmanship could only make the blood-red giant hand show signs of cracking. How was this possible? Ha ha ha! Stupid human, although I am only in the quasi-emperor realm, how can you resist my means? His father was a super expert above the emperor realm. He had cultivated with his father and more or less learned something. His father even gave him a life-saving treasure. In the same realm, he was invincible. Even in the face of an emperor realm, he was fearless. It's really stupid to call yourself a king in such a barbaric place. Even if you are in the Emperor realm, I can kill you." Lord Mo sneered. In the God's Fall battlefield, it was difficult for an Emperor realm to survive. In the ancient chaos, the Emperor realm only existed in legends. It was ridiculous that a quasi-emperor could become a leader. Suppress. Lord Mo continued to control the blood-red giant hand to suppress Fangchen. How could this be? Fangchen felt that his strength was completely restrained. Blood sieve secret technique. Without hesitation, Fangchen displayed the blood sieve secret technique. His aura soared rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level once again reached the pseudo-emperor realm. Amplification secret technique? Lord Mo was not worried at all. Crack! The strength of the pseudo-emperor realm was fully unleashed. Together with the Apocalypse Third Sword, he looked down on everything. With one sword, he shattered the blood-red giant hand. Not bad. Lord Mo nodded. Everything was under his control. A pseudo-emperor realm cultivator can indeed shatter this move of mine, but this is only my most ordinary move. Lord Mo smiled sinisterly. How will you resist the next attack? Boom! Boom! Lord Mo stretched out his claws, and the magma outside the cave surged into his claws. In the blink of an eye, Lord Mo's entire body was enveloped by the magma. Not good. Fangchen seemed to have sensed something. His figure flashed, and he escaped into the void, trying to find an opportunity to kill Lord Mo die. Lord Mo waved his claws, and the magma in the void turned into a fire dragon. It spewed out scorching dragon breath and opened its bloody mouth at Fangchen. And at this time, Fangchen could feel that the crystal bead in his spatial ring was constantly trembling, as if it wanted to break out of the spatial ring. Let's go! However, before he could turn around, he was slammed against the wall by the fire dragon's tail. With a bang, he fell to the ground. At the same time, the fire dragon's claws pressed down on Fangchen's body, preventing him from moving. If I kill you, not only will I take back the crystal bead, but the entire human race will also become my sacrifice. Lord Mo laughed sinisterly and walked towards Fangchen. How is this possible? Fangchen was very puzzled. Why can his attack ignore the obstruction of the supreme rules? Why can he use such a mysterious method when he is only a quasi-emperor? He used a holy treasure. How can you resist it? Suddenly, a leisurely voice came into Fangchen's ears. Who is it? Fangchen said in surprise. Buzz. Suddenly, Fangchen noticed that a black hole had appeared in front of him, and his body was involuntarily sucked into it. Whoosh! The black hole disappeared, and a powerful sword chi descended from the sky, forcing the fire dragon back. Crack! The fire dragon quickly dissipated, turning into monstrous magma. Thump! Thump! Lord Mo's body also involuntarily took a few steps back. What's going on? Did someone rescue him just now? The sword that appeared out of nowhere just now couldn't have been performed by Fangchen, which meant that there was someone else in this cave. Thinking of this, Lord Mo's face instantly turned solemn. Who is it? Lord Mo frowned and pondered. He just used a sword to resolve my attack and took the opportunity to rescue that guy. Lord Mo guessed that the person in the dark shouldn't be strong enough to kill him. Otherwise, he would definitely show up. Humph! This world is limited and can't bear the power of the Emperor realm. It's impossible for an Emperor realm to appear. This person is most likely a quasi-emperor. After thinking for a moment, Lord Mo sneered. No matter who you are, since you dare to ruin my business, I will tear you into pieces. After saying that, Lord Mo began to look around. In the world formed by the magma, Fangchen suddenly appeared. Where is this? After stabilizing himself, Fangchen looked around in surprise. Who was the one who spoke just now? Could it be that there was someone else in the void magma? Buzz! Suddenly, an illusory figure appeared. This illusory figure was surrounded by a vast and mighty sword chi. Even Fang Qin had to retreat when facing this sharp sword chi. "Senior, was it you who attacked just now?" Fang Qin respectfully cupped his fists. "Haha," as expected of the most outstanding sword cultivator of this era. The old man did not answer Fang Qin's question. Instead, he looked at him seriously. "My name is Jian Hong. I was once a good brother of the Tianyi Sword Emperor, but later, because of some things, I died here," Jian Hong said. Hearing this, Fang Qin was startled. Junior Fang Qin pays his respects to Senior. "Thank you for saving my life. After I died, I only left a remnant of my will, sleeping here. I just sensed a strong sword chi fluctuation and woke up." Jian Hong smiled slightly. "I didn't expect that in this era there would be someone who could cultivate the Armageddon sword technique to the 3rd level." Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat. He finally understood. It turned out that Jian Hong had woken up because he sensed the Armageddon sword chi. Thinking of how he and the Tianyi Sword Emperor were life and death brothers, Jian Hong was most likely a sword cultivator. "Your potential in the sword principle makes me feel ashamed. People like you are the hope of the ancient chaos. You can't die in the hands of others." "Senior, do you know who Lord Mo is?" Fang Qin asked. Jian Hong shook his head. "I don't know what Lord Mo's true form is, but I can be sure that he is from the battlefield of gods. When he attacked you just now, what he used was a legendary, a holy treasure." Holy treasure. It was an existence that was above the Emperor-level supreme treasures. Under normal circumstances, even an Emperor-level expert could not get a holy treasure. Lord Mo actually had a holy treasure. Although his realm has fallen, he has skills that are far beyond an ordinary Emperor-level expert. Plus, he has a holy treasure. How can you be his opponent? Fang Qin's expression changed. He was speechless. Chapter 30, 386. The void was surrounded by magma, and the scorching flames formed a terrifying, independent space. The surroundings were completely sealed. According to Senior Jian Hong, this independent space was called the Flame Abyss. Back then, the Sky One Sword Emperor and I accidentally entered the Flame Abyss and were attacked by a terrifying creature. We almost died. Jian Hong muttered as he sank into his memories. If the Sky One Sword Emperor had not made a breakthrough in his sword Dao at the critical moment of life and death, we would have both died. Fang Qin's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. What kind of terrifying creature could force Senior Jian Hong and the Sky One Sword Emperor into such a miserable state? Fang Qin was very confused. At this moment, Senior Jian Hong continued to speak. "My good brother, the Sky One Sword Emperor, also cultivated the apocalypse sword art that you cultivated." Fang Qin was even more confused. The Reincarnation Sword Emperor had once told him that no one had cultivated the apocalypse sword art before him. If the Sky One Sword Emperor had cultivated it before, could he have succeeded? However, the Sky One Sword Emperor's potential in Sword Dao was too great. After he came out of the Sword Pavilion, he did comprehend a trace of the apocalypse sword art's mystery, but he did not completely master it. Therefore, he did not tell the Sacred Palace, Jian Hong said. Fang Qin understood. So that was the case. If that was the case, wouldn't the Sky One Sword Emperor be much stronger than the Reincarnation Sword Emperor? Senior, since you came to the Flame Abyss with Senior Sky One Sword Emperor, is Senior Sky One Sword Emperor still alive? Fang Qin had heard of the Sky One Sword Emperor's name a long time ago, but he had never seen him in person. After he became the Sacred Palace Master, he had asked Palace Master Mu Qing, but the latter told him that the Sky One Sword Emperor had disappeared. As for how he had disappeared, they did not know. Suddenly, Jian Hong asked, "Do you know where the creature that attacked us came from?" Fang Qin was stunned and thought of Lord Amo, who had come out of the God Fall battlefield. He then looked around the flame abyss and said, "Could it be that he came from the God-Fall battlefield?" Jian Hong nodded as killing intent surged in his eyes. Just like Lord Mo, that creature also came out of the God's Fall battlefield through a spatial rift. The Sky One Sword Emperor and I worked together to severely injure it. He fell into a frenzied state. He burned his essence blood and crazily drilled into the void crack. My good brother, the Tianyi Sword Emperor, wanted to kill him, so he chased after him. As for me, my body and soul were shattered by the creature's frenzied counterattack. All that's left is a sliver of consciousness. Jian Hong's voice was filled with a sigh as he spoke. She didn't continue, but Fang Qin understood a little of what she said. Senior Sky One Sword Emperor, Fang Qin, shook his head. He didn't believe that the Sky One Sword Emperor had died in the spatial crack. All these years, I have been sleeping in the flame abyss. Every few 100 million years, I will wake up and study this spatial crack. I want to go in and find my good brother. Jian Hong said, I have a feeling that my good brother didn't die, but entered the God's Fall battlefield. Senior Sky One Sword Emperor is very strong. Heaven helps the good. He will definitely be fine, Fang Qin said. Jian Hong fell silent. Fang Qin also stood quietly. Hoo. The scorching magma of nothingness constantly shuttled through the void. Fang Qin could feel a strong force invading him. After a long time, Jian Hong sighed and said leisurely, Forget it. Let's not talk about this. Now, Jian Hong only had a sliver of consciousness left. This sliver of consciousness contained an extremely strong obsession. If there is a chance, even if I have to risk my life, I will take that creature down with me. Jian Hong turned around and looked at Fang Qin. Earlier, he had been awakened by Fang Qin's Armageddon sword art. For countless years, my sliver of consciousness has been sleeping in the flame abyss. I can't leave this place. Otherwise, I will completely disperse. Jian Hong said, After waiting for so many years, you have finally appeared. Buzz. Jian Hong opened his palm. A sword talisman appeared on his illusory palm. This sword talisman flowed with dazzling sword light and countless complicated patterns that slowly rotated. In the flame abyss, an earth-shattering figure once died. He left behind a sword inheritance. This one-blade sword talisman contains a powerful swordsmanship. I will give it to you. Fang Qin took the sword talisman and felt that it was extremely heavy. What a strong sword qi! A strong sword qi came from the sword talisman. Lord Mo outside has a sage treasure and extraordinary means. It will be difficult for you to kill him, Jian Hong said. He won't be able to find this independent space in a short time. You should cultivate here first. This was all that Jian Hong could give Fang Qin. I have studied this sword talisman before, but I couldn't sense the sword art in it. I hope you can succeed. Jian Hong said, I will set up a formation with a time flow 10,000 times faster than outside to help you cultivate. But what? Fang Qin asked. I need some divine elixir pills. Do you have any? A time acceleration formation consumed a lot of energy. With Jian Hong's illusory body, it would be difficult to maintain it. How many do you need? If you have 10 million divine elixir pills, that would be the best. But if you can't take it out, 1 million is barely enough. After chatting with Fang Qin and learning that he was the new leader of the human race, Jian Hong said, You are a leader. Don't tell me you can't even take out 1 million divine elixir pills? After saying that, he thought about it. That's right. Although you are the leader of the human race, you can't use the cultivation resources of the human race at will. It is indeed difficult for you, a quasi-emperor, to take out 1 million divine elixir pills. Forget it. I will think of other ways. How many divine elixir pills do you have? Give them all to me. Jian Hong shook his head and thought of other ways. Cough, cough. Fang Qin touched his nose. Did he look that poor? It was only 10 million divine elixir pills. He touched the Sumeru ring in his arms. With a wave of his hand, a mountain of divine elixir pills appeared in the flame abyss. Senior Jianhong, I wonder if these divine elixir pills are enough? Jianhong, who was deep in thought, suddenly looked up and was stunned when he saw the divine elixir pills in front of him. How do you have so many divine elixir pills? A smile appeared on his face. You can really take out 10 million divine elixir pills? Fang Chen was a little embarrassed and said, Actually, I have more than 10 million divine elixir pills. Where did you get so many divine elixir pills? 10 million divine elixir pills was comparable to the wealth of a top force. But now, it appeared in one person's possession. How could Jian Hong not be surprised? The Gu clan betrayed the human race. I led the sacred palace to destroy them and plunder their resources. I got almost 100 million divine elixir pills, Fang Chen said. What? Jian Hong almost jumped up and stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. You destroyed the Gu clan? Chapter 30, 387. The flowing space formation was an extremely powerful formation. As soon as Jian Hong set it up, he immediately accelerated the flow of time in the surrounding area. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and looked at the formation in front of him. He was extremely excited. Although he was skilled in the space-time doctrine and could even stop time, it was still difficult to set up such a formation. I accidentally found this flowing space formation in an ancient relic. Strictly speaking, this formation has surpassed the Emperor level and belongs to the Saint level. A Saint-level formation was superior to an Emperor-level formation. Only a Saint-level formation master could set it up. No wonder. Fang Chen was enlightened. No wonder he couldn't see through the flowing space formation. I know what you are puzzled about. Because of the battle of the gods in the ancient times, the primordial chaos was hit by a powerful shockwave, which damaged the supreme rules. Now, the supreme rules are also incomplete. This is why there are no emperors in the primordial chaos, Jianhong explained. Although this flowing space formation is a saint-level formation, don't forget that this is the blazing abyss, the place closest to the God's Fall battlefield. Moreover, the spatial cracks here are enormous. From time to time, powerful energies would leak out from within, causing the world to become chaotic. Even the will of the supreme laws would find it difficult to control this place. That's why I was barely able to set it up. In other words, if it was set up in other places in the outside world, it would be blocked by the supreme rules. Of course, it is also thanks to your 10 million divine elixir pills. Jianhong smiled. The flowing space formation was a saint-level formation. It consumed a lot of energy. 10 million divine elixir pills could barely maintain it. All right, you should quickly comprehend it. Jianhong sat cross-legged on a pool of magma and closed his eyes slightly. Fang Chen saw this and nodded heavily. Being in the flowing space formation, Fang Chen could feel that the flow of time had accelerated. Cultivating here for 10,000 years is only 1 year in the outside world. Fang Chen stared at the sword talisman in his hand and murmured. His consciousness gradually penetrated into the sword talisman. Buzz! The sword talisman trembled as if it was violently resisting. However, when it sensed the sword qi released from Fang Chen's body, it finally stopped obstructing him. Fang Chen's divine sense easily entered the sword talisman. The world of sword talisman was boundless and filled with endless sword qi. What a dense sword qi! Looking up, Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Moreover, every sword qi contains a completely different sword principle. Fang Chen looked around, and a deafening voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Find my way of the sword among the sword Daos of the heavens, and you will be able to obtain my inheritance. This voice seemed to have existed for a long time, and it contained an extremely strong power of sword way. Fang Chen began to search one by one. Every sword Dao was a baptism for Fang Chen. What kind of sword principle does the owner of the sword talisman have? Fang Chen murmured. 300,000 years in the flowing space array was equivalent to 30 years in the outside world. The so-called sword principle was the way of killing. Swords were used to kill people, not to save people. In Fang Chen's understanding, the sword in hand could kill all the evil spirits in the world and bring peace to the world. As the leader of the human race, he needed to shoulder the heavy responsibility of reviving the human race and destroying the evil spirits. In fact, with his potential in sword principle, it only took him 3 years to find the sword principle of the owner of the sword talisman and obtain his inheritance, sword principle. However, he was not in a hurry to cultivate this sword principle. Instead, he repeatedly pondered and comprehended his own sword principle. 300,000 years, after countless reincarnations, each reincarnation was a baptism for his sword principle. Now, Fang Chen's understanding of sword principle had surpassed that of the ordinary emperor realm. His body exuded an extremely powerful sword qi. In his mind, there was a sea of sword qi, and a giant sword formed by the power of the soul principle was suspended above the sea. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud explosion in his mind. At this moment, his heart was empty, and the troubles in his mind were suddenly cleared. Is this sword principle? Whoosh! Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes, and 2 invisible sword lights shot out from his eyes, instantly striking the flowing space formation. Buzz! The indestructible flowing space formation was attacked by the sword lights, and it shook and trembled. Jian Hong, who was guarding Fang Chen, looked at Fang Chen. Such a firm Dao heart. Amazing. Even Jian Hong could not help but sigh. Fang Chen was the absolute genius of this era. His attainments in sword principle had already surpassed him and the Chinese sword emperor. 30 years to complete sword principle. Whoosh! In the flowing space formation, Fang Chen took a deep breath, and the sword principle of the owner of the sword talisman appeared in his mind. Ancestor Chen Jian, the owner of the sword talisman. He was a super expert from the ancient times. Before he died, he broke through the space barrier with absolute strength and sent his sword principle into the primordial chaos. Amazing. Fang Chen obtained some information about the ancestor Chen Jian from the sword talisman. He learned that the ancestor Chen Jian was a native of the primordial chaos and was already a super expert in the ancient times. He even personally participated in the Battle of the Gods. The ancestor Chen Jian is a true sword principle expert. The heavenly star sword principle that he left behind is even more powerful. The heavenly star sword principle had a total of 9 levels, and the minimum requirement to cultivate it was the emperor realm. As a quasi-emperor, Fang Chen was logically unable to cultivate it. However, the sword talisman recorded that a quasi-emperor with the combat strength of an emperor realm could cultivate it, but they could only reach the first level at most. Moreover, according to the ancestor Chen Jian, if a quasi-emperor could cultivate the first level of the heavenly star sword principle, their potential in sword principle would be unprecedented. After 30 years of comprehension, my sword principle is complete. It's time to cultivate. Buzz! Fang Chen began to cultivate the heavenly star sword principle. I wonder how long this guy will take to cultivate it. Jian Hong naturally saw that Fang Chen had found the heavenly star sword principle long ago, but he had been comprehending his own sword principle. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was very likely that he would be able to cultivate the heavenly star sword principle in the shortest time possible. I'm guessing that it will take at most a year. Jian Hong grinned, extremely excited. If Fang Chen could cultivate this sword principle, his strength would definitely skyrocket. At that time, he would be able to easily kill Lord Mo, and no one in the primordial chaos would be his match. 300,000 years in the spaceflight formation was only 30 years in the outside world. During this period, Lord Mo had been frantically absorbing the scorching power of the void magma. However, without the help of the crystal ball, the speed of absorption was greatly reduced. Boom! Lord Mo suddenly smashed the wall of the cave with a claw, his anger soaring to the sky. Chapter 30, 388. On a mountain peak tens of thousands of miles away from the spatial rift, the old beggar wandered around, his eyes fixed on the spatial rift. It's been 30 years. Why hasn't Master come out yet? He had sworn a martial oath to be Fong Chen's servant, so he had some connection with Fong Chen. In the past 30 years, he had been able to sense that Fong Chen was still alive, but he hadn't come out. Could he have been suppressed by Lord Mo? Thinking of this, the old beggar shook his head. With Lord Mo's style of doing things, once he was suppressed, he would definitely die. I hope Master can defeat Lord Mo. Compared to Lord Mo, the old beggar was more inclined to believe in Fong Chen. Boom! Just as the old beggar was thinking, a terrifying sword chi suddenly broke through the magma blockade from the distant spatial rift and soared into the sky. The old beggar's body trembled and he was dumbfounded. He was able to sense that the sword chi that shot into the sky contained an aura that caused his soul to tremble. Has Master broken through? After a brief shock, he was pleasantly surprised. Not only the old beggar, but the entire ancient chaos was in an uproar. Sacred Palace. Palace Master Wood Green and the others appeared in the clouds one after another, looking at the sword chi above the clouds. That sword light is too powerful. Even a martial emperor wouldn't be able to unleash such unimaginable power. The reincarnation sword emperor muttered, his eyes burning. It must be the leader. He must have broken through. Brother Qin, the star emperor, also murmured to her husband, her beautiful eyes full of joy. Ha ha ha, the leader is so powerful. He ignored the restrictions of heaven and earth and broke through to the emperor realm. The leader is the strongest in the world. There was jubilation in the sacred palace. All the top forces were also paying attention to the situation of the sword chi. In the Jade Mountain region, the Jade Mountain 5 tyrants had just killed an evil cultivator. After seeing the sword chi, they were extremely excited. It must be the leader. Too powerful. Even from so far away, my heart is trembling. No, we can't be left too far behind by the leader. We have to work hard. Yes, from today onwards, we will cultivate in seclusion until we break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Divine Blood City, a place of extreme cold. Ever since the Demon King and Fong Chen merged, Fong Chen became the leader of God Blood City. Fire Devil Lord and the others were extremely proud. The Divine Blood City Lord was the leader of the human race. Naturally, the status of Divine Blood City would rise. The Sacred Palace was the core sacred ground of the human race. It shouldered the heavy responsibility of managing the world. As for Divine Blood City, it was a truly transcendent force. Because of the existence of Fong Chen, no one dared to provoke the God Blood City. At the peak of Divine Blood City, Fire Demon True, Lord, and the others looked at each other and laughed. The city Lord has finally broken through. Only the Lord of the Divine Blood City could make such a big move with his sword piercing through the 9th heaven. Back then, the old master left us behind, hoping that we could assist the new city Lord and help him grow. Who would have thought that in such a short period of time, the new city Lord would already be standing at the peak of the primordial chaos, comparable to the old master at his peak? True, Lord Water sighed. Ha ha ha, the city Lord's body contains my clan's fire origin bloodline. True Monarch Fire Demon laughed proudly. Everyone shook their heads and glanced at him. The city Lord absorbed the divine blood, causing his black hole bloodline to change qualitatively. His bloodline should have reached a half-perfect state. Such a bloodline can evolve into any bloodline in the world. Your clan's fire origin bloodline is nothing. That's right. If the city Lord wants, he can evolve into any bloodline. You're just jealous of me. True Monarch Fire Demon curled his lips in a place surrounded by flames. Suddenly, 2 men walked out of the flames. First senior brother, we've finally succeeded. The one who spoke was Fang Chen's second disciple, Kong Jiu. Beside him, Tian Xan stood calmly, emitting a terrifying sword qi. Compared to Master, we're too weak. Tian Xan shook his head. That's why we need to work harder. We can't tarnish Master's reputation. Just as the two were talking, they suddenly felt the world shake. The sword qi on their bodies frantically gathered in a certain direction. First senior brother, look, Kong Jiu exclaimed. Tian Xan looked up in shock. After a long time, he came back to his senses. It must be Master. Only Master would be able to cause such a huge commotion. First senior brother, are you saying that Master has broken through? Kong Jiu asked with a burning gaze. Tian Xan nodded. Let's go back to the sacred palace and congratulate Master. With that, the two of them walked together and left the boundless fire domain. A void crack. The void storm suddenly stopped, and a majestic sword light soared into the sky. What's that? Lord Emo suddenly opened his scarlet eyes and stared at the sword qi that soared into the sky. It came from the depths of the magma. Could it be Fang Chen? Sure enough, Lord Mo's body emitted a terrifying killing intent. Humph, do you think you can withstand my attack just because you obtained the inheritance? Lord Emo sneered. With the sacred treasure that Father gave me, I can sweep across this world. A mere quasi-emperor is like an ant in my eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, Lord Mo's huge body dove into the magma and followed the majestic sword qi to find the source. At this moment, in the flame abyss, the flowing space formation had collapsed, and the flow of time had returned to normal. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a layer of tyrannical sword qi. With a wave of his hand, the aura was instantly restrained. The sword light in the clouds of the ninth heaven also gradually dissipated. Phew! Fang Chen took a deep breath and sighed. As expected of the sword technique created by ancestor Chen Jian, it's really impressive. Fang Chen felt that the Heavenly Star sword technique was more powerful than the Armageddon sword technique. Just the first level can cause the world to shake. It's more than twice as powerful as the Armageddon third sword technique. Fang Chen muttered to himself. Jian Hong, who was not far away, was completely stunned. He stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open as if he was looking at a monster. Am I seeing things? Jian Hong murmured. He mastered this sword technique in 2 hours. He had been studying it for countless years, but he couldn't even sense the sword technique in the sword talisman. However, not only did Fang Chen sense it, but he also mastered it so quickly. Jian Hong smiled bitterly and was speechless. Thank you, Senior. Fang Chen turned around and bowed to Jian Hong. If Jian Hong hadn't set up the flowing space formation, he wouldn't have been able to master the Heavenly Star sword technique so quickly. Kid, you're really a monster. Jian Hong said, I'm just well prepared. There's still a gap between me and Senior. Fang Chen said modestly. Jian Hong shook his head. You don't have to be humble. After mastering this sword technique, your strength can easily crush Lord Emo. It's just that his sacred treasure is a little troublesome. Chapter 30, 389. When this drop of blood appeared, Jian Hong's illusory body became unstable. Senior Jian Hong. Fang Chen saw this and hurried to Jian Hong's side. I have an obsession in my heart, so my remnant consciousness has been staying here, waiting for the fated person to come. Jian Hong said weakly, This drop of blood is condensed from my life's blood essence. It contains my strongest attack when I was alive. Once it releases its internal power, it can withstand the full blow of an Emperor Realm Dominator. With your current strength, you naturally don't fear Lord Emo, but he has a saint treasure. This is a bit troublesome. Take my blood essence, and you should be able to withstand the power of his saint treasure. After saying this, he ignored Fang Chen's objection and shot the blood essence into Fang Chen's forehead. Thank you for your kindness, Senior. Fang Chen was very grateful to Jian Hong. After all, Jian Hong had saved him when they were strangers. He had also given him ancestor Qun Jian's sword talisman, allowing him to comprehend the heavenly star sword technique. Now he even gave his blood, which was condensed from his life's essence and blood, to him just so that he could resist Lord Mo's holy treasure. There was nothing he could do to repay this kindness. Senior, if you have any wishes, I will definitely fulfill them for you. I'm very satisfied that you have such intentions, Jian Hong said with a smile. To be honest, when I saw you, I really felt like I was seeing my good brother, the Tianyi Sword Emperor. For countless years, I have always believed that he is not dead and is still alive. If possible, when you enter the God's Fall battlefield, help me ask about him. If you see him, give this to him. As he spoke, Jian Hong handed a broken sword to Fang Chen. This was the first time the two of us met. During the battle, I broke his sword. From then on, our brotherhood has lasted until now. Looking at the broken sword, Fang Chen was moved. Although it was just an ordinary broken sword, it carried the deep friendship between the two. Senior Jian Hong, don't worry. If I enter the God's Fall battlefield, I will definitely help you find the Tianyi Sword Emperor, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Seeing this, a bright smile appeared on Jian Hong's face. At the same time, his body was rapidly expanding. Let's go. I'll send you out of here. Rumble. Within the flame abyss, magma flowed in the void. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen appeared within the spatial crack. Senior. He could sense that Senior Hong Jian had completely disappeared from this world. He clenched his fists and bowed deeply to Yen Yuan. I've finally found you. At this moment, an eerie voice came from the lava not far away. Then, a huge creature appeared with a loud rumble. Whoosh! As soon as Lord Mo appeared, he stretched out his blood-red claws and used all his strength to grab Fang Chen's head. Die! Lord Mo shouted in a low voice, and his big claws instantly arrived in front of Fang Chen. Scram! Fang Chen counterattacked with his sword, forcing him to retreat. Humph! After hiding for 30 years, you're finally willing to show up? After Lord Mo steadied himself, his gong-sized eyes locked onto Fang Chen. This time, I'd like to see who can save you. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and released a supreme sword chi. The entire void magma was trembling. When the void magma fell from the sky and arrived in front of Fang Chen, it actually changed its trajectory inconceivably. It couldn't touch Fang Chen's clothes at all. It's time for us to put an end to this. Fang Chen gently stroked the hidden star sword and walked toward Lord Mo step by step. You're courting death. Lord Mo roared and opened his bloody mouth. Immediately, the void magma gathered in front of him, condensing into a terrifying ball that blasted toward Fang Chen. Apocalyptic Third Sword. Fang Chen shook his wrist and performed the apocalyptic third sword. In the void, a thick sword light pierced through the void magma and pierced into the ball. Boom! After being pierced by the sword light, the ball deflated instantly like a balloon. Damn it! Lord Mo's face was gloomy. He directly took out the holy treasure that his father had given him. Is this the holy treasure? Fang Chen's pupil shrank. He felt the terrifying power emanating from the long spear. The holy treasure was above the Emperor Realm supreme treasure. It could form a powerful pressure, and this pressure directly targeted the primordial spirit of a warrior. It was very terrifying. Buzz! Fang Chen's primordial spirit shook and easily resisted the pressure from the holy treasure. I'll use you to test the power of my heavenly star sword art. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to absorb the drop of blood that Senior Jian Hong had given him. Instead, he was going to test the power of the holy treasure with the heavenly star sword art. Heavenly Spear Soul Extinguishing Technique. All of a sudden, Lord Mo's body expanded. Every time he shook, it would cause the magma in the surrounding void to flow. The long spear in his hand suddenly turned, and the tip of the spear released an incredible power. What a terrifying holy treasure! Fang Chen tapped his toes, and his body shot out with the hidden star sword. Whoosh! The first level of the heavenly star sword art was performed in a strange way. The void was instantly cut in half. The void magma seemed to be afraid. When it saw the heavenly star sword light coming, it quickly scattered in all directions. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Seeing this scene, Lord Mo's pupils shrank suddenly, and he activated the long spear with all his strength. Humph! So what if your swordsmanship is strong? You can't resist my holy treasure at all. After a brief shock, Lord Mo regained his indifference. He firmly believed that the holy treasure in his hand could sweep through the ancient chaos. Rip! The tip of the spear cut through the sky and came in front of Fang Chen. At this time, the hidden star sword was also swung out. The spear and the sword collided with each other. Buzz! With the two of them as the center, a terrifying spatial storm instantly spread, and the void rippled continuously. Crack! The sword light shattered with a loud bang, without any power to resist, and the spear's attack was also reduced by more than half. Whoosh! Taking this opportunity, Fang Chen quickly retreated. I used the heavenly star sword art, but it only blocked half of the power of the holy treasure. Fang Chen was speechless. The power of the holy treasure was too strong. If it weren't for that, he could have killed Lord Mo with one strike. How can his swordsmanship be so strong? Lord Mo felt a sharp pain in his perlicue, and traces of blood leaked out. He lowered his head to take a look, and a trace of uneasiness appeared in his heart. If I didn't have the holy treasure, wouldn't I have been killed by him with one strike? At this moment, Lord Mo finally began to get serious. You are very strong, but I have the holy treasure in my hand. The final winner will definitely be me, and you will only be my stepping stone.